Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I am immediately going to ask for a short recess with some technical difficulties, so we're going to work on this ASAP and come right back here. And can I get a mover for that? Councillor Radens? Seconder? Councillor Flores? Anyone opposed? No. Okay, we will be right back. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order pretty quick here, so if everybody could take their seats.
Yeah, they're still working on George, but
Okay.
so George might have to go ahead.
Okay.
Can't wait any longer.
Yep. Okay, I'll apologize to the gallery for the delay there. We're going to move ahead, and we will, Councillor Sickles, I'll look to you if we still need to do a hand vote. We'll just work it through that way if we need to, but hopefully we get that resolved. And okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the January 29th, 2025 City Council meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please make sure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. And when speaking, please remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address Council on various items on the agenda. Okay, first, can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? And that is to add the registered list of delegations. Councillor Sickles, and a seconder. Oh, Councillor Zakidniak, I think was first. Thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, please note at the call of the chair, item CM 25-1, Parsons Residence, 2301 15th Avenue, and related delegations are going to be moved to 4th in the agenda order following consideration of item CR 25-3. A reminder that the agenda order is always subject to further change at the call of the chair as the meeting progresses. Next, can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from December 11th, 2024 meeting of City Council? Councillor Sick, please. I'll look left next time. And any errors or omissions? Oh, sorry. Seconder. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Flores. And then any errors or omissions that anybody sees? Okay. I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items. CR 25-4, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation 2024 Semi-Annual Report. CP 25-2, Jim Elliott, Regina, Saskatchewan. CR 25-5, Regina Housing Needs Assessment. CR 25-6, 2025 Housing Incentives Policy Pilots and Revisions. CR 25-7, Office to Residential Incentive Pilot. CR 25-8, Speaker's Corner Drainage Renewal Project. And CR 25-9, Tax Title Sales. I will now ask if any member wishes to remove any items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Councillor Turnbull.
I would like to remove 25-6 for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turnbull. You have that noted. CR 25-6, that will be removed from the consent agenda. So can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of CR 25-6? Councillor Sickleys, Councillor, and a seconder, Councillor Zakiniak. Any opposed? And carried. So item CR 25-6 is deemed removed from the consent agenda and will be considered by council in the agenda order at the call of the chair. Okay, so I'd like to call upon Delegation D25-1, Jenna Hutton, Bright Communities Limited from Regina, Saskatchewan, and they are virtual. Just check, Jenna, can you hear us there? We can't hear you yet. I think you may be muted. Can't hear you yet, just give us 1 second. Ms. Hutton, do you want to try again?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah, we got you now. Thank you so much. So,
Okay, perfect.
Ms. Hutton, can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in? You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have an opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Okay? So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Jenna Hutton. I'm the General Manager of Bright Communities Limited. Bright is a Regina-based company, but I reside in Edmonton, Alberta. So thank you for the opportunity to present on our rezoning application for 5080 Louvain Drive in Harbour Landing. We're seeking to rezone a portion of our lands from RU, residential urban, to RL, residential low-rise, to allow for the development of 10 duplex units. This proposal aligns with our prior amendment to the Harbour Landing Concept Plan that Council approved last fall, which designated this land for low to medium density residential development. That amendment was critical to making this project economically viable, as these lands require a significant environmental remediation effort due to lead contamination caused by the historical use as a shooting range from the 1940s until about 2005. The proposed density for our development is a deliberate and necessary decision to offset the additional remediation costs associated with developing this land. By achieving this density, we can make this project financially feasible while still maintaining a compatible form to the surrounding neighborhood. All units in our development will be street-oriented and for sale for home ownership. There will be no purpose-built rental units in our development and nothing that is above 2 stories. The rezoning application in front of you today would allow for 10 duplex lots with a frontage of 7.7 meters. This is slightly narrower than the 8.5 meter minimum that is required under the current RU zoning. This adjustment will allow for 21-foot wide units on each lot, as well as allow the homeowner an option to develop a legal basement suite in the future if they chose to do so. During the public engagement process, there were 3 primary concerns that were raised: parking availability, traffic congestion, and school capacity, and I'd like to address each of these. To address our parking concerns, we're working with administration to increase the road right-of-way within our development to 18 meters, and this will allow for parking on both sides of the street. Regarding traffic congestion, as part of the concept plan amendment that we prepared last fall, a traffic impact assessment was conducted. The assessment concluded that the anticipated traffic from our development would not warrant any upgrades to the existing road network. We do understand concerns about school capacity, and it's important to note that a new school is opening in this neighborhood in 2027. Additionally, the majority of the student population that will be generated from our development will not exist until after the school is operational. In closing, I would just like to thank City Administration, specifically Zoe Dremi, Binod Pujal, Peter Liu, Igwe Mamodu, and Khalid Amin for their hard work on the file and guidance through the process. Their support has been invaluable in ensuring this proposal balances the needs of the community with the realities of developing this challenging but important parcel of land. Thank you all for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Hutton, and thanks for your presentation. Do any council members have questions for the delegation? I've got Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in the diagram, I'm not sure this is to the developer, through the chair, through the developer to the administration here, it does show the parcel kind of extending into the road. Is that just kind of indicating that it's in that area, or it's actually on the roadway and consuming actual roadway space?
Thank you for that question through the chair. The boundary for the property that we're rezoning that's shown, so typically the rezoning boundaries just extend to the middle of any road right-of-way that's adjacent. So the actual development would not be occurring on the roadway. That would just be the boundary of the zone.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question in relation to transit coverage. So I'm going to ask you, but I'm not sure if you can give more information about this. Otherwise, I can also ask administration. But it says in our report, it says due to physical constraints, the subject property is outside of the 400-meter transit service coverage area, which may result in greater reliance on cars. So are you able to shed some more light on what exactly, why that's the case?
Yes, thank you for that question. Through the chair, so this parcel of land is the last stage of development for the neighborhood. So we're just completing the infrastructure that already exists. And the areas that would be outside of that 400-meter transit distance, that was something that was looked at as part of our TIA that was completed with the concept plan. And the furthest lots from transit are actually about 600 meters from transit. And this would basically be about an 8-minute walk, so it was determined that would still be reasonable within the neighborhood. But for your comments about car reliance as well, all of the properties that we're developing would have the availability of parking on site. So most of the product in here will have front garages, which would accommodate parking in their garage as well as on the driveways in front of them.
Okay. Now, in terms of plans for the future in relation to transit in that area, I would assume those questions would be best directed to administration. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think that administration could probably field that question better for you.
Okay. Yep, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, I'll say thank you to Ms. Hutton. Thanks for addressing City Council today, and I can ask you to go ahead and disconnect from the call. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-1, zoning bylaw amendment for 5080 Luban Drive. I'm going to ask Councillor Siklees to please introduce the report, if you can.
Let's do it.
Do you have the report in front of you, Councillor?
I'm just searching.
We can help you out.
This is just a summary of it. It's just talking about the parcel of land. And it's going from residential to, you want me to read these? That's basic, it was on the
Okay.
document.
Sure. The recommendation is that City Council approve the application to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019-19 by rezoning the property located at 5080 Louvain Drive as shown on Appendix A-3 and legally described as part of Parcel F, Plan Number FH5173 from RU, Residential Urban Zone, to RL, Residential Low-Rise Zone, and amend zoning map 2482A accordingly. Number 2, to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to give effect to the recommendations, to be brought forward following approval of the recommendations by City Council and the required public notice.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Zakidniak. And can I have a seconder? Councillor Radens. Councillor Zakidniak, do you want to speak to the report? Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So as noted, I do have some questions in relation to, excuse me, in the environmental impact section, it talks about some properties are outside the transit service coverage area. The delegate clarified that the furthest lots are 600 meters away. That's an 8-minute walk. And so I guess I have a couple of questions. First one is, I understand that as new developments come online, sometimes we don't just readily have transit services available to service them. My first question is specific to this development. Are there any specific plans to incorporate additional transit service if this goes ahead in this area? I'm looking at Mr. Looning because I was assuming it might be him.
Oh, Ms. Braden? Go ahead. I lost Amber. Hold on. Go ahead.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
through the chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor. So at this point in time, there is restriction on the opportunities for transit to loop in the area. And certainly as our neighborhoods and communities build out and ridership builds up, we look at different opportunities to get transit within those neighborhoods.
Okay, and have we identified, I know this always comes up with brand new developments, initially that we maybe don't have the ridership to accommodate an increase in services, but it's sort of like a chicken and egg thing. And I know we went through this in West Era as well, that it took a while for us to have better and improved transit services there. Have we identified ways that we can, ways that we can maybe activate transit service in new areas sooner, or ways that we can continue to improve transit service in new developments?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Looning is available to answer that particular question.
Okay, sounds good. I'm not doing anything. Turn it off for now.
Through the mayor, I just want to back up. For transit services, our target is to have service within 90% of all businesses and residences. So that's a 400-meter walking distance, and this one does fall out of that. But right now, our current performance is at 95%, so we are exceeding that. When it comes to new developments like this, we do like to introduce services gradually. So as the population grows in that area, then we can increase service more and more. And in Harbour Landing, we've done just that, because that has been a prime neighborhood where we were very limited in services, only ran during peak times, and now it's running every 15 minutes in our peak times. So we build it up as the community grows. So yeah, that's what we take as the steps to try to build transit service as the community grows.
Great, thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from any other council members for that report? I don't see anybody lit up. Okay, seeing none, Councillor Zakidniak as the mover, is there anything further from you? Nope. Okay, in that case, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Okay. Councillor Seekles, while we're having technical difficulties, I'll ask for your vote verbally. Yes. Councillor Burton? In favor. Okay, thank you. Mayor Brzezinski, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor. For the record, Councillor Mancinelli is away from today's meeting.
Okay, thank you. We will now consider item CR 25-2, zoning bylaw amendment for 2100 Gary Street. I will again ask Councillor Seekles to please introduce the report.
Thank you. The recommendation is that City Council, number 1, approve the application to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019-19 by rezoning the property located at 2100 Gary Street as shown on Appendix A-3 and legally described as Parcel C, Plan 1011-53810 EXT4 from UH, Urban Holding Zone, to IL, Industrial Light Zone, and H, Holding Overlay Zone, and amend zoning maps 2287A and 2287B accordingly. And number 2, to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to give effect to the recommendations to be brought forward following approval of the recommendations of the City Council and the required public notice.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Bizo, and a seconder. Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Bizo, do you wish to speak to the report? No. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions on council on this report? Please push your button. Okay, seeing none, is there any last remarks from yourself, Councillor Bizo? No, none. Just need to confirm. Okay, in that case, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Burton, I will ask your vote on this. In favor. Councillor Seekles? Mayor, the motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. Okay, and we will now consider item CR 25-3, zoning bylaw amendment for 1876 Wallace Street. And one more time, I'm going to ask Councillor Seekles to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, and to our gallery, this is the last time you'll hear me speak, so hopefully I won't put you to sleep for one more of these. The recommendation is that City Council approve the application to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019-19 by rezoning the property located at 1876 Wallace Street as shown on Appendix A2 and legally described as lots 21-24, Block 4, Plan G384
from RL, residential low-rise zone, to ML, mixed low-rise zone, and amend zoning map 2888A accordingly. And number 2, to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to give effect to the recommendations to be brought forward following approval of the recommendations by City Council and the required public notice.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Flores, and a seconder. Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Flores, do you wish to speak to the report? Nope. Okay, any questions from any other councillor? Seeing none, Councillor Flores, you're good for comments? Okay. Very good. I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Again, Councillor Sequis.
Councillor Burton?
In favor.
Mr. Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay. I would now like to call upon Delegation D25-2, Sherry Knight from Regina, Saskatchewan, who is virtual, I believe? No, she's right here. Oh, she's right here. Oh, it says virtual on here. Please come on up, take a seat, and introduce yourself, who you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council have for yourself. So I will get you lit up here on the mic, and go ahead, Ms. Knight.
Thank you. Sherry Knight. I reside at 2301 15th Avenue, and the purpose of me being here today is to request that the home, built in 1910, for 28 years I've owned it, almost 30 now. Due to the economy, we were struggling to maintain it, and we wanted it to be maintained the way that it was important to us and to the city. It was suggested that we go forward and put an application into the Heritage Committee so that we would have an idea of whether or not we could qualify for a heritage designation. We found out that when we completed the designation that it meant that the acceptance was a done deal. And so it's a little strange. I do a lot of career counseling. When somebody gets a job application sent in and they have an interview, it does not mean they've got the job. It simply means that they have had the opportunity to be there. We are hoping that once we had heard back from the application, we would find out what was happening. Too late, it became a done deal for us, and one of the questions that I have going forward is, what's the process, especially given that I don't have the funds to do what I was hoping to do with the city's support? We were informed that we would not be able to have the application rescinded. And then, unfortunately, my husband passed away suddenly in September of 2023. From that point forward, I am alone. I manage all the arrangements, of course, with his passing and all the other tasks that go with it. Dates, times, etc., they become a blur, but with the grieving, the struggling, the overwhelm, I'm still working to make ends meet, to take care of my home, and to take care of myself. And once again, when I was before City Council, the answer was no. I was then contacted by the Provincial Heritage Committee, and I agreed to having someone come and visit on their behalf. 2 individuals came into the home, and the question that I was asked was, so you want to have this changed so that you already have a buyer who is prepared to purchase if the zoning bylaw is changed. Zoning is not the right word. The heritage bylaw is changed. The answer was and still is no. I have not sold the home. I do not have anybody looking to buy the home. This has been really a challenge. I'm under the impression from various people that the only time anybody has come forward and asked for a rescinding of the heritage designation is if the home is to be demolished. No, I do not want the home demolished. It would be a tragedy if it was. It's a beautiful old home built in 1910 in downtown Regina. Looking at that then, what I'm looking for, this is the fourth time I've been in front of a group, so I don't know, intimidated, fearful, embarrassed, all these kinds of things, and still my heart hurts. I am on my own. I am trying to make things right, and I find out that I really don't own my own home because city planners can now demand what it is that they see needs to be done, whether I've got the funds to do that or not. So I've appealed. I've asked over the last 2 years to have some changes made. My intention is to be the rightful owner of my own home, to protect myself against financial demands that I may not be able to meet. I do not want the designation nor the responsibility to be forcing me into making changes I cannot afford. It's been loved, it's been cared for, managed, upgraded, maintained, and fixed by my husband and myself in the last couple of years. I don't want the house to be destroyed. I just want you to reconsider. Allow the designation to be reversed. Allow me the dignity to correct my situation and come to the final decision so that it is my home that my husband and I originally purchased before it ever fell into the heritage designation. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. And first and foremost, I just want to offer my condolences to you and your late husband there.
Thank you.
So I, just before I open it up to council for questions, I just wanted to ask myself, I guess maybe to administration, just to clarify, because you had mentioned about the, kind of requirements that come with heritage property or forcing to have to do certain work on it. I wonder if somebody could speak to maybe the, is there any requirements beyond? No. Sorry, let me rephrase, sorry, to you, Ms. Knight. What I guess, requirements in addition to like a regular home ownership do you understand for heritage properties? So what additional, I guess, in terms of regular upkeep in that for your home would be different than without the designation as opposed to with the designation for heritage property?
That if city council, if the planning committee, if the planning department deems that something should be done to my home, I am forced to do it. I don't know how I could do that because I don't have the money right now to do what I had hoped to be able to do. And with that, I don't know. The whole element is they now control what I can or cannot do to my home. And when I say cannot, I mean, I don't want to change the exterior, and that is the aspect of the heritage. You don't touch the inside, but you do touch the outside, and the outside is gorgeous. It needs paint right now, and those are things that the Heritage Committee had agreed to support me with. I don't have the funds to match what it is that is needed.
I see. I'll open it to my colleagues for questions as well. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. Right here. So in terms of upkeep to your home, it's my understanding that it's no different from any other house, and we can clarify this with administration in the city. So are you aware that as a homeowner, just forgetting about the heritage designation for a moment, if as a homeowner I let my home fall into disrepair, that bylaw can come and say, you actually, your home's becoming derelict and you need to address that. So
Yes.
That's something that a regular homeowner has the possibility of facing with or without heritage designation.
Yes, it is, and my understanding is it's never been done according to the planning committee.
Sorry, what's never been done? I don't know, what,
According to the heritage, or I'm sorry, the planning department, that has never been enforced, is what I was told.
you mean in relation to a heritage property? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Right. Okay, but what I'm meaning is any household, if they let their house fall into disrepair, there is bylaw, like we do have bylaws
Yes.
saying, you know, anyone needs to maintain their home. So,
And we all do that.
right, right. So, yeah, I was just trying to state that I don't believe it's any different, but I'm not like, that's why I wanted to ask you that question. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay. I see Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. So, just wondering, are you being asked to do anything or being forced to do anything
At
all?
this point, no.
No?
No.
Okay.
The department has given me funds. I can't match the funds that are needed.
So I guess, so it becomes, if something comes up and they want repairs, then I guess your feeling is, you know, you wouldn't maybe be able to afford all of the repairs,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
You could only afford a portion of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's kind of your concern, I guess, moving forward.
Right,
Your worry.
especially if they come to me and say, you must do this, you must do that.
You must do this, you must do
I'm
that.
doing what I feel I can manage, not what may be, and it's may
Right.
be forced upon me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Knight, for addressing City Council. You can go ahead and take a seat in the gallery. Okay, we will now consider item CM 25-1, Parsons Residence, 2301 15th Avenue. I'm going to ask administration, someone from administration, to please introduce the report. Will Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. So we're bringing this one back because we were asked to send the inquiry to the Saskatchewan Heritage Foundation Review Board to see whether or not they agreed with administration's recommendation that this residential property remain a heritage designation. And they agreed with our assessment. I also want to explicitly state, first of all, my empathy for the situation that the resident is finding herself in, and just kind of going back and explaining a little bit of administration's rationale and our promise to the resident. We have no doubt that the homeowner has zero plans to demolish the property. The resident has made it clear how much she loves the property, and you can tell by looking at it that it has been cared for and loved for years. It is clearly a heritage property, and administration's concern is not in any way with the intentions of the current owners, but it is true that at a future date, should the property be sold, if it is not a heritage designated property, a future owner could demolish the building. So that's where administration's concern comes from. I also want to be clear and publicly clear that we are not forcing the resident to do anything having it as a heritage property. There are no extra expectations on the resident today, nor will there be forced expectations on the resident tomorrow. Anything to do with bylaw and upkeep of the exterior is no different than it would be for a non-heritage property. So I would say that is the introduction to the report, that we want to keep it a heritage property, and we are committed to not forcing the current resident to do anything that she does not want to do, simply because it is a heritage property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Rasevich, and a seconder. Councillor Burton. Councillor Rasevich, do you wish to speak to the report?
Chair, is it possible that, I guess, the Heritage Committee could come by one day and say, hey, that they see something not looking right on the outside, and come back and say it has to be fixed, and then, again, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Sherry. You know, that, she could be on, liable for half of the repairs, and then only half would be covered type, in that type of situation. Can you talk to that?
Through the chair, no. As I stated earlier, if bylaw came by to say there's a problem with the exterior, it would be an issue of any house, not just a heritage house. And really the intent of heritage designation and our heritage grants, it's twofold. It's as a city to really try and preserve the historical, beautiful residential buildings that are here. And secondly, to offer incentives to those who voluntarily want to make improvements to their heritage homes that would fall under the purview of the grants. And so, no, there is absolutely no heritage committee going around looking at people's heritage homes saying, we demand that you do this thing and we demand that you pay for it. That does not and will not happen.
Okay, so through the chair, basically what you're saying is, it's designated a heritage house, but what you're saying is no one's going to be knocking on Sherry's door saying, hey, you got to fix this, you have to do this.
Through the chair, no. It is really to preserve that house for the future.
Yeah.
As I said, I think anyone who has seen the house, it is obvious that that house is cared for and loved, and our concern is future forward. If Sherry was not the homeowner and it was sold to someone else and it was not a heritage resident, they would be able to demolish the building.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. See. Oh, we have Councillor Sickleys. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, is it possible, I'm just going to throw out a scenario, should Sherry decide to sell her home in the future, and it wasn't heritage, that we disagreed that it would be heritage today, could the city unilaterally make it heritage for the new owner?
Through the chair, absolutely not. And that's why the heritage policy and process is really set up to try and offer incentives for people to declare it a heritage property. We do not go door to door and basically assess a residential home and say you must designate it heritage. And I think, to be fair, I would imagine that is probably part of what Sherry's grappling with, is she volunteered to have it heritage, and for personal reasons does not want it to be heritage anymore, and we're saying it has to be heritage. So there is the option to opt into it being a heritage designated home. And once it's designated that, it is more difficult to remove the designation because we've gone through a rigorous process of assessing it and have deemed it. I will say, and administration can correct me if I have this wrong because I'm going from memory, but I believe that any resident that has a heritage designated home can reapply on an annual basis for it to not be designated that. I would say that through the original designation, and again, validating that through the Saskatchewan Heritage Foundation Review Board, I don't imagine a future where administration would be recommending it not be designated that, but the resident absolutely has the right to ask for it to be de-designated on an annual basis.
Anything further, Councillor Siklees?
Yeah, I don't want to take up a whole lot of time on this, but the word freedom comes to mind. You make a decision, you decide to change, we're saying you can't change, but you can apply annually to make it or not make it heritage?
That is correct, and I would say if you're framing it in freedom, we're not demanding that the resident do anything by having it designated that. I think there would be a very valid argument for loss of freedom if we were saying you must keep it designated as heritage, and you must do these things that are going to cost X dollars, and you must pay for them. We are doing none of that. Our focus is on protecting a heritage home while not inconveniencing the resident who is currently living there.
And the protection is from renovations that fall afoul of the heritage?
Through the chair, no. Generally, when there's a request to have a heritage designation removed, it is because the owner wants to demolish the property.
And how are renovations handled? Additions or internal renovations, those are fine?
Through the chair, I'd have to refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, through the chair. So our team would take a look at any application for a renovation, addition, new porch, new steps, and ensure that they're consistent with the heritage elements of the building.
Right.
There's certain materials and design characteristics that we would encourage or require them to build to if they were doing a renovation. And then again, the incentives are available for those renovations, and so often they're coming to us with an addition as well as a request for the city to help incentivize those renovations so that the community can continue to have heritage properties for the benefit of the community. And obviously the city sees value in providing incentives to heritage properties because they're an asset to the community. Visitors and residents alike like to see all the heritage properties and understand the history.
So it would appear to me if you're not looking to knock your house down, you're getting a pretty good deal by having a heritage home, because we're bucking up to help you renovate when it's time to renovate, if you want.
Through the chair, yeah, there's incentives available for that, again, because it's a proud asset of the community. But again, we are not forcing anyone to do renovations.
Right.
We're not forcing anyone to apply for grants and match them, but that is, I would say, the incentive for many heritage homeowners to designate their property as heritage.
And one last question. If this were to pass and it would be deemed a heritage home, if Sherry decided to sell in the future, is your experience that the home is worth more or less with a heritage designation?
Through the chair, I don't have any statistics on that. I don't know if anyone else in administration does. My pure guess is that it wouldn't affect the price of the home. it could potentially affect the choice of the person seeking to buy a new house. I would say positively and negatively. If you're looking to renovate and you know it's a designated heritage home and that there's funding available, I would say that would be a draw. I might also argue that if you're looking at a heritage home and you want to do some radical renovations that would go against any of the heritage guidelines, might be an incentive to not want to live in that home. But I don't think it's simply being deemed heritage impacts the value at the sale price of the home.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zakiniak?
Just a point of clarification, when we're talking about renovations, it's my understanding that heritage designation is for the exterior of the home. Like, we're not, in terms of heritage designation, that does not address the interior of the home. So I just wanted some clarification on that. So when we're talking renovations, we're not, through heritage designation, addressing people's interior renovations to their homes. Is that accurate, or can you clarify through the chair?
Through the chair, it's typically exterior. So each property that has a designation bylaw has a statement of significance, and that statement of significance will define what those character defining elements are. In some situations, we do have some interior characteristics defined. For example, an elevator bank or something in a commercial building might be an interior feature that has character defining elements or historic significance. So, but typically, yes, exterior.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Just to make sure it's clear, the motion on the floor is to, from administration, is to support keeping the property as a heritage property. Just to make sure Council is clear that that is the recommendation from administration, is to keep the property a heritage property. Is there any further questions from Council? Yeah, so if you want to keep the designation a heritage property, your vote would be yes in this case. Okay, seeing no further questions, and who is my mover on this one? Councillor Rasevich, would you like to say any final words, close the debate, or are you good?
No. No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in that case, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Seeklis, I understand we're still waiting for your computer to bump up. Your vote is? Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor were Councillors Burton, Rashevich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Seeklis, Flores, Fro, Radens, and yourself, Mayor Bashinsky. Voting against was Councillor Bezo.
Thank you. Okay. We will now consider item 24-13, flag and proclamation protocol. I'm going to ask the city clerk to please introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Back in July of 2024, Council considered a notice of motion that was brought forward by two councillors respecting a proposed change to the flag and proclamation policy. At that time, Council directed me to do a review of the protocol and come back with some recommendations to essentially streamline and largely eliminate some elements of the proclamation policy. That policy was presented to Council on September 25th of last year, at which time it was tabled to the October 9th meeting of City Council,
And again, that was tabled as well to the December 11th meeting without a decision. And December 11th, it was tabled as well. So it is back on today's agenda. Just as a reminder, and I will just try to summarize this, the proposal that my office put together in September of this year stated that the recommendation was that council amend the flag and proclamation policy as follows, to stipulate that only the flags of Canada, Saskatchewan, the Union Jack, the City of Regina, Treaty 4, and Métis Nation be flown in the courtyard of City Hall, as well as those same flags that are present here in the council chambers. That the practice, we would discontinue the practice of raising the flags of nations on the ceremonial flagpole laid in the courtyard in recognition of any particular nation's national day or day of independence. We would decline requests to allow the raising of the flag of a nation on the ceremonial pole located in the courtyard, except for as a gesture of respect in the event of a visit to City Hall by an official dignitary of a nation with whom Canada has diplomatic relations. In short, that was seen as if an ambassador was coming. Upon request of the city to my office, we would continue to allow the raising of a flag on the ceremonial flagpole from a charitable or non-profit organization or a cultural and community organizations as a means to profile and highlight the work of that respective organization, with the conditions as follows. Flags of commercial, religious, or political organizations would not be allowed. No flags of a group or organization whose undertakings or philosophy were in contrary to the City of Regina policy or bylaws, or espoused hatred, violence, or racism. And applicants had to be a charitable organization or nonprofit and to be incorporated under the specific relevant pieces of legislation. And active or cultural and community groups must have an active presence in Regina and be relevant to the city's history and relationship. And then the second part of the recommendation was to change the proclamations policy that is contained in the procedure bylaw to basically mirror the same practice with respect to the flying of flags, and to allow the mayor to continue the practice of signing all approved proclamation requests for the city in accordance with existing provisions. And with that, there is some history that is outlined in the report, and I would be happy to answer any questions that members have.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro, and a seconder? Councillor Burton? Councillor Fro, do you wish to speak to the report? No? Okay. And then I'll open up for questions, and I have Councillor Turnbull first here.
I would like to make a friendly amendment. So I would like to make an amendment that an exception be made to allow the raising of the flag of any city of Regina officially recognized as a sister city or friendship city as a gesture of respect and recognition of special commemorative signings, anniversaries, joint events, or the visit of official dignitaries to Regina. I need a seconder for that. And I will need a seconder for that. Here we go. Flores.
Councillor Flores, as a seconder?
And then, do I speak to it now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. To offer apologies to two delegate groups, our representatives from our Regina sister city, Jian, China, and our friendship city of Japan. They had both submitted to be delegations today, but were denied due to current procedure which prohibited new delegates to speak to tabled motions. They would have had to submit in September. I will speak some words on their behalf. On this council's to-do list is to make things better and more accessible for meaningful engagement for our citizens to feel valued and heard, and we'll look into procedure. So on behalf of these two delegates, Regina has had a sister agreement with Jian, China since 1987, and in 1997 a delegation went to Jan on a trade mission. The relationship between these two cities remains strong, and representatives would like to request a meeting with the new council to learn more about our relationship and potential relationships. Regina has had a friendship agreement with Fukuoka, Japan since 1991. Regina and Fukuoka have had an exchange program for grades 7 and 8, and Regina students have been hosting Fukuoka students on their first year of this program, and then they've been visiting Fukuoka on their second year. Fukuoka and Regina have been exchanging children's books, and according to the Regina Public Library, Japanese children's books have been the highest rate of loaning compared to other foreign language books. In 2019, the mayor from the city of Fukuoka came to Regina to sign the agreement. Both city groups are run by volunteers and the board of trustees. Both would like the opportunity to be included in the flag policy to recognize their special relationships, agreements, and joint events and future joint events planned. Both the sister city and the friendship city would like to extend an invitation to meet with city council to expand on our relationship and talk about future possibilities.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So I will ask if there are any questions on the amendment, not the main motion, but the amendment. And up to 3 minutes for each member on that. So is there any questions on that? I see Councillor Burton, you have your light on, is that correct?
That's on to the main, not the amendment.
Okay, okay, I'll maybe get you to redo that when we go to the main motion. Any questions on the amendment? Okay, seeing none. Anything else you'd like to speak on, Councillor Turnbull? On the amendment?
On the amendment, other than I fully support this, and yeah.
Okay. Okay, and I'll ask the clerks to call the vote on that amendment. Okay, yes. Councillor Rasevich, are you good? Got it, okay.
Councillor Seekleys, on the amendment? Yes? Mayor, the amendment passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we'll go back to the main motion as amended. So any questions on the main motion as amended? Okay, and I'll give Councillor Turnbull first, just because you won't be able to speak again to it. So if you have anything else you want to say with respect to the main amendment, or the main motion, sorry.
Just thank you to Min on your work on this. I think it's very thorough, and I am in support of it.
Okay, any other questions on the main motion? Councillor Seekleys, go ahead.
Mark can go first. I think there was a mistake. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Burton, go ahead.
No rush. Through the chair, first a couple comments and then a question. So I'm glad to see the new flag policy here to be sparse and just sticking to the key things that matter. The world's a complicated place. To come up with a policy that covers every permutation, combination, and situation and explanation becomes burdensome, and as a councillor I want to work on the things that matter to the citizens of Regina and not get caught up in various things that appear in the world. So my one question though I do have is, I know if this goes to the Mr. Clerk or to the administration, is for some reason something major happens and we want to fly something, can council just simply pass a motion that we would like to fly flag X, the Jolly Roger, if we decided to, for whatever reason, could we pass such a motion?
Mr. Nichol.
Thank you, Mayor. My short answer would be yes, Councillor. If it's the will of council to do something, whether it's to put up the flag of the Jolly Roger or whatever, we would take our direction from council.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Burton, anything further?
Nope.
Good. Okay. And Councillor Siklees?
Thank you. Well, I guess becoming a pirate has benefits in Regina. As I've said to my colleagues and to anyone who listen, we were not elected to be ministers of foreign affairs. So I'm happy that we're trying to do something here. On the other hand, there's a little bit of collateral damage, and I can only speak for the community in which I am a member of, and I thought I might give you a little idea of how that went. I met with St. Paul's Greek Orthodox community, who feels that this isn't fair at first glance. You know, the Greeks have been here for 100 years. We've put many millions of dollars into the Regina economy. Our flagship event, Evening in Greece, which is happening March 8th, by the way, we'd love to see you there, has raised in total about $3 million over the years to benefit many local charities. In 2024 alone, we were almost $250,000 in support of healthcare in the community through the Hospitals of Regina Foundation. So the Greeks only have one flag. That flag represents our food, our faith, and our family. We don't have a separate flag for our cookie bakes at the church or anything like that. So you can see we're kind of trapped in this situation of, okay, we lose our flag. But the Greeks have a very good point of view on this. We know that we're loved. We know that we're going to find another way to represent ourselves in the community. And we do agree with trying to, tone down the rhetoric with respect to the flag issue. And my colleague, Councillor Flores, who's very good at connecting with community, has some great ideas on how we can help, for example, the Greek community here find a way to promote itself, maybe even in a better way than just raising a flag. So I'm very optimistic that this could be a positive if we do the right steps afterwards. That's all I wanted to say on this issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for that, Councillor Siklees. We had a lot of conversations about how can we make sure that those communities that have been doing great work historically, who may not have a nonprofit flag or something like that, still be able to recognize, because I think that good work inspires more good work. And I think there are ways. I had a brief chat with Judith from Downtown Bid to explore other ways that we can collaborate with the city and other organizations to explore additional ways to recognize our diverse communities, not necessarily through a country flag, but also to not forget that they do a lot of work. They bring people together, and they have something that we should not recognize just because they're giving back, but because it inspires other people. So I think beyond that statement, my question would be, could we explore those additional ways, like through the city and other partnerships, to be able to recognize our diverse communities beyond flag raising or proclamations, whether it be public displays or other ways? Oh.
Go ahead, Mr. Nichol.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that my understanding is that the Downtown Bid is always looking for ways to collaborate with the city on issues like that, celebrating Regina, helping the tourism sector, and just giving pride to the local community. So I don't believe that there's anything required from City Council to give you an explicit direction. I think that that can just be something that city administration, particularly Ms. Johnson's area and perhaps Ms. Bryden's area, can work alongside you in your discussions with Ms. Verisuk and see where that goes.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I will ask Councillor Fro, I believe, who moved the motion. Anything further, or do you want to close the debate with any more comments? You're good? Okay, so I will ask the clerk to start the vote. On the main motion as amended. Thank you.
Councillor Seekles? Yes. Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to look to extend until around 3 o'clock before our break, just because we did have a late start. So we are going to move on to our next delegation. So I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-3, Andrew Stevens from Regina, Saskatchewan. See, oh, yeah, I thought I saw him over here. Please introduce yourself. Come on up. The organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, as you know, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Sure, thank you. My name is Andrew Stevens, resident at large. I'm here representing myself. I think the only reason, though, I'm speaking to this motion is as the former councillor who advanced it, and it kind of represents about 8 years of engagement and discussion with community members and paying attention as much as I can to the work of administration. And maybe what I would flag is that there's a couple moving parts to the motion, and it kind of plugs into some of the work that's already underway. So there's nothing particularly new about what's proposed here. But the point of all of them together is to improve the community and to tackle pressing challenges in our city's inner city neighborhoods, and the downtown especially, using the tools at the municipality's disposal. And I can see from the agenda, you're already consumed with these matters, and listened to some of the conversation last week at Executive. So this kind of aligns, I would argue, with the work that you've been focused on so far. The first part of this resolution tackles surface parking lots in a confined area known as the intensification boundaries. I'm sure you've been briefed on what that means. It might be worth following up with the administration in terms of technically what that entails. But Warehouse, Downtown, and Center Square are the most pressing areas because the city needs to accelerate meaningful forms of development in those neighborhoods. So it was particularly focused, but certainly council and administration could discuss other areas. Why? To this point in 2018, it's worth mentioning, I hosted a conference of academics from around Canada, some cities in the United States, and it was a real privilege to focus most of our socializing and events in the downtown. Bars, restaurants were second to none across Canada, and as much as my colleagues loved the establishments, they would always ask me why Regina, downtown, has nothing but surface parking. And my response was, because we let it happen. And we undermine the capacity of our inner cities to thrive as a result. Basically, what this asked for is for us to use our minimal taxation powers in what ways we can, and other regulatory tools to diminish the current incentive to allow valuable properties to sit poorly utilized as parking lots when the city aims to revitalize these areas through residential and commercial development. For example, I spoke with planners about one parking lot in particular in the downtown with 80 stalls. Based on average occupancy and daily rates, the revenue generated from that lot would be about $250,000 a year. That's easy money, minimal costs, and only around $11,000 per year in property taxes, as it actually diminishes the capacity to advance other plans. And what we found is that this rate of return is better than something functional, like office space or residential units, and without any risk. Not only is there no incentive to develop, there's a financial incentive to actually do nothing but offer parking in a city core where, by some estimates, half of the land is already surface parking. So my argument here would be to use the tax tools to change those economics where feasible. And this applies to the other component of the motion, focus on derelict, nuisance, or abandoned properties as well. And there are strict definitions. You might want to ask administration what they actually mean, but I package them together. And we might see these as lands that are underutilized according to the city's own established policies. Basically here, make it costly to let housing fall apart and for land to sit empty at a time when rents are soaring and we need residential development. The current approach, as you can see downtown, is not working. This follows a policy framework advanced by the City of Edmonton, where benefits are already being realized and we're seeing vacant properties or underutilized land actually being turned into housing. I chatted with councillors there and members of their administration to find out more, and I would ask administration here to perhaps talk about the work that could be done. Towns in Saskatchewan are already advancing some of the components that I asked for in this motion, such as, I think, North Battleford. They're experimenting. They have reports. Unfortunately, we weren't able to debate these. And some of the evidence, I believe, from their own experiments are publicly available at this point. Basically, again, put steeper costs on nuisance property and lazy landlords. Finally, improve bylaws and bylaw enforcement processes to get a stronger hold over problem properties. That might be defined by the RPS or fire. Administration will have a proper term for this, and I would recommend you ask them, but ultimately increase the financial penalties as well as improve our own bylaws and their enforcement. So what's being asked for here aligns with a handful of studies. What I've heard from this council so far, reports and plans either already established or underway. So these measures could actually be plugged into ongoing work. I'd be happy to answer questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I do see some questions. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I guess first, Andrew, thank you for your service to your community. We appreciate that. So my question, I think, relates more so to the downtown and Centre Square. And by some estimates, at our current population growth in this area, it's going to take nearly 1,000 years to reach our stated goal of 10,000 folks. Given the amount of, and obviously you've stated, roughly 40% of our downtown, or 47, is surface parking. And so, certainly we need amenities and reasons for people to come downtown. So my question is this: to the extent that your research allows it, whether it be in terms of Edmonton or your experience, historically on council, how might this promote mixed-use development in the downtown or urban amenities? And I think specifically, which you'll appreciate, how might this also avail itself for increased revenue for us as a city and a municipal corporation?
Great, thank you. So, I don't think it's any mystery here, but there's no silver bullet. We're talking about a complex set of factors, whether it's the fear of downtown, the social issues, but also the economics. So ultimately what it's about is stop making it so agreeable to do nothing with land. Yeah. Right now there's no incentive to do anything. There's really not enough significantly, and there's certainly not enough of a stick. And we could go back to the Capital Point discussion. That was zoned for a parking lot. There was all sorts of big promises. They didn't happen. Why would you? You could sit on that land in perpetuity. I'd say economically, everybody suffers when we allow a downtown to suffer by measure of the scope of its property values. And when one set of properties, perhaps in North Central or Heritage, goes down, it forces taxes to go up elsewhere. So we kind of collectively suffer if we don't tend to the underutilized land question. But I think I would add this to the existing toolbox that administration has developed, is developing, and I know can develop, to take away the incentive and the ease at which somebody can just sit on property in a downtown core and let it rot. It's too easy. So I would argue that if you change the economics, you get past that question of, well, the market doesn't allow for building in the downtown. I think it's actually a bit of a misdirection. I'd say change the market. And you actually want to force them to relieve themselves of that property, and perhaps if it's vacant, as an incidental outcome, actually depress the cost. I would argue the purpose is to collapse the cost of a vacant lot to such an extent that you change the economics of turning it into mixed use, residential I wouldn't call it skyscraper what would come to Regina, but you get the point. Change the economics, and this would be part of the tool that you could use arguably to do so.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak?
Mr. Stevens, it's kind of fun to talk to you in this new iteration. All right, so I have some questions for you. You briefly mentioned how if we had property subclasses for nuisance and abandoned properties, how that could have a positive benefit on property values in other parts of the city. Can you touch on that, like just your understanding of that a bit more?
It's the ultimate test. If in 8 years I learned how the property system works. I would say that, generally speaking, it sends a signal, policy signal of what this would mean. But the more money you would collect from those properties could feasibly undermine the costs associated with, or the taxation from other property classes. I don't think this is going to make a big enough dent to see a reduction in those other property classes, whether it's single-family homes or other residential or commercial properties, but you basically create a financial disincentive to do nothing with that. And you send a clear signal that if you just want to sit on property and speculate, it won't be allowed, and there'll be a cost to you. And that $250,000 property that was once a meth lab around the corner from my house that could be sold and put into use as a business, you're going to take a hit in your pocketbook. But you create subclasses as a signal and potentially to offset the amount that's required to be collected from other residential or commercial classes.
Okay. Also, so you spoke to, studies indicating that we have, how much surface parking lots we have covering downtown. It's my recollection that that number was 40%, that, and I don't know if you have a different recollection, that's approximately 40% of our downtown is currently covered in surface parking lots, and obviously that's a potential barrier to revitalizing our downtown. So does that match your recollection of that statistic?
100%, and I would invite the planners to comment further, but you might want to see it as a bit of a vexatious land use that doesn't invite people to want to be there. It creates levels of unsafety, perceptions of unsafety, lack of accessibility, and it diminishes your excitement or an invitation to actually do more with that town, or that area. But that's my understanding of the scope of the problem that we've permitted.
And then, so you mentioned that your 8 years on council helped inform this motion that you brought forward towards the end of the term. Can you just speak about some of the, like you said you spoke with Edmonton, I believe you spoke extensively with administration. Can you just go over all the work that you've done to, in preparation for this motion?
Sure, so maybe that's the important question. So one of the concerns from any councillor would rightfully be, what is it going to cost to undertake this work? It was a phone call to communities far smaller than our own, on my own dime. I set up a Zoom meeting with councillors and administration in Edmonton to talk about their experience. I think we have the advantage now of seeing municipalities that have used this, perhaps have massaged the language to make it more effective, close any loopholes that people might have been trying to work around. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This is time, it's administration's time, it's not free, but I would argue that the heavy lifting has been done. We can see experiments, and if all of these have failed, I mean, I didn't get to see the outcome of all of those policies. Administration can simply come back with recommendations saying, look, where this has happened, it didn't work. There's no point in pursuing it. So that's essentially what's being asked for, is take this one step further. You'll get a report confirming my findings and solidifying what has been done in other communities, and go further than I went. I would go to more cities actually, and maybe some in the United States. But I did some of the mapping in terms of how it aligns with existing policies, what cities have gone a bit further, what works, what doesn't, and how this would fit into what's already underway.
Okay, thank you. And then speaking of Edmonton was one of those, can you speak a bit to what some of the results of this work in Edmonton? Do you have that information?
Sure. I think the number that some of the administrators had used was in the range of about 300 properties in which there was really no incentive for a property owner to develop or to tear down, et cetera, were developed as a result of this. Now, economics in Edmonton are different, so I don't want to say they're replicated, but they said pretty clearly that it worked. Is it going to solve all of the underlying problems that would lead a house to be boarded up and burned? No, absolutely not. So that's the silver bullet conundrum. But hundreds of properties that were once sitting there underutilized were put back on the market, and properties that people could live in were developed as a result of this and a number of other different approaches, is my understanding.
Thank you. And I think my last question is, from your perspective, why is it important that we are investing in revitalizing our downtown? Just as a general question, this is a question I get all the time, and I'm sure others do too. So if you can share your perspective.
Well, I mean, this kind of changes the market, so it's not a matter of always having the city pay for grants and public expenses associated with a deteriorating community. Those are costs. Not unlike other environmental issues, the more you let a community rot, stay vacant, et cetera, it just costs everybody. So if you want to deal with taxation, you want to get that money through development in certain regions. So I think everybody just benefits when the downtown feels safe. When you build the residential spaces for people to live in, because otherwise you're never going to reach that target. There's only a net benefit by allowing a community to thrive. So someone who lives in Rosemont or in Maple Ridge doesn't have to spend an increasing proportion of their taxes to police these communities and to see those lands underdeveloped, underpaid by measure of their tax contributions and put it on their shoulders. So everybody wins when you tackle these particular issues.
Thank you, Dr. Stephen.
Thanks. I was going to call you on that, yeah.
All right. Okay, Councillor Radens?
No, I think it's...
Go ahead, Councillor Forrest.
Oh, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for this. And I'm curious because it looks like you've done a lot of research, you've talked to a lot of people about this. And in that time and in those findings, could you share some examples of how other cities have handled both surface parking lots or like handling their like properties in high density areas? And if you've seen any kind of best practices that we could follow or... Yeah.
I mean, I would probably defer that to administration. I would say here's a tale of two cities, and I hate the comparison, but it's the easiest one, and that's Saskatoon. There was no silver bullet, and it's not just because they have a river. When I was a young undergraduate student there in the late 90s, early 2000s, same kind of issues. Well, they started making this a political priority. And then they started investing, my understanding, and I hope administration will correct me if I'm wrong, they started committing a proportion of revenue collected through parking, and they started investing it in the communities. We tried that, didn't go ahead here, I would give it another shot, but basically we had a dedicated revenue stream. So if you're popping money or your credit card into a parking meter, you're actually investing directly into that community. And that means you're not just there to grumble about parking, you're actually, I want this community to be better, and that's actually where a share of that revenue is going, and it commits politicians, administration, and the dollars that people are paying to revitalization in a way they can understand directly. Not as simple, but that was part of it. Public investment into public spaces. If you think about River Landing, you know, we don't have a river running through the center of our city, but there's lots of cities that don't either. That was a clear indication of a priority, and it took decades to come to fruition. And then a matter of the kinds of political attention, removing barriers. So I think you folks have had a chance to dig into the Housing Accelerator Fund. The money is a bit of a distraction there. What's really important there is how you remove the barriers to develop in these spaces. And then the money comes along to help you facilitate that. So I think the commitment that we've made through HAF and the dollars associated with it will be a part of it. But you remove barriers associated with the kinds of development you want. And that doesn't mean allowing people to cut corners. It says, you want to do this? We're here to help. We remove the kind of regulatory obstacles. And I think the city's done a really good job of doing that. So we can put that as a check mark. But I think this might be something I would throw into the mix. No silver bullet, and it will take a lot of time. But I'd say those are some approaches. And then there's a question of investing in community safety and well-being. That's a stigma, whether real or perceived, that creates a problem that we can't control easily. So there's an investment that's of value. property standards, landscaping requirements. Maybe you would attach costs to parking lots by actually making those spaces inviting and safe rather than gravel pits and fences, which are awful to see.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Burton?
Thank you. So through the chair, first things come to mind is south of Victoria, residential and stuff like that. And as you move further north, you get into closer to the tracks and problems there. And is there a chance we might be raising prices in some of those areas because now we kind of get swept up? I'd love to see more buildings and housing in the south of Victoria, but as you get into that area, now we kind of penalize workers coming down and do need that parking because now we've just simply raised the taxes for them.
Could you clarify, are you talking specifically with the strict boundaries of downtown, like Albert Broad, or are you?
Yes, but the west of the post office along the tracks, or,
I mean, you want development there. Are you asking, is it more expensive to park in those areas?
Well, this will make it more expensive for those people because we add the taxes to the person that owns that property.
Yeah.
And this is an area with, ain't gonna be building some houses right along the tracks. And so just are we catching a few things extra with this that we may not want to?
I'd say that I would invite you to read the work of Shoup and his thesis on there is no such thing as free parking. So economists widely recognize that there is no such thing as free parking. So if your whole objective as a council is to say we want parking in the downtown to be as cheap as feasible, then I'd say you've won the day. But I'd say that everybody else pays for that cheap parking. And everybody wins when you have houses, mixed residential, commercial. So yeah, if parking's more expensive, that's kind of the point. Because it's not free. You're subsidizing through losses and underdevelopment someone's urge to park in a broken landscape. And that's true. And so then what you do is then maybe you're making incentives for people to build deeper underground. There is costs, and that's something worth talking about, but surface parking lots harm people economically, and it erodes the community. So there's no cheap parking. You're paying for it in your property taxes, and the people downtown who feel unsafe are paying for it. So if parking prices have to go up, that's an option. But ideally what you do is you say, well, this is no longer feasible as a parking structure. Maybe we'll build up or under, but what we're going to do is put that land into circulation for development where people live. I'm not sure about you, but for me, I value humans in residential spaces and livable downtowns over cheap parking. And I think that's the problem that's got us here is this quest.
Absolutely, yeah. And as I said, that's right. No questions about for the south of the city. Get in some areas just not really happening. So, no, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Turnbull?
Hi. My question is have you looked into these other cities or adjacent thoughts of with the parking that is left for accessibility lots, for picking and drop off, to have some accessibility needs for those who require it? Have there been sort of that goes along with side of it, or even mother-kid parking stalls?
First, I'd say the great irony of me being here is I'm talking about parking. I hate it. I never like talking about it. So I didn't look at the configuration of parking lots. I'll say this, I don't drive downtown. I walk here. Accessibility starts when I hit the sidewalk, and you'll know better than me. I'm perfectly able. You got to watch yourself walking. So one, accessibility is not a parking lot issue. It's the sidewalk, the state of the infrastructure, the width of our walking spaces. When there is construction, how easy is it for someone in a mobility device to get over obstacles, etc. That's the downtown accessibility issue. I don't know about accessibility standards in parking lots. I would defer to the experts. There are code requirements. I would ask, how accessible is a gravel parking lot that's poorly graded in the winter, not great in the summer with gravel for someone with mobility issues? So we're starting off with an inaccessible, uninviting space that is the worst possible scenario. Then maybe it is actually coming back and saying, here are some new requirements for parking lots and how they have to be accessible in maybe a different way other than mobility. But I think that should be the number one concern, is the human aspect, walkability, accessibility, the invitation to develop, and then you would work from there. And so I think that would incorporate that into an accessibility plan that looks broadly at the downtown and then plugs in any kind of design standards you might pursue. But I think you're just tapping into what needs to be talked about, which is how do you make spaces safe and inviting for people, all people.
So I guess the question would be, would you support with the reduced parking load, the increased ratio of parking for those who actually require it?
Yeah, I mean, I would defer again to administration. There's other policy solutions. So for instance, maybe it's a request for an audit of availability of accessible parking spaces on public lands. And that's better because I might have a parking lot halfway across downtown, but I have to get to the SaskTel building or I have to get to the Cornwall Center, forget about it. But I would say then it's a matter of taking this back to the human-centered approach and we do an audit. Are there sufficient parking spaces? Those folks should have priority. So if there's anybody who wants access to those 3 spots in front of a building, I would say let's prioritize accessibility so you don't have to park in a big lot and walk across what is essentially the width of Costco to get downtown.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I think you've done this before.
Once or twice, yeah.
Okay, I don't see any more questions popping up here, so thank you, Dr. Stevens. Appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak put us up to that. Thank you for addressing council today. It is 3:04, so I believe we should be taking our brief 15-minute break here. So we're going to recess for 15 minutes on the dot. Thank you, everybody. Okay, I'm going to be calling the meeting to order in about a minute, so if everybody could find their seats. Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order in 13 seconds. Okay. We will call the meeting back to order. And we're now going to consider item MN 24-12, nuisance and underutilized properties. And I'm going to ask the city clerk to please introduce the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I am just going to speak to inform members of council how this motion is before you. This was originally brought by Dr. Stevens when he sat as a councillor. This was first introduced on the floor of council in June of last year, was subsequently tabled for discussions in July, September, and October, and is now here before you as well. So I will then turn this back over to administration to provide any other details or answer your questions. I just provide those dates for you because that will be a question that I would expect you will now ask administration, because given that this was initially almost 7 or 8 months ago, asking for a report at the end of Q1 of this year is likely not doable. So.
Thank you. And can I get a seconder on this? What's it? Oh yeah, sorry, I'll get a mover first. Mover, Councillor Zakidniak, and seconder, Councillor Radens. Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, would you like to speak on this one? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I do have some questions for administration. Just before I delve into my questions, I do want to state I unequivocally support this work, what's proposed here, the motion, and that it'll be beneficial not just for our core neighborhoods and inner city, but our entire city. First I'll ask administration some questions. So my first one is if someone can speak to how this motion is aligned or any alignments in this motion with work that is already being completed by administration through the chair. Nobody wants that?
Through the mayor, this is related to a lot of the ongoing work being done right now, and one of the pieces that comes to mind is the underutilized land improvement strategy, which the next report you're about to hear about speaks to. It contains a number of different initiatives included in a work plan intended to encourage and support redevelopment in some of our established areas, and does include different actions and tactics to address some of the barriers that we've heard from our development industry stakeholders over the years. And so something like this aligns with that work plan.
Great. So can I take that to mean that administration is supportive of what is proposed in this motion, thinks that, like, yes, it's aligned with the work and you know, has been utilized in other jurisdictions and could have the positive benefits as described by Dr. Stevens?
Yes, through the mayor, actually some work related to investigating tax subclasses is already packaged into the work plan. I think it was a longer term action, but so it does align.
It does align and was already planned. Great. Now, I wonder if I ask this question to, I'm just going to call him Mr. Stevens. Sometimes doctor, sometimes Mr. Now, if you can touch a bit on how creating property subclasses for nuisance and abandoned properties can have a positive benefit, not just in those neighborhoods, but on the entire city, that might be helpful, because I certainly don't want to try and explain that. So, through the chair.
Absolutely, and I may pass that one on to Ms. Mills, who could speak to that.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I think one of the benefits is anytime we're creating a subclass that incents kind of redevelopment or increasing the value of properties in specific areas is a benefit to the entire city, in that when we go through something like revaluation where there's redistribution of taxes, we see those areas as they are redeveloped. More taxes kind of being paid by those areas means less taxes kind of within the rest of the city.
So because property tax is revenue neutral, if you don't have, this is my, I'm going to try and summarize and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. If you have some areas of the city whose property values are consistently going down, what that means is other areas of the city, their property values can raise to make up for these areas of the city whose property values continue to depreciate. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that's accurate. And I might add just there, the other benefit is, you know, growth within those areas. And so revenue neutral is a term we use during a revaluation. But in non-revaluation years, we're always looking to increase growth in areas, and that's where we get our additional revenue from.
Okay. I think Ms. Bryden wants to join the party.
Yep. Go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair. So while Ms. Mills is absolutely correct, any kind of increased tax revenue within our existing community is a benefit across citywide in terms of property taxes, but there's lots of good reasons to support intensification and redevelopment in our city. And, you know, this type of development makes better use of our existing infrastructure and services that are already in place. Takes advantage of existing transit routes that are already in place, whereas new greenfield development requires expansion of all those types of things. It reduces our environmental footprint because we're less spreading, and Yeah, so there's lots of really good reasons for intensification and densification if the tools we put in place actually work to support that.
Absolutely. Just thinking about the current revaluation, that this is why I asked that, that's occurring, and folks who are really seeing their property values increase to make up for the fact that some areas of the city have continued decrease in property values. So I'm hopeful that over time this could make a difference, and I'm hearing you indicate that that could be the case. So what about this whole question of downtown, which is something that consistently comes up for me with some of my residents? Why should we continue to invest downtown? I've asked it before, but if you can, because part of this work does focus on downtown, why is it important? What is the benefit to the whole community to invest downtown, or set up programs specific to downtown?
So I'll start, and then anyone else who wants to can jump in. But I would say, again, all those reasons that I just indicated, supporting the existing investment in our downtown. Our downtown has significant commercial properties with significant investment that generate a large portion of our commercial property taxes. I can't remember, 40%, I want to say? 19%. Oh, okay, sorry, 19% of our current commercial property taxes are generated within the downtown. And so certainly investing in the downtown helps to support that already private investment. Not to say that the city alone is the only one who needs to invest. We need other private investment. And so doing things to support that type of investment, doing infrastructure improvements to allow for increasing densification and intensification pay off in the long run.
Great. How much time do I have left, Mr. Clerk?
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, great. So I don't have further questions. I absolutely support this work. And I don't just support it because I now represent North Central, which does have, unfortunately, more abandoned and derelict properties than other parts of the city. I represent it as a councillor whose duty is also to represent the entire city and make decisions in the best interests of our whole city. So we've heard about the benefits of creating these subclasses, not just for specific neighborhoods, but across the entire city. And I might just leave it at that, but I think this is an excellent step. And without this motion, it was something that administration was already considering within their work plan. This just speeds it up and has been successful in other jurisdictions, including what we heard happened in Edmonton. 300 properties developed as a result of their efforts that they're doing in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turnbull?
I just wanted to ask my question to administration that I had asked Dr. Stevens a little bit, if there was any thought to, if you know about the accessibility with our parking plan downtown, and if that would be if that would be included in this parking report at all.
Who would like to speak to that?
Myself. Through the chair, Mr. Kaleem.
Second from the left on the bottom.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Chair. With the way this is worded, probably not. I would say that there is considerations for accessibility downtown. As it currently stands, we do have accessible spots, and I don't have the exact number with me today here, but we do have accessible spots within the downtown core. We also have provisions within the traffic bylaw, including a persons with disabilities permit, and it's a nominal cost, and basically people can purchase those to park for 3 hours without depositing coin at any meter in the downtown. So we do have provisions right now in terms of accessibility. If your question is more related to off-street, I might ask our planning folks if there's anything in the bylaw. Oh, sorry, I just got the number. It's 60 stalls that we have within our downtown core.
There you go. Of that 60 stalls, do you know how many there are total though, like percentage?
We have approximately, I don't have the exact number, there is some change, construction, that kind of thing, but between 12 and 1,300 paid parking stalls, metered parking stalls in the downtown. That doesn't include like 2-hour parking that would be in our Center Square area, south of Victoria Avenue.
Okay, and then I was also wanted to ask about enforcement processes. Currently, a lot of residents I hear from complain a lot about bylaw enforcement not happening or nuisance property offenses just going unnoticed. So I was wondering I know the report hasn't happened yet, but what thoughts you had to what enforcement would look like and if that would cost a lot operationally to do.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, with any enforcement process, we generally don't get back to the concerned resident in terms of what our enforcement protocols are. So we do have various stages of enforcement that we go through, and that may not, it's certainly not immediate. We don't get immediate remedy within the field. If there is something that lingers on or doesn't get addressed, that can be due to capacity, and certainly that would be addressed, whether it be through this report or more broadly within our budget process.
I don't have any further questions. Overall, I think it's a really good recommendation for us to look at, and I support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radens?
Okay, so I'd like to thank the previous speaker for putting this forward. This is a great start to help to take the pride back in our city. And I can certainly see the value in this. I see far too much of nuisance properties in North Central, and that's where I live. And this is a step in the right direction. I see this increase the value to our city, and I guess I'm excited and wonder when this work will start. Yes.
That's a question you want an answer to? Yes, sir. Okay, we'd like to field that. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for being excited about it. I would say that as we have already talked about it, it does fit in nicely and concurrently with some of the work that we're already doing. So I would say for me as city manager, if a motion is approved, administration's next step is to get the work plan in place. So should this one pass, I would be more than happy to share what the actions and implementation plan might look like once we get to that stage.
Okay, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. I also, through the chair, I'm also very excited about this. I lived in Heritage for a long time, and I think something that I always felt was we live so close to downtown, I work near downtown, and there's so much potential for all of these to be great businesses and homes and a really vibrant community, but it does feel very scary and unsafe when you are walking by a ton of boarded up properties. They're unsafe. They are not adding to the community. So I think initiatives like this are going to put us in the right direction to make sure that a lot of our spaces that are currently underutilized could be housing people, could be housing great businesses, could bring that life and vibrancy back to a lot of our neighborhoods that have so much potential. So that's really exciting for me. And with that, I have two questions. I would like to, if you could share, how does this motion align with the city's existing intensification and housing strategies?
Through the chair, I would say in general, anytime council takes a strategic look at how you change behavior, and in this case, I almost called him Councillor Stevens, I guess we're referring to him as Dr. Stevens, has stated part of this is meant to change the behavior where there's actually reasons to want to develop land that has cars parked on it, which 1,000,000,000,000% would support anything that administration is trying to do more generally around further densification, particularly in our central cores.
Perfect. And then, as that happens, what opportunities, or are there any opportunities to redevelop those abandoned properties or underutilized properties into affordable and supportive housing?
Through the chair, I can give again, this is a fairly generic response. If anyone from administration wants to add to it after, they're more than welcome. From my experience, I would say both in past career where I was a deputy fire chief that was tasked with looking at policy and process around abandoned properties, which are highly susceptible to fires because you have people staying in them and warming themselves in ways that are not safe. And so many of the abandoned and boarded up properties are in such a state of disrepair that it would make more financial sense to tear down and rebuild. And also as we see the structure, the family structure change, where you're perhaps needing significantly more bedrooms, or if you're talking about housing options, trying to, I would say, modernize what the options are in many cases. And if you look at what it costs when those properties come for sale, very reasonably priced, it is often economically beneficial to demolish and rebuild in those spaces.
Thank you. And one more thing, as you spoke about your past experience, I recently had a conversation with a Heritage resident because they are often seeing houses that go up in flames in numerous properties. And to them, the concern is safety, not only of the people around them, but the people that might, as you said, be trying to warm themselves in those places in an unsafe way. But that also brings to mind the amount of resources that go to taking care of all these properties that are often neglected, and because oftentimes my understanding is that owners might not even live in the city, right? So they're not really checking up on these properties in a way that they are aware of what is going on. So in terms of our resources, our city resources, how would taking an initiative like this help in the use of resources like fire services and things like that? Do you think that would decrease the number of calls, or how could this make that better?
Through the chair, I might defer this to bylaw. I mean, I know that there's challenges around, you know, I've heard many times residents experience complaining about a nuisance property, and then nothing happens for a period of time. One of the reasons for that is that there's a very clear processes when bylaw goes in. And so basically, if you're served with the notice, you get 30 days to comply. Do I have the number of days right? Or maybe it depends on the infraction. But so again, like in general, the more abandoned and derelict properties you have, the more complaints you're going to get, and the more administrative resources we have to put into both just the complaints of, I don't want that next to me, and then what I would say is much more significant around the danger of those properties.
Mr. Queen?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I might add to Ms. Anderson's comments is in terms of resourcing, yes, like there can be a lot of benefit to that, but you know there is rights that property owners have. So we need to be very conscious with the appropriate legislation and bylaws and the process that we're taking towards any sort of resolution that again the adjacent property owners might not agree with that pace, especially the pace, but there is that kind of balance that the city needs to play. Frankly, property owners do have rights in terms of what they do with their property. So we need to balance that as much as anything. And but the more we can build a vibrant community, the more that we can build up these communities and address these properties, the balance that we'll see on the other side in terms of a service. Like service requirement that we need for fire and other things.
What would that balance look like? And I know it's part of like finding out this and more information and building on this, but because I agree with you, right? Like if you own a property, you have rights, but if that property has become an unsafe part of a neighborhood, to what extent? What would you see that balance be like?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that the timeline for this it's very long, right? So creating a vibrant community is not it's not a turnkey operation. So in terms of being able to see changes in terms of the service levels required, we are playing the long game, and I mean that is our role as municipalities to make sure that we are looking for the future of our residents. That may mean more upfront investment through increased service levels that we'd be creating. So.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Just one point of clarification. The report had to report back to council in Q1 of 2025. Just checking if there's a more relevant date or...
Ms. Dawson can respond to that.
I'm just suggesting that we need a bit more time. Collectively, this involves a lot of departments in a lot of areas, and I'm just looking for some, some clarity that maybe Q4 might be more appropriate. I'm seeing nods from Ms. Mills, yes.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Councillor Fro.
No, you asked my question.
Okay, Councillor Bezo.
A couple questions I have through this whole process we're looking at. I think it's really bundled together. We're talking about parking lots on one hand, and then we're talking about nuisance properties on another hand. So we're looking at, I'm going to say parking lots for one example. If we look at, a big parking lot downtown, SAS Power being one of them, is a big parking lot owned by the church. So what does that look like as far as, is that a parking subclass? Are people going to charge more taxes for that? Is that going to be charged to the church? That kind of aspect. And the other aspect is that nuisance or derelict property. So really, what's the definition? We'd heard a few things about everything from boarded up to crack house all the way to cars on the front lawn. I've also seen, just people not looking after the yards, period. So we do have processes in place to take care of it, and they're called bylaws. They're just not enforced. So we have to look at the balancing of, enforcement of the bylaw and property rights as well, too. Now, I understand there are properties around that are truly nuisance. They're boarded up and they're been burnt down, but we do have mechanisms to deal with it. The one or two buildings and structures, and then you got, a nice property followed by, some kind of a vacant lot and then a nice property. It really doesn't give you a development feel for revitalization. It gives you a development feel for revitalization of an individual lot versus more of a bigger picture we've talked about of putting, perhaps condo complexes in certain areas to actually revitalize it. And when we're talking about nuisance properties, you know, what are we calling the old Taylor Field site? You know, that's kind of a nuisance property. It's sitting there, it's derelict, no one's done anything with it for 8 years. The rail yard, same situation, it's sitting there, no one's done anything with 8 years, garbage is blowing around. So, you know, I think we gotta look at this thing as a kind of a broader package. I know the city administration's already working on it, but is this something to bundle up in one thing that we should really look at, focus on doing, or just focus on two separate ones? Is really what the question is can we look at the derelict properties, nuisance properties, bylaws, what we have on the books, and then the parking lot? I think there's, you know, a need for people to drive to work to downtown, and they want a place to park. To create a subclass and say you're going to pay more for parking now because we're going to just tax the parking lot is not an option either.
Through the chair, I might also get the city clerk to respond. I would say council always has the option of parsing apart motions.
Yes, city manager's correct. If there's something in here, Councillor Bezo, that you wish to make an amendment to, the floor is yours. Oh, separating out, I'm sorry, yes. If you wanted to vote on them separately, is that what you were asking?
Or break them up. I think it's just
If you're wanting to break it out, you just make a request to the mayor what sections you would like separated so that you can vote independently on each one.
What I would like to break it out is the parking lot aspect and the nuisance lot aspect.
Yes.
On two items.
Yeah.
But it has to be separated out so what they're voting on.
Yeah, the director. Yeah, but he certainly doesn't know, like, do the planning and whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I would argue that by law, he doesn't do the planning part. But again, this is the lesson where we're completely unprepared for this conversation.
separate votes, and you'll say yes.
Okay, Councillor Bezo, just to confirm, so like we discussed briefly, we're going to have 5 separate votes. We'll separate the points into 5 separate votes on the recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further on that one, Councillor? Oh, sorry, I'll get you mic'd up.
No.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So seeing no other questions, I'm going to talk very slowly for Amber's sake. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll go back to Councillor Zakidniak as the mover, and you want to say a few more words on that to close?
Mover of this, so I get my original 5 minutes, or how does this work? I have 3 minutes remaining.
She's the mover, yeah.
Got it. Okay. So, we haven't talked much about A4, which talks about bylaw and bylaw enforcement processes and fines for repeat nuisance property offenses. My understanding of how this currently works is that even with repeat offenders, we don't really have a mechanism to do, say, proactive, like additional proactive enforcement for these offenders. Like, they have to start the process over each time. And this is my experience with some dealing with this in my own ward. So we start from square one. We don't like reduce the timelines that folks have to address their concerns, even if they're a repeat offender. Like, we treat everybody the same. And so I'm just wondering if that's accurate, if you could clarify that. I don't know who I'm looking for.
Who's the question to, sorry? Oh, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Something I might say about just the fine amounts, something that's important to understand in terms of fines for bylaw enforcement infractions is we still are required, they're essentially a voluntary payment, and they're still required we're still required to prosecute them to actually collect those fines. Yeah. So just in terms of fines overall, we need to be a little bit careful about repeatedly fining somebody and then not subsequently prosecuting them, which is very resource intensive in terms of prosecuting charges like this, the evidentiary requirements, and then bylaw time, like bylaw court time, and working with our prosecutor. So just something to ensure that is understood. The other thing I would say is in terms of actually enforcing on a particular property, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Like, we can take different approaches based on the overall context. And within the last couple of years, in 2022, compared to 2022 versus 2024, we've had a 50% increase in the amount of enforcement that we've done on nuisance properties, including orders to comply and subsequent demolitions. So the city is working working on this strategy and making sure that we have an enforcement strategy that complies with our overall policy goals.
Okay. So one thing I am wondering though is so you talked about fines, what about timelines? So if somebody has a repeat nuisance property offenses, that they would get a shortened, as the issue continues, a shortened timeline to address the issue. Is that something we could do? Or what would be some examples, whether it's that or otherwise, of what we could do for repeat nuisance property offenses?
Certainly, I think that would be work that would come back in the report back to council. Something to keep in mind is our timelines are legislated. So it might be, I don't want to say working with the province necessarily, but just engaging with the province in terms of appropriate provincial legislation that may need to change, noting that there are timelines that are actually within that provincial legislation in terms of that we have to give legally.
Okay, thank you. Now, okay, so some of those recommendations would come from the report. And on that note, this is just, all we're asking for here is a report, options and recommendations. Clearly, we've identified a problem. Hopefully, we can all agree on that. And so this is just asking for administration to assess these options and then to also assess what they would recommend to address the problem that's been identified. So, if we can do 5 separate votes, but then, that'll indicate which things will be included in the report or not. Can you respond to the concern noted that bylaws aren't currently being enforced?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So what I would say to that is certainly our message to all residents is that bylaws are in effect, and the requirement of any resident or any user of our infrastructure or whatever is to comply with those bylaws. Where that could be articulated is a question of capacity, right? If we get 60,000 weed complaints, we're not going to get to all of them. So in that circumstance, that's a extreme circumstance that's not happening right now. In that circumstance, then yeah, there's a certain percentage of those that aren't being enforced.
Okay, and then we've heard that approximately 40% of downtown is covered by parking lots. Do you have any, does anybody have any information about the utilization of these surface parking lots as they currently exist? How well are they being utilized? Do we need I would say we don't need 40% of downtown covered with these. Do we have information on the utilization?
Councillor, I'll just quickly say you got about 30 seconds.
That's perfect.
Mr. Grazier, go ahead.
Through the chair, yeah, we only have numbers on the number of parking spaces right now, but not of the utilization piece, like how many, I think you're looking for number of vehicles that are on them and that type of thing.
Would that be part of the report, that information?
I'd say that'd be something we'd have to discuss and look at how you go about or define a methodology for doing that.
Okay, as noted, I strongly support this. We have lots of questions. We will get some additional clarity if we move forward with getting this report to outline some of the solutions to these concerns. I think I still have time.
You did great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've broken it out to do 5 separate votes. So what I will do is I will call on the clerk to start the vote on section A, subsection 1. Councillors, please, you got it? Okay, good.
Mayor, the vote on section A, subsection 1, passed in a vote of 9 in favor, 1 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Burton, Rashevich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Siklis, Flores, Fro, Radens, yourself, Mayor, and voting against was Councillor Bezo.
Okay, thank you. So I will call for the vote for section A, subsection 2.
Mayor, the vote on Part A subsection 2 passes 10-0.
Thank you. Okay, I will call on the vote for Section A, subsection 3.
Mayor, the motion on Part A subsection 3 passes in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Burton, Rashevich, Turnbull, Sakidniat, Siklis, Flores, Fro, Radens, and yourself, Mayor. Voting against was Councillor Bezo.
Thank you. We'll move on to calling the vote for Section A, subsection 4.
Mayor, the vote with respect to Part A subsection 4 passes in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you. And finally, I will call the vote for Section B.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to Part B, the motion is passed 10-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have a communications to file, so can I have someone receive and file communication CP 24-97, Judith Verisak, Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and this is related to the next item, CM 24-14, Housing Supply and Revitalization Initiatives Update, tabled from December 11th. Looking for a mover for that. Please, Councillor Radens, and a seconder, please. Councillor Flores. Anyone opposed? And carried. Okay, we are going to now consider CM 24-14, Housing Supply and Revitalization Initiatives Update, and I will ask administration to introduce the report, please.
Thank you, through the chair. This report responds to the Revitalizing Regina's Housing Supply motion passed last year, requesting an overview of the state of Regina's housing supply, including market analysis, a summary of current challenges, and an overview of next steps related to establishing an affordable and healthy housing supply to support a diverse and growing city. Recognizing housing dynamics and city revitalization are interconnected and impact one another, this report also provides an update on the implementation of the 2019 underutilized land improvement strategy. The report includes an update on the intensification and revitalization incentive programs implemented from the strategy's work plan, including a recommendation to implement a new program focused on incentivizing economic development, generating land use. Before we open up to questions, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, and our other external partners for their collaboration in gathering the housing supply data for this report. With that, I'll now open the floor to questions, and I have several members of the team with us today to help out with the answers.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson. So Councillor Radens, as the mover, do you wish to speak on the motion? Or sorry, on the report? Okay, very good. So I will open it up to council for any questions. And this is, yeah, CM 24-14, yeah. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Okay, so through the chair, as people have heard me previously, that densification matters to me in certain areas, and I've, you know, over my short period on council, I've been on the receiving end of many complaints about that, about whether it's somebody clearing the parking spot in front of their house, going to get their vehicle and coming back to find somebody else parked there, those types of things. But please don't get me wrong that in certain areas of the city we absolutely do need to see some, you know, bigger buildings and intensification. And I guess as I looked through the report and I did a bunch of reading there last night, it seems fairly broad, some of the areas of the city. It does mention downtown and the various things here, but some of the things I'm concerned about is just, are we keeping it overly broad as we say we want to do the intensification around the city? And are there certain areas that it's more appropriate as you go along corridors and stuff? And it's mentioned about that, but it's just broadly mentioned and not saying it's an area of focus to develop those areas of intensification right on a major street, College, you know, Broad, whatever, those types of things. And that's my question is around some of the, you know, we have to move forward and there's more details to be fleshed out. And it's my concern is just that it's overly expansive to place across the entire city rather than appropriate locations.
Who'd like to speak to that? Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Bushinsky. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Burton. So, you know, a lot of the work that we've done is really to create policy that is focusing citywide and providing citywide housing options, as we've talked about before. I would say we have focused more recently with some of the zoning adjustments and things that we have done, focusing more on those corridors to create more intensification within the intensification areas. So that is a focus. This report is pretty broad, and that was what was asked, was just really in general, citywide, where are we at? And I would refer this to Ms. Dawson if she has anything further to add.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything really more to add. This report is just a general overview of some of the work that we've been doing, but to address the comment specifically, we have different mechanisms to control density where appropriate. That's through zoning and different policies, and as Ms. Bryden alluded to, there's not the same zoning controls everywhere. For example, on our primary intensification areas, we allow more density, higher buildings, different types of buildings, and then within neighborhoods, more gentle densification, whether that be through allowing a duplex or a secondary suite, backyard suite. So there's different ways to achieve intensification or gentle density within some of these existing areas. And then there's certainly areas where we want to drive redevelopment and you know, really utilize some of the infrastructure that we have and some of the assets that we currently have that doesn't necessarily drive up costs for maintenance and operation.
Thank you very much. You know, that's something I'll be watching closely. I'm standing up for my citizens in my ward and their concerns, and I look forward to moving forward and to making a bunch of these changes over time, but taking into account various, concerns and issues from each neighborhood and area and corridor and development project that we have going on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Yeah, to the chair, I wanted to say that I felt the report was very insightful on the who. There was so much demographic information about who has the housing and who's in the needs, and identifying the barriers for students and seniors and new Canadians and Indigenous people and people living with disabilities. And I found that level of demographics very insightful to who our community is, what our struggles are, and how we can serve them best to have a more inclusive, diverse community. So I just wanted to say that it was really nice to see the who we are and what we need. So thank you for your work on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, I will go back to Councillor Radens as the mover. Would you like to add any final comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, through the chair, for a very comprehensive report, and it was very thorough. I kind of appreciate all of the topics that were covered, and to Councillor Turnbull's point in the demographics and talking to what our community looks like. Greatly appreciated for the work that was put into that, so thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, with that, I will move and ask the clerk to start the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. The motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to delegations for, it'll be related to MN 24-18. So I would like to call upon delegation DE 24-236, Shifunmi Adebayo from Regina, Saskatchewan. Okay. Is Shifunmi not here? No? Okay, so we'll move to the next delegation, DE 24-237, Uraro Igoda. Okay, I don't believe they're here. Okay, we'll move on to delegation DE 24-238, Kimberly Colodi Watt from Regina. All right, feel free to come on up. Go ahead and take a seat. And once you're seated, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, what city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kimberly Colodi Watt. I am the volunteer youth leader of the organization Better Bus Youth, and I reside in Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm a now 18-year-old Métis high school student who also represents Better Bus Youth, a volunteer youth leader group working for more accessible and safe transit in Regina. I'm here to push the need to talk about fare-free transit for youth. Transit brings us from point A to point B, but for me and many others, there are obstacles to getting around the city. I grew up in a single mother household with 3 other siblings. My mother has multiple sclerosis. It takes time to get out the door, especially when my mother is sick and needs an hour or 2 to recover. As a result, despite my efforts, my sister and I are frequently late for school, which is a systematic flaw. This makes me feel useless because my ultimate objective is to graduate and to see them graduate school too. My ultimate goal is to become an art teacher. I cannot achieve that if I do not attend or get to school on time and listen to the lessons needed. Having one income that pays the bare minimum for food and necessity leads to incidents too. Having reliable and safe public transit will help me and my family, and it would help many in Regina too. I've had to walk 43 minutes home several times because I didn't have enough money for the bus every day before and after school. It's a lot for my family for $2.75 each ride each time one of us takes transit. In addition, I have unresolved chronic pain, so walking 43 minutes in heat, ice, or rain is awful. Consider your family members who need transportation. Would you want them to go through that experience? Nobody in Regina should have to struggle to get to school or work or other activities needed, in my opinion, but we do. In Regina, accessible public transportation is essential for those like me and my family who need to get to school or work on time, having large families and need to travel around but don't have an affordable ride. For those like myself, the freedom to ride for free any place we need to go would be beneficial for everyone. Fare-free youth transit benefits youth health, independence, and long-term bus ridership, as shown in London, Ontario, and Olympia, Washington. Once in operation, adolescents will be more successful in school by arriving on time, saving money for many low-income families and new families in Canada, and enjoy a safe trip from point A to point B. It'll help businesses who employ young people, and it will create a more inclusive city.
Thank you, Kimberly. So I will open it up for questions from council, and we have a few questions. So start with Councillor Furrow. Go ahead.
Pleasure speaking to you last week as well. Yeah. I heard you talk about accessibility and sustainability. I heard you also talk about educational outcomes and how important transit is to get to school. We also just finished talking about housing. Mm-hmm. And of course, we all want our young people to realize their future in Regina. So my question to you is, when you think about a fare-free transit as it relates to younger people, does that also make us a more livable city, a place that you would want to be an art teacher in when you grow up?
Yes, of course. I feel like having no fees on transit will help youth save up for post-secondary, which is very expensive, as well as the housing that's here, that's their income, their cost, sorry, has risen. So for youth like myself, a lot of people in the older generation do not believe that we can afford housing because of the ecosystem, but I feel like if fare-free transit gets passed, we could actually budget for ourselves so that we can continue living and buying for our own necessities to live here in Regina.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you for being here today. Excuse me. You mentioned that you need to walk, I think you said 40 minutes to go to school. My understanding is that the bus pass, if you were to purchase a monthly bus pass right now, that costs $60 a month. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Mm-hmm. And so the walking is just to save the expense, or like for what, you know, in lieu of buying this expensive bus pass, your other option currently is to walk to school, which takes you 40 minutes in all kinds of weather. Is that accurate?
Yes, because me and my mother only have one car in our name, and she needs it the most.
Okay. Through your work with Better Bus Youth, have you talked to, can you speak to some of the other, like I think you've spoken to other students. What have they had to say about their experiences, or where their level of support of increased fare-free transit?
So in their situations right now, yes, I have talked to many students and many other people who have heard about Better Bus Youth, whether it be through the news or what we've done in the community. they have told me that financially they're at a low average or very low to continue paying for these bus passes. I had one come up to me saying that it cost about $300 through the duration of 6 months, and they are a student and school still continues past the 6 months. And I told them about how the Fare Free Transit pilot project, and they said that this would be very beneficial to them, and they feel like their financial burden would be less of an issue because they hate driving being the only option, especially with a family that has one car to their name. And this student is another family that has only one car in their name, and it goes to the mother who has a full-time job. So their only choice is to either walk or take the bus.
Have you spoken to other students who are also in a situation of having to walk for 40 minutes or more in all kinds of weather to get to school right now because of these restrictions?
Yes, I've talked to 2 others in my exact same situations, one with a disability where they need to either use a cane or a wheelchair on their bad days, and they said it's excruciating to go through that, and if Fare Free Transit gets passed, then this would bring them more comfortability and safety to go around Regina and in their communities.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here, for standing up for community and trying to make it a better place, not just for yourself, but for everyone around you. So how change happens. I just wanted to say, well, thank you for being here and doing the work. And how long have you been trying to make this happen?
I've been advocating for this for about 2-3 years. The original founder of Better Bus Youth, her name is Sophia Young, and she started this because her family is new to Canada and her dad had medical issues, so she'd occasionally be late for school and for extracurricular, which ripped her from the opportunity of those types of activities that she was given.
And how many times do you think you've been here to this room, to exec or city council? Or
Well, now it's 2. My first time was when the last council and mayor was here.
Yeah. And what keeps you going?
My family, to be honest, and families in Regina, because my sisters take transit more than I do. I cannot because I'm in pain constantly. So they take bus, more transit than I do, and I want them to be assured that they're safe on transit and they don't have to worry about my mom giving them money if they don't have any on them.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so honored you're here, and I hope you had a good experience. And I very much support your initiative.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, again, I want to echo Councilor Turnbull and Councilor Zakidniak's words. I love youth engagement. I think when youth especially speak up, it really shows that we are as a community going in the right direction. From what you shared, it's not just about going to school and being able to be engaged and being able to be attend your lessons to reach your goals and things like that. And part of that is things outside of school. So could you share a little bit about how would a pilot program like this improve access to things like extracurricular activities or a part-time job or other community engagements or activities that make you feel like you are participating?
Yeah, so I feel like the Fare Free Transit pilot project will create a more of an inclusive Regina by allowing us to get to school, work, and other activities It also increases the access to services and businesses for a diversity of youth that are going to these different types of activities. And I feel like if we want a more inclusive, fair, and equal city, we need fare free transit to be given out to youth.
Great. And I know you spoke a little bit about this too, but in your conversations with other students that support this, do you find that financial barriers to transit affect their attendance to school, and their, how would that impact their academic success?
For me and those students, it impacted our attendance very poorly. And with those attendances, those could be taken up to when you graduate. So if you have too many absences or too many lates, you might not even be able to walk stage because you've missed so many classes and so many lessons. And I don't want any youth to go through that type of experience just because they were financially unable to get a ride to their school.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Thanks for coming, Kimberly. I've ridden the bus for 26 years, my first 26 years of my life. Didn't get my driver's license until I was 26. Actually, I didn't get my driver's license until I came to Saskatchewan. So I rode the bus for a long time. My mom was a single mom, lived in government subsidized housing as well in Toronto. It's just, I've been looking at kind of numbers too, like our transit system, it only has a 31% recovery rate. So 69% of it is, we spend a lot of money as a city on transit, for our public, and actually for paratransit, we only recover 9%. So 91% is actually paid for paratransit. It's available for your friends who have, if they have disabilities, those things are available. And I guess my other point, I just want to, have you ever explored any other discount programs through transit? Are you aware of them?
I'm still currently researching them because I'm a new leader of Better Bus Youth. That was
Okay.
mostly on.
Okay, because there's discounted 31-day passes, in case you didn't know, for, and I don't know, these are just acronyms.
Mhm.
So SAID, CIS, SES, SEI, so those are $25 a month, in case you didn't know.
Mhm.
As well, there's, for universities, we have U-passes, which are $15 a month. Those are available, so I just wondering if you've explored any of those things.
Councillor Rasevich, do you have a question for the?
Yeah, that's the
delegate?
question. I'm asking her if she explored those other options.
I do know of them, yes. I haven't dived that deep into them.
Okay. So I'm just saying, then, so maybe this is something city council could look at. Maybe we could put a program together too for that age group or something like that, because your demographic makes up about 11% of the potential ridership. So, okay, just wondering if you've explored those options.
Mhm.
Have you ever, your group, how big is your group?
Like Better Bus Youth or the people so in
The
sport?
transit group, I guess, or?
I believe it's pretty big. I've seen about 70 to 100
Okay.
plus people supporting this. Sophia Young also had a petition up while doing this.
Yeah. No, I was just kind of wondering, like, as a group, and if you're organized and stuff, you could do stuff like carpooling, you could talk to each other and help each other and different things like that. So I'm just throwing some ideas for you. But anyways,
Okay, any further questions,
Yep, that's
Councillor?
it.
You're good? Okay. Councillor Roggins?
Thanks, Kimberly, for being here, and it was great to meet with you last week as well. And just to echo some of the sentiments already made, is that it's great to see youth activism. And I guess in terms, that was one of the questions I had, if you were aware of some of those programs and that are available. And so do you think that those would meet the needs across the city, ones that are already in place that you're aware of?
I feel like it would meet the needs of some, but to many, again, the financial burden of people new to Canada and people with only one income, they can't keep funding those type of things, and carpooling, again, we don't want driving being the only option because it's not guaranteed, but public transit is, and public transit is more safe, a little bit more safe than driving and walking alone.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that fare-free transit for youth help create lifelong transit users and leading to increased ridership and a stronger public transit system in the long run?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no more questions, thank you, Kimberly, for your presentation. And you can go ahead and head back to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 24-240, Florence Stratton from Regina. Okay, Ms. Stratton, so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any, what city you reside in, which I believe is Regina, and you have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have. So go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Florence Stratton. Yes, I reside in Regina, and I'm with Regina Citizen Public Transit Coalition. Please support the pilot project for fare-free transit to a high school in Regina motion. In my view, transit should be free for all high school students. The pilot project would be a start. I have 3 reasons for supporting this motion. First, high school students need free access to transit, as school attendance often hinges on access to transportation. I've been told by several high school teachers that some of their students are unable to get to school, especially in winter when it's too cold to walk or bike, because their families cannot afford the youth bus pass, which costs $64 a month. This is unconscionable. Regina high school students need equal access to education. It's a question of social justice. Moreover, under Saskatchewan law, school attendance is mandatory from the age of 7 to 16. Who should be held accountable if a student is unable to attend school due to lack of access to transportation? Approximately 4,800 children live in poverty in Regina. According to the City of Regina website, quote, "The City of Regina is committed to providing accessible and inclusive programs and services for all residents in our community. In the name of accessibility and inclusion, please support the Fare-Free Transit Pilot Project." My second reason for supporting the motion is related to the first. It is that many high school students need transit to get to their after-school jobs. These jobs are more than likely to be minimum wage jobs. Saskatchewan has the lowest minimum wage in the country. Fare-free transit would, in these circumstances, be of great benefit. My third reason is that transit is a big part of the answer to a major world problem, global warming. As Regina's 2022 Transit Master Plan puts it, quote, "Public transit plays an important role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions." As the plan also states, quote, "Sustainable travel behaviors are best established at an early age." However, fare-free transit is only offered to those 13 and under, as is currently the case. Teenagers, rather than becoming transit users for life, are likely to view riding the bus as something only children do, as something to put away with other childish things. A climate crisis is at our door. Free transit for high school students is a way for Regina to start to meet its climate target. In 2019, Victoria, BC eliminated transit fares for everyone 18 years old and under. This is a model Regina should follow. How to pay for it? Regina Transit is subsidized by local taxes, but so too are private vehicles. It is, after all, Regina taxpayers who foot the bill for road construction and maintenance. Indeed, according to the 2017 Regina Transportation Master Plan, quote, "Historically, a large portion of Regina's transportation budget has been dedicated to roadways." Private vehicles also have many hidden costs, not only climate change, but also air pollution, accidents, and congestion. We cannot afford to keep subsidizing private vehicles. To conclude, please support the pilot project for fare-free transit to a high school in Regina motion. Please also consider during your time on council fare-free transit for all high school students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton. Any questions from our council members? Councillors Kidniak.
Florence, you had mentioned how this supports some of the city's current policies. This is embedded actually in, as you mentioned, you noted the Transit Master Plan, Energy and Sustainability Framework. Can you speak to if you're aware of like some of the engagement from the feedback from community that resulted in this being a part of those documents? Have you been a part of that engagement? Have you heard, sort of like Better Bus Youth has heard from others? Who have you heard from who supports this in terms of other folks in the community?
Well, of course, there's all of the members of Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition. There's all of the people who I ride the bus with. I haven't owned a car myself since the mid-1980s. I love riding the bus. I wish it were more frequent, and I wish that all high school students had access to it. All the people who ride the bus, there's many of us. The other day, I had to stand, which I do not like to do at my age on a bus, clinging to some wobbly strap. I mean, people are using the bus. I heard from the director of transit not too long ago that there are more transit riders today than there have ever been in Regina's history. So we're making progress. But we need to make more progress. I mean, and fare-free transit for high school students is one step in the right direction. We'll also, of course, need more buses and buses coming more frequently and so on. There's more to it than that. But yeah, sorry, maybe I'm rambling and not really answering your question.
That's fine. I don't know if Ms. Leva is also presenting, but there was a question about how many folks involved with Better Bus Youth. Are you able to speak to that, to the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition? Do you know approximately
Yeah,
how
I
many
think
folks?
it'd be better to ask Terry. I mean, there's quite a lengthy email list. Yeah,
Okay, I'll ask her.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Florence. So you've mentioned transit as an issue of social justice. How does free transit support educational equity, and particularly for students living in poverty?
Yeah. Well, as I said, I have spoken to 2 high school teachers who've told me that some of their students can't get to class in winter because they can't afford the bus pass. I mean, we need access to the facilities in the city, and not everybody has a car. It's, there are so many injustices, and this is one of them, but this would be a step in the right direction. Make sure every high school student can get to school and get to whatever they do after school would be one step in the right direction.
And would you say, perhaps in your opinion, that as the cost of living increases and families are struggling a bit more, especially as we heard from our previous speaker, their family only has 1 car, and this isn't the case in many households. Mm-hmm. Would having a fare-free option for many families who have perhaps more than 1 child and are, parents who are sharing 1 car, allow them to be able to, as you said, attend school, not miss classes? Like, do you think there is that correlation of, as we're all struggling a bit more with the economy, would this be a tool to help us, especially those students, not have to be affected by that as much?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if they can't get to school, they're not going to succeed in school, and that's their whole life before them. I mean, if they can get to school, they've got a good chance of going on to further education and making at least a reasonable salary in this ever-deteriorating world. But let's hope it gets better in the next few years. But in any case, yeah, of course it would. It could make a huge difference.
So, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councillor Radens?
Thanks, through the chair. Thanks, Florence, for being here today. Appreciate all of your, that you offer and your activism in our community. High school drop-off and pickups zones are often overwhelmed with cars, and they're causing congestion, huge safety concerns, in my opinion, and additional costs for traffic management. So could this address that concern?
Well, yes, it certainly could. Sometimes I would like to ban cars. I know that would not be very popular, but I mean, it's the cars that are the problem, not the buses. But yes, if more people take the bus, there'll be fewer cars there, and yeah.
Yeah, so when I was actually campaigning, there's, quite a few schools in a small area, and I generally avoided those after-school times, and so just for my own safety, I think. So I agree with you on that point. So could fare-free transit for students help reduce this traffic congestion?
Yeah, I'm sure it would around high schools. I mean, is there the same kind of traffic congestion around elementary schools? I really don't know. There may be, but more people need to get out of their cars and onto the bus, and we need better bus service for that to happen. I mean, that's on a minimal related. There's also the question of safety on a larger scale. I read somewhere the other day that more people are killed by cars than are killed by guns in this country. I mean, cars are really dangerous, yet we don't take that into account.
Thank you, Florence, for being here. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, and I don't see any more questions, so thank you, Florence, for coming.
Thank you.
And head back to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegate D24241, Terry Sleva, I believe is on virtual. We'll just check and see.
Good afternoon.
You can hear us? Oh,
Sure
okay.
can.
Perfect. Okay.
Good afternoon.
I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that member of council may have for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Bashinsky, Regina City Council and Administration. I'm Terry Sleva from Regina, and I'm also with the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition. I'm here today to talk about the exciting initiative that has the potential to transform how students experience daily life. Fare-free transit for high school students. Young people are always seeking opportunities to learn, grow, and become more independent. And the pilot project offers fare-free public transportation is a huge step in empowering them to do just that. Let's think about it. First, I was involved with the SIS program that was mentioned. That is only for people on assistance. It's not expanded to other low-income people who can't afford to ride the bus. Many students depend on public transit to get to school, extracurricular activities, part-time jobs, or even just to visit friends and family for one. But for some, paying daily fares can add up quickly, and this cost might be, cost might become a barrier to accessing the opportunities that help them succeed. By making transit fare-free, the financial obstacle is removed, ensuring that every student has equal access to transportation, regardless of their economic background. This levels the playing field. The pilot project is a very worthwhile endeavor on many levels. Public transit lessens air pollution and traffic congestion. Teaches people that there is a viable option to purchasing a private vehicle and is favorable in winter, which is the majority of the school year in Regina. Please ask City Council to develop a timeline, project budget, and to identify a potential school or more. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Leva. Yeah, I will, we have a question here from Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess my first question is, you, to start your remarks, you had noted that some of the, excuse me, programs, I guess provincial programs that folks are able to apply for to get extra assistance in relation to transit are for folks specifically on social assistance. Just wanted to clarify that. You had noted that, right? That's how you qualify.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then my second question is, we heard from Better Bus Youth and about how many students are involved in that. Can you give us a sense of how many people are part of or on the email list with Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition?
I believe there's about 30.
Okay. And
active, there's about 10.
Sorry, can you
and
repeat
I wanted to clarify. Sorry, active, there's about 10.
Okay, 10 active, 30.
Wanted to clarify that.
Okay, 10
Could I
active.
clarify that?
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Could I clarify the question before? People may not be on assistance, people also may be on education supplement.
Okay.
Or some sort of a supplement, not just welfare.
Great. Okay, so 10 active members of Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition, 30 folks on the email list, and the coalition has also indicated support for this fare-free transit pilot. Is that accurate?
Adamantly supporting.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't see any further questions, Ms. Leva, so thank you for joining us today, and, oh, sorry, I've got one more, he caught me right before I ended my spiel. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Would a program, if transit could put a program together, a low-fee program, would that be satisfactory, possibly, for you?
Well, it goes through social services.
Because
that's dealing with government.
Right, because there'd be a lot of students and a lot of people who can afford it, right?
That's true.
Right.
But it's not a provincial Regina Transit Coalition.
Right.
It's not provincial.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And actually, we have one more here, Councillor Radens.
Thank you. Thanks, Terry, for being here today and chatting with us. Okay, so in the motion here, I just wanted to point out that on the third whereas, fare-free transit for youth under 13 has led to a reported 260% increase in ridership of youth while maintaining a revenue due to an increase in adults paying fares to ride with their children. And so my question for you is, in your opinion, do you think that would be the same, if not increased ridership and possibly more revenue to our city?
Well, definitely there'd be more ridership. And mobility is a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
So until...
Sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Sleva, I believe we have no more questions, so thank you for your time today, and you can go ahead and disconnect from the call. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, and then we'll call on the next delegation for the MN 24-18, D24-242. Sophia Young is virtual with us. Sophia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have. Take it away.
Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Sophia Young, and I will be speaking in favor of this motion as a resident of Ward 5. For those who don't know me, I'm 19 years old, but when I was younger, I struggled to move independently. My dad was temporarily paralyzed from the back down when I was young, which made it hard for my mom to drive me to extracurricular activities in school. As a result, the transportation barriers I faced stole opportunities, friendships, and dreams. These transportation barriers only got worse when I got to high school, and I realized that it affected more kids than me. Often, all that's holding a youth back from getting ahead is simply getting there, which we have heard multiple times from youth and petitions over the last 3 years. Kids can't choose which family they're born into, but Free for Youth passes provides better access to economic opportunities that allow youth to improve or escape the situation they are in. Currently, I sit on the Saskatchewan Integrated Youth Services Youth Co-Design Team, where I help guide the development of 4 mental health clubs across Saskatchewan, including Home Base run by the YWCA Regina. One of the largest concerns we have is how youth will be able to access services, since youth is one of the most vulnerable demographics mobility-wise. After conducting research into the feasibility of fare-free transit with transit experts like Dan Hendry, it is clear that providing free-for-youth transit passes is a strategic investment that amplifies many concurrent youth-oriented investments. That is, from federal to municipal levels, including educational and public health sectors, significant funds are channeled into youth-focused programs. When we provide youth fare-free transit passes, we enhance the reach and the effectiveness of these other programs, ensuring that the community's resources are fully utilized. Therefore, by investing in a pilot fare-free transit program for youth, we not only improve the lives of Regina's residents, but also boost transit demand and create a new generation of transit users who will reinvest in the service in the years to come. And this is not a goal, but a proven fact. The 140% increase in young adult transit pass purchases in Kingston, Ontario, proves that youth who participate in a free youth transit program as students continue to utilize public transportation once they age out of the program. Moreover, this motion can ultimately pay for itself through the social value it creates. The City of Edmonton reports that for every dollar invested into their pass program, which provides vulnerable youth free transit passes, it creates $1.92 of social value through more positive interactions with transit authority, increased ability to maintain school enrollment and employment, and reduce risk of events such as frostbite and heat stroke from traveling in the elements. This program nicely complements our Transit Master Plan and Sustainability Framework. Through this motion, we can join more than 20 communities across Canada, like Victoria, Kingston, and Halifax, in the Free for Youth Pass transit movement by passing the motion. And quite frankly, I love how much the city cares about youth like me. Although I'm no longer in high school, there are still many high school-aged youth who want to see this program come through, including Cameron Bear, who is an Indigenous youth who grew up in North Central, who knows many families who struggle to send their children to school because of transportation issues. All we youth ask for is that you start somewhere. Even one class at one school makes a difference because it can lead to greater opportunities. In Halifax, taking the first step of an initial pilot led to the provincial government shipping in $1.2 million to expand the program. Now, over 28,000 students across 59 schools are eligible for free transit passes. This is your chance to do the same here and invest in our city's youth. With all that being said, I thank you for your time, and I sincerely hope that you pilot fare free transit for youth because it is an investment that helps so many in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Okay, we'll go over to Councillor Zakidniak for a question.
Thank you, Sophia. Excuse me. Many of our council has new members, and so didn't benefit from hearing from you in the past about this issue. Can you briefly explain the ways, like some of the work that you've done in relation to fare-free transit with Better Bus Youth, or just period? It was mentioned you had a petition as well. So how many, like the folks you've spoken to, how much support you've seen, numbers of people, just give a sense of the broad support out there, please.
Yeah, so back when I was in high school, I was the person who started Better Bus Youth, which is a youth group that at the time had roughly 50 members who were very involved in trying to get better transit access through free passes for youth. In our first creation, we ran an event, and in our first day, we got 700 signatures for free transit passes, and since then, it's only grown. I believe by the time we presented it to City Council, there were 1,500 signatures just from Regina, and there was more if you included the surrounding communities, like people from Balgony who were thinking of moving, Fort Qu'Appelle, Lumsden. It was something that also a lot of organizations connected to, like the Regina Open Door Society, because they have a lot of youth who struggle to get to and fro. And it's also, again, like a lot of community organizations, especially those that work with vulnerable youth, are supportive of, because of the fact that it can help them access these programs that they need. And when we consider how Regina is a low-density city and how we have a lot of suburban neighborhoods that are very hard to access if you can't drive, it leaves a lot of youth who fall through the gaps because they can't access certain types of food supports. They may not be able to get to a hospital easily, or they may not be able to access, like, say, their social networks, like extended family. So those were some of the reasons why we gained a lot of support for it. We worked with a lot of partners like the Regina Public Library, the Dunlop Gallery, a couple other like bigger organizations, national groups, and helped get the message out there. I was also involved with the energy and sustainability initial community group who helped create that plan. And that's why there is a couple mentions of transit and how we can engage youth with transit in there, as well as the under 13 movement that was making that free was something that I was also involved in. And it's definitely something that's made a really big difference, especially from the youth that I talked to, the youth that I worked with from the Open Door Society, their younger siblings. Just having that transit access meant that those older siblings no longer had to work extra hours to pay for their younger siblings' passes. My hope is that now these kids are able to work so that they can save this money for the future, so that they can become things like radio hosts or teachers or doctors or things that they really care about, or even a city councilor, rather than focusing on the day-to-day of how am I going to survive this month, because that's not a responsibility a youth should have to have.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for showing up for yourself, for others, and thank you for making Ward 5 proud. You're from Ward 5, right? So I heard?
Yes.
Yay! She's mine, guys. Thank you so much for breaking down barriers and choosing to make your own story, but also lifting others up with you. I really appreciate you coming today and for all the hard work you've done. We've talked a lot about how it affects school, but what about your extracurriculars like employment, training, community groups, sports, all of those things which may be inaccessible, because we all know that life is more than just school. So how would having access to transportation impact you that way, or even social belonging? And social belonging, being able to go out and talk to your friends and be able to have those things. How would that affect things other than just school?
Yeah, like it's definitely a game changer. Personally, when my parents weren't able to bring me around anymore, it was like my entire world stopped. All those friendships, the connections that you make, suddenly it's like you can't access them anymore, and it's very difficult for youth to be able to get out of their shell if they're really constricted to a very specific suburb that they live in. Something that I noticed with other youth is that and myself, is that in our society, so much that we do, the value comes from experiential learning. So going out and working, going out and volunteering, even going out and doing a sport, because you get a better sense of belonging in yourself, a mastery in what you're doing, as well as the feeling of independence and the ability to give back. And pardon me, but if we think to the Indigenous knowledge and the Indigenous medicine wheel, we can see that those ideas of belonging, mastery, independence, and generosity are very important parts of our well-being. But the second thing is also in our society, it's really hard to find who you are if you don't have the opportunities to put yourself out there. And especially when we think about jobs, how a lot of it comes from having previous experience or knowing someone else. If you can't even get to the experience to have that opportunity, then how can you expect to better yourself? And it's not only in the sense of I want to get the social belonging and the skills by going out to work, because those are incredibly valuable, especially in our society, but it's also helping kids who struggle with health issues. As much as we like to think that every family is wonderful, through the work that I do, we see that there's a lot of abuse that happens between families, and it can be really hard for kids if they don't have any way to escape in a healthy means. So, for example, take the bus and go and volunteer, or take the bus and be able to go and work, or take the bus and go to a friend's house or another family member who's not involved in that situation. So having even just the ability to get on the bus and to go somewhere else that's not in a place where a terrible situation is happening is incredibly valuable for you to preserve their mental health, to improve their mental health, because it means that they can access those services, such as Home Base, which is a free mental health organization, right? It's funded by our provincial government, but a lot of youth just can't access the building, so they can't access the resources, and then they're kind of stuck in the cycle of I'm struggling and I'm home, and even though there's these resources to help me, I can't access it because I don't have transportation, or maybe I do, but my family doesn't, are the ones who may be causing the abuse. So it's not exactly safe for me to ask them to go and bring me to this place. So yeah, those are just some of the reasons why it's important to have it. And then also the other aspect that it's a way to go and benefit the community as a whole, because it gives youth a way to get back, to be involved, and to be an active participant in our society, which is what we ultimately want.
Thank you so much for being a gladiator for accessibility and inclusion, and don't ever stop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Sure. Thank you. Sophia, you mentioned there's evidence from an Ontario study that showed increased revenues long-term for when there's increased ridership, and I think you also mentioned a return on investment. Could you talk a little bit more about that study and the long-term return on investment and benefit a Regina taxpayer might see from something like this?
Yeah, so I will start with Edmonton just because it's a little bit closer. They currently have something called the Providing Accessible Transit Here program, or the PATH program, and it provides vulnerable individuals like youth free transit passes. And they found that through issuing this program, it's actually a cost saving because of the fact of how it gets these youth out of areas like the justice system or in hospitals, or having negative interaction with transit authorities. So that was one way that they found a return on the investment, was because of the social value that was created, and also the fact that when you're able to keep kids in school and in things like extracurricular activities, they are incredibly less likely to drop out, less likely to do drugs, and less likely to be arrested than kids who, are not able to be able to go somewhere and have a nice structured place to do activities. So that's one of the major ways that they saw a return on investment, because of the fact that it created less interactions that were negative between employees and staff of the government and the youth. Meanwhile, in Kingston, the one that I was referring to was they created a fare-free transit program. It started about 10 years ago, and for a very long time they were in the pilot stage, right? And they started small, which is what we're asking you about. I think they only did one grade at maybe a couple schools to see how it would go, what was the uptake, and then slowly they expanded over 10 years. So it became a fully built out program with provincial funding through the gas tax that exists there. What they found out was that by introducing youth on how to ride the bus when they were a high school student, once they aged out of the program, they were more likely to buy a transit pass as an adult and thus continue riding. And some of the ways that has additional benefits for a taxpayer is that it gets more cars off the road. And by getting more cars off the road, you can, sorry, my voice is really bad today, but when you get more cars off the road, there's less damage to the roads. And of course, the cities have to maintain and upkeep all the road infrastructure that we have. So that's another way that helps to remove some of the costs that we see there. It's also like the needs for road expansions. Like I know Arcola is a very, very busy street, especially in the morning when it's time for all the parents to bring their kids to school. So if you're able to get more of those kids into buses, rather than, say, these parents or youth driving themselves in cars, you can reduce the amount of traffic congestion, and that reduces, say, maybe the need of, should we add another lane to Arcola, that kind of discussion. Another thing that can be helpful for taxpayers is that you get more youth doing useful, or I guess maybe more protective activities, like volunteering, like being part of the labor force. And by doing that, that can help improve the amount of economical activities that are occurring in Regina. So that can also be another way that can benefit a taxpayer.
Wonderful. That was very insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Bizo?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. You got a lot of information, a lot of data. I am going to say I'm going to fully support this program, but I want to tie some KPIs to it. So I want to tie some key performance indicators to this. So with the sample group, I want to see that the free bus passes increase your grades, is what I want to see. Everyone said we're going to increase grades. I want to see the free bus passes increase grades.
Is that a question for the delegate?
Yes. So are you willing to put a group together to say, let's monitor your grades, and let's say free bus passes will increase your grades?
I'm not too sure if I know too much information about that, but I do know that there is a current study that's in progress in Kingston to monitor how the effect of free bus passes is having on school attendance as well as enrollment and as performance in school. I could see if I can get you my contact for that, and you could probably ask him more of these questions because he'd be more knowledgeable, and perhaps he would be able to share the findings of the study when it's done. I believe it should be done in April. But I do know that there is a way to find those indicators. I'm just not the person to ask for that.
I'm going to say that's great, but I want the local Regina kids to increase their grades. And how do we do that? If we're going to say free bus passes, I would like to see our youth get better marks and be more engaged in school.
All right.
So that's what I'd like to see is a list come together with an actual study.
Yeah, we can say that and talk with admin about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Radins?
Okay,
Sorry.
Hi,
Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, Sophia, thank you. The attendance, do we have any percentage of the increase in attendance in the areas you've mentioned? You have any of those numbers? If you don't, that's fine, but I just wondered if you did.
I don't have them currently on me. If you'd like, I can send it to, say, one of the clerks, and they can give it to you. I do know that there was an increase in Los Angeles. I believe there's also an increase that happened in Kingston. Once I get the final results from another newer Kingston financial study, I can get that to you as well. Would that work? I can also try to search quickly right now if you'd like.
That's
Because I
great.
do have it on my little database.
Yeah, that's fine. You can just send it. That'd be great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. I will do that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Young. No further questions I see here, so thank you so much for your time. Feel free to disconnect from the session here. Thank you so much. And we will take a recess here, 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna get going in about 1 minute here. So if everybody could grab their seats. Okay, we're gonna get started again. So we'll be moving on to, we have communications on motion MN 24-18. So can I get a motion to receive and file the following communications? This is CP 24-147 Haley Watson of Regina, CP 24-148 Dan Young of Regina, CP 24-149 Tamara Chechuran, Regina Energy Transition from Regina, CP 25-3 Sydney Stadnick from Regina, CP 25-4 Shifunmi Adebayo from Regina, and CP 25-5 Uaro Igota from Regina. Can I get a motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. And a seconder, please. Councillor Radens. Thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay. So we're now going to consider motion MN 24-18, pilot project for fare-free transit to a high school in Regina. And I will ask Councillor Zakidniak, could you please introduce the motion?
Yes, I will. Okay, so this is, when you say introduce motions, I got my initial 5 minutes and then 3 minutes to close.
Yeah, you can
All right.
introduce it and move it.
I'll do all that. Okay, so moving this motion, what I would like to, first of all, just to make sure I need a second.
You need a seconder.
Love it.
Councillor Radens.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So the first thing, just so I remember to do it, this motion has been tabled a couple of times. So the initial request is for a report in Q1 2025. So my question is, I'm assuming we're going to have to change that timeline a bit, but also considering that if we were to move forward with this, the standard time for implementation of something like this is September with the beginning of a new school year. So when could we get a report back as requested in those points if this passes, potentially, hopefully with enough time to introduce it this coming September? Does administration have a revised timeline that they would propose?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, what we'd recommend is to come back in Q3 of 2025 for potential implementation in January of the new semester. I think September is pretty optimistic where we're at right now.
Okay, so Q3 of 2025 to then be implemented still in January of 2026.
Through the chair, without doing the work, that's what we'd say right now, and we'd confirm that in the report.
That's fine. So I guess if we can change it to Q3 of 2025, that's already happened. Okay, so, you know, as mentioned, this is a report that's being requested here. So this is just some initial work, right? You might have questions, you might have potential concerns. This is why, instead of me coming up with, oh, here's what the parameters could look like, this is requesting for administration to bring forward recommendations about a fare free transit school, school to implement this, high school that demonstrates a need, that the school is on existing transit route and would not require the purchase of an additional bus. So obviously that's important with a pilot project. And to prepare a preliminary report for us with all of those things. So the good news is that much of administration has already compiled much of this information. This has been discussed extensively and was supported by the City Council School Board Liaison Committee last term. This is something we discussed over the course of multiple meetings. So can administration speak briefly to the work that they've already done, the fact that we do already have some of this information? It's just a matter of continuing to work on it and bringing it forward to us at a later date.
Through you, the Mayor. So yes, as mentioned, we have done some of this work based on a request from the school board and City Council liaison meeting in 2024. That work showed that there's some potential going forward. It is based on what we call old data now, and so of course we'll need to relook at the data, relook at the ridership with our new system in place and bring that forward in Q3 2025.
Okay. Okay. So, and then there was a question about like the financial return or financial recovery that we get from folks who utilize the buses. I know that I'm not aware of any municipality in Canada that like investing in buses, it's an investment. You get some money back in fares, but that's not the purpose of fares, is to recover the investment that you make in the transit system. So I'm just wondering if administration can speak to that a bit. And I actually think our return rate is not bad compared to other municipalities, but perhaps you can let us know.
Through you, the Mayor, I'll start and then ask Mr. Luning to give us more details. So yes, it's very common that they're called properties or cities around Canada do not recover their costs. It's an investment for the community as a whole, and I'll ask Mr. Luning just to provide a bit of context on that and what our numbers are looking like.
To the Mayor, yeah, the current recovery we have is at 31%, which is standard for a city of our size. You will be hard-pressed to find any transit system that does make money, and it is, you are correct, an investment more in the community and making sure that people can get around safely within the city. Great.
Okay, and so I looked this up, I verified it. The monthly bus pass for youth currently from 14 to 18 is $60. What we heard from a delegate, and we heard stories of others who currently are faced, because of their afford that pass, they're faced with the prospect of walking 40 minutes or more to school on a regular basis through all kinds of weather. We even heard of a situation where somebody is doing that kind of walking with a disability and how difficult that must be for that individual. We're certainly not the first ones to continue to explore fare-free transit. The delegates mentioned Victoria, BC, London, Ontario, Olympia, Washington, Kingston, and Halifax. Additionally, there's other cities who've gone completely fare-free, such as Orangeville, Ontario, Canmore, Alberta, Mount Tremblay, Quebec. All I'm asking for at this point is a report talking about one high school, just exploring the idea further. So there's many folks who've gone much farther than that, and I think it's just, at this point, we just need to get some data and explore this idea. I know that there is a school, based on the work that administration's done, who has the capacity on their buses to have additional students. We have these buses running. They are not currently at capacity. Of course, if we have buses running, we need to fill them with people. So we've heard also that there's thousands of youth that are supportive of this. Better Bus Youth gathered 1,500 signatures in Regina and even more in surrounding communities. Previous council had also heard this broad community support, and this continued support helped inform the recommendations to continue to explore fare-free transit in our energy and sustainability framework and our transit master plan. It is embedded in there. These are policies that were approved by City Council that we should continue to explore this. And the energy and sustainability framework passed unanimous. Personal thoughts on the value of investing in transit. The community has been loud and clear, and it is embedded in our city policies to continue to explore fare-free transit. I got a few more. Councillor Bizo mentioned that he would like to see some KPIs. And I think this is why we're talking about a report, so that we can make the request to administration. These are the things that I would like to measure to see how successful this transit pilot project is. And I think that's great and important, and that we should be embedding those sorts of measures of success.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay. You know what? Instead of, I get to close. I got some more stuff. I'll save it for the end. Obviously, I strongly support this, and I implore you to support gathering this information for a report and then further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bizo?
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I'm going to say, when I hear a few things, and I hear free bus passes, higher grades, better attendance, this is an investment in our youth. But I'm going to ask city administration, instead of reviewing this and studying this, I'm going to put very specific here. Go into a pilot project starting in September for the fall semester. Target Belfort Collegiate, Sheldon Collegiate, and Miller Collegiate. Look for 200 students. To qualify this program, I would say you have to miss 10 or more first period classes. For this program, we need to see an improvement of 25% in attendance, I would say improvement to continue, and 25% increase in your grades. Put some tangible KPIs to this to say this program is an investment in our youth.
Is this an amendment?
I would be an amendment. Okay, 1 second. So the time frame given from administration was fall and then implementation not until January. So I think it might be one where would it be something that we would take back off of, like, I don't think that we'd have to pick one or the other here, so. Is that something we'd want to change?
Like one or the other?
Coming back? Because I think the request is a report for this, right? Not to actually look at what the implementation would look like. Am I understanding that?
Well, the report is a report. I'm going to say, if we're going to say, what is the reporting going to give us, and we don't give us any tangible data at this point, a report is just going to give us some numbers or something. But we need some tangible data to start this program right away.
Okay, City Clerk would like to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is just a procedural matter, Councillor Bizo, is that if admin is being tasked with providing a report in Q3 for potential implication in January of 2026, if you want to do a pilot in the fall of 2025, you're going to have to identify resources and money in that, because that isn't contemplated in any existing budget. That's all I'm saying, is that we seem to be a bit of ahead of the report curve here.
So, yeah, so would you want to move that, is it just about moving the timeline up, I guess, for this, compared to what Mr. Doney said? Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll through guidance of my fellow councilor here, are the buses at capacity to run a pilot project as described?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So that's part of the motion number 2, is that we're to identify buses that are not at capacity, and so that'll be part of the work that we do. If we you know, if this motion or this amendment went forward, that may be a challenge where those buses may or may not be at capacity. So we would need to do that work. If they're at capacity and we don't add resources like more buses, it's going to make the transit system actually worse because people are going to not be able to get on the bus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, appreciating that the data's likely changed, but also acknowledging the good work that you did. And also the fact that these young people are now on their second council presenting to. Is it possible to aim for implementation of Q3 essentially being ready for the start of the school year? And ultimately, you know, perfect's the enemy of good. So I guess the question is, can we move quicker, or would that put an inordinate amount of strain on administration? And perhaps there's something I'm not missing there. I'd like to recognize that these young people have been asking for this, and that it seems to me like we've litigated this several times and that lots of work has been done, but I want to ask that question because I know you have a lot on your plate as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll start and ask Mr. Looning to give more details on the actual implementation. One thing that we are challenged with is, of course, council agenda, and so we would need to adjust things in Q2 if we were directed to bring a report in Q2, and we'd likely have to drop something else. And I'll ask Mr. Looning just to give an overview of what the actual implementation looks like and what is practical.
Through the mayor, I guess when we look at an implementation here, we have been working with school boards and talking about this concept. So there are ideas on how we would roll this out. If there was a directive to start in September, we could be ready for that with the new technology we have with our new fare system that we just implemented. But it would be more of moving work to make sure that this is a priority to go forward.
So through the chair, and I may need some help from the clerk, I'd like to propose an amendment that would see the report come back in sufficient time to allow for implementation by Q3, roughly in and around September, the start of the school year.
So, Mr. Doney, is there enough time to do that? I guess that's the question. Like that, I want to be practical. Like I understand the sentiment, but I think we have to be practical about, like, we're getting this out today. What's the practical answer?
Yeah. Through the chair, from a transit perspective, we think we can implement that in September. I can't comment on council's agenda right now and whether or not you're willing to push something on that agenda, but we can look at that.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will defer this to the city manager. But this, again, is one of those situations where do you want to approve something and funding prior to consideration of the budget that will follow? It's always been a concern that you don't do things off budget.
Okay, so what
Go ahead, Councilor.
if what's being proposed is that we do it in September, and I think I heard like Transit said we could do that. We don't know the implication on other reports. It just means that a report comes sooner than Q3. And then, and so we still get the report and with the goal of implementation in September. And so that's the way that we don't get ahead of ourselves and we still get a report. It just means that, I guess, report would need to come by like Q2. And I heard transit can potentially accommodate that in terms of other city stuff. I don't know, but I want this to happen as quickly as possible. So I support that for sure, personally.
So, just want to make sure I understand. So, the bottleneck is council agenda?
Through the chair, I mean, we've looked at the Q1 and Q2 of exec committee and council, and those are relatively full. We can put them on there, and if something goes wrong, of course, council can make the decision of bumping other things. So we can work towards that, but we're just flagging a risk as administration will for all reports. Anything coming before Q3 is going to be a challenge.
So can I just because I think it might be beneficial. I think in principle, we, in general are looking at, agreeing on the principle we're talking about. In terms of looking at the logistics of what's all impacting the timeline, could we take this, go with as is, and then could we work with administration to potentially accelerate it and understand the implications, and then see if it can fit earlier on without having to debate here? Because then we could move this forward and we get this going today, and we don't have, we can figure out the timeline and the means of accelerating it as next steps.
Don't delete it, because I have an idea. What if it says with implementation targeted for, and I'm just like, I don't know if that resolves it, but it demonstrates what we would like and leaves the opportunity for it to be the case that actually, council, we tried really hard, we can't do it in September, and we need to do it in January. Does that satisfy the concerns?
Through the chair, I'll just flag if we say by Q3 with implementation targeting September 2025, we have clear direction that we're working towards getting you a report so we can implement by September of 2025. Q2 is January, February, March, April, May, June. So, whether it's June or July or August, that might be the challenge. So Q2 really does tie our hands. If you go back to Q3, I prefer that, and then we know that we are going to work towards the September 2025 implementation.
That's fine.
That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the chair?
Yeah.
I want to flag one more thing.
Yeah.
This would only be, of course, the report would come forward, and we would only implement this if there was no budget implications, unless council was willing to approve budget outside of the budget cycle.
Yeah. Okay. 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 Councillor Turnbull?
Through the chair, do we have any services where we would ask our citizens to report any sort of grades or requirements, let alone people under the age of 18?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of.
And what would be the legal implications or human rights aspect of that?
Through the chair, there certainly may be some privacy implications under the LA law. We would have to dig into some of those, but certainly when there's individuals' personal information that's being looked at, often privacy legislation comes into play, in particular when it's youth.
Yeah. And then, through the chair, I want to talk a little bit on return on investment, because there's multiple different ways of returns on investment. There's the financial that we've talked about, which only 30% of the transit pass is actually we're covering, because the rest is covered. So that's really $20 for each of these kids for a pilot program. So if we were to put some sort of reporting services on these kids, would that not cost equally amount in administration costs for you to now have to look at these kids' report cards?
Through the chair, so obviously we don't have any KPIs developed. We're listening to the debate as it's occurring. We would work with the school board to see what they would provide us, and we would not be seeing any individual information, if anything, if the school board would release whatever they're comfortable releasing to us.
But would it add administration costs for you to put this extra barrier and oversight onto it?
Through the chair, yeah, any development of KPIs and reporting does take extra administration work.
And for a $20 per month. Okay. And then also, I do want to note that we spend a lot on even one day of snow removal, and we all know how upset one day of snow can upset our residents. We all know how upsetting it is for residents for one day not be able to go from point A to point B. And we spend millions of dollars on snow removal for our residents to get from point A to point B. We talk about it every day. And when we do that, we feel from everyone it is like to have a barrier or an obstacle, and it's just for one day. These kids and people who face obstacles every day in our infrastructure have a snow day every single day. And right now, we pay so much for everyone else to get out of the snow for one day, and we listen and we listen and we help and we do what we can. And I'm sure you're still getting stuff. These are kids who are 18 and under who just want to get out of a snow day every day. And they're here and they're presenting to us, and we are questioning them about what they're going to do. Come on now. How much do we spend on snow removal? We can get these kids some bus passes, and I have to tell you, the return on investment is huge. The return on investment isn't just money. We've got return on investment on community. We've got a return on investment on outcomes, on people, on inclusion. We've got return on outcome on education, on people who are going to use the bus. We're going to have more users on the bus, which then will get us more, what's it called? Sorry, I'm worked up a little bit. We get the buses coming all the time. Frequency of the buses. More frequency of the buses equals more use of the buses. And guess what? That even means less parking spaces because now people are on the bus. If it happens. But all of this is a return on investment. These are huge return on investments on our community and our people, and we have to get these kids out of their snow day. They're under 18. They are here. This is the most impressive group ever. And I'm so proud that some of them are from Ward 5. And sorry, I went off for a bit, but it's such a no-brainer to me that I'm just happy I'm happy I went through campaign mode so that I can be here to vote on this motion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich?
Just want to make an amendment that I think we should incorporate, because you know what, a lot of kids, they can pay. So you incorporate something where it's a $15 or whether it's $25 or some sort of fee. You know, if there's some children with parents who are on disability or low income, you know, we already have that in place, that if you're on low income, you can, you know, get a discounted bus pass. Because if this takes off, it'll be millions of dollars. So how do you cover that? If this is a pilot, right? And if it goes as well, like it should, it'll expand, and that'll be, so where do you got to take away millions of dollars from somewhere else, right? So anyways, I'd like to see that amendment to, you know, I don't know if it's going to be, for example, like a U-Pass is $60 for 4 months.
So this is the report. So I guess your amendment, you could put it as for administration to look at, including looking at a flat fee. So you could ask them as a part of that to investigate it as a part of the report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And, you know, let's be honest, I could go around and collect 20,000 signatures of people who want free bus passes in the city. So, I mean, everybody wants to ride for free. So, but the fact is, we can't afford free. We just can't. So, you know, and I sympathize with, hey, kids taking the bus, but you know what? A lot of families, they're paying for the bus. There's no issues. But there's obviously a group that need some assistance, and I agree with that, 100%. So, you know, I guess how do you check it too? How does the bus driver check it? So I realize 13 and under, when children get on the bus, the bus driver doesn't even check. Because he'd probably just look at the individual and go, okay, you look young, I'm not going to check. So how, moving forward in a program like this, 18 and under, how does a bus driver check to make sure that someone's not 19 or 20 and not paying?
Okay.
I asked that question.
Oh, you're sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, so yes, currently 13 under have free transit fare, and there is no system in place right now to confirm if they're 12, 13,
why
or 14.
would you? You wouldn't need to.
It's an honor system. We are working with the school boards to see if there's an opportunity to issue something with the new fare system we have in place, and so that's work that we're starting with the school boards to ensure we have a reduction of fare evasion in the future.
I guess this is the final thing I just want to say is, hey, all for it, but again, we gotta find millions of dollars somewhere else once a program like that would take off. So you gotta cut somewhere or find somewhere and to be able to expand, right? Because you'll need more buses, et cetera, potentially.
So, Councillor, do you want, you're looking to make an amendment on this particular report?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get maybe the clerk to weigh in on wording, just to help clarify.
That's fine, but let me explain it first. So if I understand what you've been talking about, Councillor Rashevich, and what you talked to me about at the break, one option would be that you are amending, you're looking to essentially amend number 3, which is the report, which is going to come back with a number of potential options, to say, and I think we've written it down here, that in preparation of number 3, that the report would include eligibility criteria, including but not limited to a flat fee.
Yes.
I mean, that it's
For
just...
certain people, hey, if they got a disability,
If you're
if they got
yes.
a parent who's disabled or low income, they could, you know, just, it's the same process, I would assume, that they would go through discounted 31-day passes, or they can do it a 4-month pass if you want, something like that, and figure out a discounted pass.
Yeah, so to administration, does that amendment make sense to you guys before we move forward? What you guys discuss quickly here?
Yeah, could do that, find one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Like, if this thing goes, it's gonna be millions.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I just want to flag that if we are going to add additional things to the report like this, I don't think September is practical to have that back and implemented. Not saying it's a good or bad idea, that would really push the timelines, and this is more complex than just looking at the transit system and what we have capacity for.
Okay. So you're happy with that?
Yeah.
Wording? And understanding that it has implications on timing?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You're okay if it pushes the timing? That's just what Mr. Doney flagged?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, this is so preliminary too, I realize that.
Okay. Okay. First? Okay, so first we'll ask for a seconder to Councillor Rasovich's amendment, if anybody wants a second.
Clark, okay.
Okay, I do not see a
guess not,
seconder,
okay.
so I think that one will pass on. Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Clark.
Okay, so we will go back to the original questions on the original motion. Oh, Councillor Rasovich, you still have a little bit of time if you want to speak to anything else, or if you're good?
Nope.
Okay. Councillor Fro?
Yeah, thank you through the chair, understanding that, we're talking about a report here, but knowing that I and others might potentially benefit from some context on potential cost. Could, through the chair, could you walk us through what some potential costs might be? I understand we're talking about excess capacity as opposed to sort of net new buses, but so we understand there's an opportunity cost, but in terms of hard core costs, can you walk us through what some of the potential costs might be to the extent you understand them yet? Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Luning to give an idea of what potential costs could be. Obviously, that would be fleshed out in the report in more detail, so this is just what we think we could see right now.
Through the chair, so the costs here would be looking at the foregone revenue. So if you are giving out free passes, there would be some revenue there. but the other cost would be the operational cost to run the service. And that's where some of the research that we would do through the report is try to identify an area of the city or school where there is capacity on buses, so we wouldn't have to add an additional bus or resources to make sure that we can get all kids on the bus to school. When you have a free program like this, you are going to see increased ridership, and we don't want to leave kids behind because of a program where there's so many kids getting onto that bus. So those are the two big costs that we would see in implementing something like this.
Okay, Councillor Flores.
Thank you. I just want to, going back to like what this report and the intent of this, and just thinking about cost savings and how much this would cost. For me, whenever we talk about transit use, I feel like in the long term, whenever we create users that ride the bus more often, and it's kind of like a lifelong usage, there is long-term savings, right? Like I feel like it's an investment for us, and as Councillor Turnbull mentioned, it's something that youth have been asking for a while. It has positive impacts overall, and it's, aside from the investment of making it happen as a community for us, it allows people who otherwise aren't able to, like, if you drive a car all the time, you don't see the impact, right? It's hard to really quantify how much this would help somebody. But for somebody who has to rely on the bus, creating a transit that is not only accessible through cost, but if we see more ridership, that in the long term will hopefully give us more routes that are more often and, you know, better access to them as well. So in that case, I think it might be an initial learning, growing pains of trying to figure out how, as you said, you know, like if we have more kids riding the bus, making sure that there is enough buses so or kids don't get left behind. But overall, in the long term, I just see this as a positive investment in community in general. And for me, it's so great to see that it came from youth who are saying, we need this. We're seeing that there are students who aren't able to attend class, students that are struggling for after school events and part-time jobs and things like that. So it's not something that we are doing for the first time here. It's something that we have seen that has had positive impacts in other cities. So it's something that can really impact not only our youth, but our community in the long term. So for me, I just don't see an either or of like, how much is this going to cost? It's too much money. What do we have to take away? Because if you see more bus ridership, then, I mean, it's not, I feel like it's something that we can all agree that you will have less wear and tear on the roads, less traffic. I mean, we already subsidize cars by, you know, expanding roads and parking and all of that. So with this, it's a report on a pilot project that I think would not only benefit youth, but overall in the long term, the community in general.
Thank you. Councillor Radens.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I think administration, you've already answered my question, though I just wanted to add on this, one of the whereases I brought up already with the 13-year-olds that are already using, and we've seen an increase of 260% in ridership. And so I think that only can like benefit us with the 14 to 18-year-olds. We can see more ridership, obviously. And so I think in terms of the report, as the reports that I've seen so far in my short 2 months here are very comprehensive. They're very informative. They cover all the bases. I mean, demographics, you name it, you cover it all. And I want to see that report and how that's going to be like in terms of, because the concerns for some is like it's the dollars and cents. And so I think we need to make sure that we're incorporating that into that report and clearly, you know, and I think that's it as far as that goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll go to Councillor Zakidniak. Do you have any final comments?
I sure do. So I'm really excited that we're finally debating and voting on this transit pilot project. It's been a long time coming. Last term, we did expand fare free transit from age 5 to 13. Councillor Radden's already mentioned some of the positive benefits in ridership and how that ended up being revenue neutral. And so I'm just really excited that there seems to be support for a report where we can explore a pilot project at one school, small step forward. We've heard from so many Regina residents over the past, at this meeting today, but for 4 years prior to that, my whole term, we heard lots of people mobilizing and asking us for this. And so this is truly an exciting moment for me. And what I do want to say is one of the reasons why I personally really appreciate investments in transit is because it's always has multiple benefits. It has benefits for transportation access, environmental sustainability, social equity, affordability, and it can even help with parking congestion. So it's just many benefits to one investment, and it's hard to find investments that we can make in a municipality that have so many clear benefits in so many other ways. So I look forward to your hopeful support of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to delegations for MN 24-19. So I would like to call upon delegation Quasi Adu, if you want to come on up. Okay, welcome. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city, town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions from Council. So go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Paczynski and honorable members of this august House. I'm privileged to be here this evening to sit before you and then to present, to partake in the bylaws, the animal bylaws of the city of Regina, and then to narrate an ordeal that I went through by an encounter with a vicious animal attack in the north central of Regina. That was in the 20th of May, 2023. My name is Kwesi Adu Brempong. That was, my name is Kwesi Adu Brempong, but I just did a legal name change. So if you look on the Animal Humane Society thing, they are confused with my, so I have to update them. So right now, you call me Kwesi Adu, and that's what I respond to because it's a legal change of name now. But on the form, it's my former name, Edmund. It's on it anyway. So I would like to explain what happened to me, and then at the end of the explanation, I will propose some bylaws changes and upgrades, and then also questions are welcome after my presentation. So I will begin by, on the 20th of May 2023, at approximately 4:30 p.m., I was waiting at a bus stop around the intersection of 5th Avenue and Robinson Street in Regina to connect on a public transit bus. My intended destination was my residence at 7362 Douglas Drive. And after a few minutes at the bus stop, because the bus stop, then there was a diversion from on Albert between 5th Avenue on Albert and then 6th Avenue. So the buses would have to go on a diversion to Angus Street on maybe 4th Avenue and then go all the way to 5th Avenue. So anybody that alights on the bus going north would have to walk to go to the next so that they can catch the bus there. So that's exactly what I did. So I was waiting there, and after a few minutes at the bus stop, I suddenly saw a white and brown unleashed pit bull running after several people in the street. That's on the 5th Avenue, close to Robinson Street. A young female wearing a pink dress appeared to be walking or handling the dog without a leash. I presumed that the female was the dog owner, as I saw the dog running back and forth to her. To my surprise, and with very little time for me to flee, the dog jumped in my direction unprovoked. It lunged at me and attacked me viciously as I screamed, helplessly attempting to fend it off. The dog pounced on me several times, used its sharp teeth to bite my inner triceps of my right hand, and which is predominantly my dominant hand. As I was wearing a short sleeve, a t-shirt, my arms were bare and exposed. The dog fled away momentarily and followed the female, presumed owner of the dog. So to 10 Robinson Street, 1070 Robinson Street, where I saw them physically enter. The dog jumped the fence at 1070 Robinson Street to attack me the second time, whilst I was trying to go and see where it actually went. So it jumped, as soon as it saw me, it jumped the fence, the wooden fence, and came back at me. That was the second attack. So, and during the second attack, I fell down and struggled to free myself from the aggressive and vicious attack. When I managed to get up from the ground, I was running to a nearby safe haven, which happened to be an auto mechanic shop north of Garner Street on 5th Avenue. The dog chased me and bit me again on my left glute. That's the buttock area, and tore into my pants, which I'm even wearing today. And it's got blood stains in there. Up to now, I haven't laundered it. I haven't put it in the laundry. It's still with me, and I'm still wearing it. I wore it today just to make a statement.
Mr. Adu, I just want to let you know you have 30 seconds left.
Sure. Okay. So I managed to get up and run to the mechanic shop, and they called in they called 911 for me, and they gave me directives on how to handle it. So to tie a rag around my upper arm, and then they called 911, and so I was just waiting for the ambulance to show up, and then there was none till I walked back to Robinson, and one was sitting down there. So they said, and there was police as well.
Okay.
There was police as well. So looking at my situation, they talked to them and they said, okay, you can take me to Pasqua. And then I went to Pasqua and then got treated and then discharged after 5 hours. And then.
Okay. Yeah. So that's about time up there. But I'll open it to questions from councillors here. So thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
And we have a few questions for you here.
Sure.
Councillor Stickley's, I'll hand it over to you.
I've been in that seat before and I ran out of time. I'd like to give you mine.
Okay.
So if you want to continue your story, please
Sure.
do.
Right.
Councillor, you'll have to ask a question to.
Would you like to continue your story?
No.
Yeah, I would like to continue.
Can I ask you to please continue your story?
No.
No?
We can't do it that way.
Oh.
So if you have a specific question for the delegate.
How does the story end? Is that a question? No.
Yeah, I think if it's succinct to kind of close out to finish out.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so at the emergency, I was given a tetanus shot, and then discharged after 5 hours, and then I went home. But at the bus shelter where I took, there was a guy that's saying that, oh, we know that dog, that brown dog in that area, and it's so vicious. Even at the emergency, the nurses came back to me and told me that they've just received calls that the dog running after people. So when I came home, I called the animals, the Humane Society, and they gave me this, the forms, which I filled and I faxed it to them. Okay, and then also I went to, I went to purchase them. I went to see my doctor. He gave me a prescription. I went to Shoppers Drug Mart to get a medication, and then that was it. So now what I'm also proposing is, if the council could hear me, I want more punitive measures be.
So we're in the question stage, so we'll stick to, because you finished the story that the councillor kind of asked for, so we went that far. But we have other questions from councillors, so we'll open that up. So I'll move to Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay. Thank you. So I do have some questions for you. You and I have spoken on the phone, which led to me recommending that you come here today.
Sure.
You talked to me about some of the lasting health impacts that you've had.
Yes.
I built, like, if you can go over what has, because you had fallen on your head,
Yes,
right? And what some of those lasting health impacts have been.
Yeah. So the second attack the dog did to me was I fell down on the street with my head hitting the street on Robinson, just north of 5th Avenue. So after a few months, a few days, I began to experience severe headache, and I wasn't really sure what it was. So I went to see the doctor on Northgate Medical Clinic, and then after examining me and giving me some questionnaires and things, he came out with a diagnosed me with occipital neuralgia, which is severe headache just below your occiput and your occiput here, and then the upper neck here. And it's been bothering me since then. I'm not able to have a sound sleep, and it usually comes at night, not during the day when I'm, and then also I can feel that my back, I have this kind of stick back, because the work that I do, I'm not a professional mechanic, but I do take parts from vehicles, and because I do exports and things, but since then, it slowed me down on my activities. And
Okay. Thank you. Can you, you were about to get into like what you are requesting from council based on your experience. Can you share your request with us?
Yes, council, my request is, I want the city to implement, on top of the existing bylaws, of the animal bylaws, especially the dogs, dogs that are known to be vicious, whenever they're going into the public, they should be, they have the muzzle with them together with a leash. And then also, I propose that when those dogs shouldn't be allowed to go near where there are daycare centers. Because in my case, if it had been a minor or a child, the child might have been mauled to death. That is true. I have pictures of whatever happened to me here. If you see that one, it's just like so bloody. And then I also propose that they should be allowed to have insurance that will, in case even all dogs, in case they are not able to find them or whatever, so that the liability will not fall on the city, but will fall on, the liability will not be like burden to the city. So they should have insurance at all times, and people can just benefit from that.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and I'm really sorry to hear about what happened to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here and sharing your story and reliving your traumatic experience. And because you wore your outfit, did you want to show us your outfit? No?
No.
No.
I have the pictures here.
Sorry, I'm just learning the rules.
Yeah. Let's stick to question, answer, okay?
Sorry, I enjoy a good fashion moment.
It's all good.
So.
I have pictures here.
It's okay. I'm going to ask you a question. So what would you recommend, or what would you like to see in terms of policy happen?
in terms of the policy?
Yeah, what would you recommend for us or for this to come out of it to prevent situations like that?
I think you just answered that
Yeah,
from Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay.
Yes.
I think you'd given his proposal there.
Animals
Okay.
known to be vicious.
Okay, and then, yeah, well, thank you so much for coming and.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Mr. Adu, for coming and sharing your story today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will call upon delegation D25-5, Michelle Arnash. Michelle? Okay. Okay, so my understanding is Ms. Nelson's going to read Ms. Arnash's statement into the record, so there won't be any questions for this particular statement. It'll just be read into the record for our information. Okay?
Just give me 1 second. I guess I won't introduce myself as
I'll
Michelle.
get you to introduce yourself and then kind of who you're speaking for.
Yeah. So my name is Trina Nelson. I'm a resident of Regina, and I'm here to speak about the upgrading of the animal bylaws. I'll be reading Michelle's delegation into the record. Thanks. Petition to the Regina Council, upgrade the bylaw for the pets and human safety. Dear members of Regina City Council, I am writing to urge you to take actions to update the Regina's pet bylaw to better ensure the safety, health, and well-being of animals in our community. The need for change. A few years ago, I contacted Animal Protection Services about a dog that had been left outside in the small cage for over 10 years. The dog endured extreme weather conditions, from bitter -30 winters to scorching summer heat, without ever being brought indoors, walked, or let out of the cage. The only human contact I observed was occasionally yelling at the dog. Despite my concerns, animal protection officers could not interfere because the current bylaws did not prohibit such treatment. This case is not unique. Many residents of the Regina encounter similar situations, as evidenced by stories shared on community platforms like the Regina Lost and Found Pets, the Regina Dog Park Facebook pages. This dog has since passed away, but many others face similar conditions. Saskatchewan is already ranked as one of the worst provinces in Canada for animal protection. However, as Winnipeg's examples show, municipal bylaws can make a significant difference. Learning from Winnipeg. Winnipeg has become a model for municipal animal welfare by implementing changes that protect pets and promote responsible ownership. Key improvements include prohibiting the prolonging chaining of dogs, housing them outdoors in a doghouse, storage shed, or similar structures, or kept outdoors for a prolonged period of time, making it illegal to have pets unattended in cars during dangerous hot or cold conditions. Strengthening regulations for dogs and cat breeders, requiring all dogs and cats over 6 months old to be licensed, mandating pet owners who choose not to spay or neuter their animals to maintain active veterinarian care and demonstrate responsible ownership, introducing classifications for pets based on behavior, at risk or dangerous, and working with owners to address safety concerns. These changes were made in Winnipeg, model for animal welfare and responsible pet ownership. And I believe Regina can follow suit. For details on Winnipeg's responsible pet ownership, you can go to the website and delegations report. My call to action, I respectfully request that City Council prioritize updating our bylaws to include the following measures. 1. Prohibit prolonged outdoor confinement, preventing pets from being left outside in extreme weather or confined in small spaces for extended periods. Regular breeders. Establish strict guidelines to ensure animal welfare standards are met. Encourage responsible pet ownership. require non-fixed animals to receive a regular veterinarian check and demonstrate responsible pet ownership. Introduce behavioral classifications. Implement a system to address at-risk or dangerous pets, working with owners to provide safety. 5, support trap, neutered, release programs. Collaborate with local rescues to humanely reduce the stray cat population. Recognize that a single female cat and her offspring can produce over 420,000 kittens in just 7 years. Currently, the Regina Humane Society often freezes cat intakes due to overcrowding, leaving the city's stray cat population unchecked. Expanding and supporting trap-neuter releases initiates is the only proven method to address these issues globally. Conclusion? Updating Regina's pet bylaw is not just an animal welfare. It's about creating a compassionate, responsible, safe community for everyone. I urge the Council to take action and to ensure that pets suffer unnecessarily due to outdated regulations. Thank you for your time and attention. This is an important matter. Sincerely, Michelle.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and I know we'll call you back up here shortly just to go through the order here, so
okay.
Let's just sit back
Yep,
and then
absolutely.
We'll get you back up here.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to call up Delegate D25-6, Sherry Waffle Reitmeyer. Reitmeyer? Had it right the first time. Okay, thank you for coming. Again, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing city and town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll be able to respond to any questions.
Hi, my name is Sherry Waffle Reitmeyer. I live in Regina, and I've been asked to attend today as part of my neighborhood for ongoing issues we've been having. So my little spiel says good afternoon, but clearly we've made it to evening. So I was invited here today to speak to you about the difficulties my neighborhood has had with the current animal bylaws and why they should be revisited. After purchasing a home, my family and I moved into the Rosemont area in September 2023. Shortly after our move, it was apparent we were in for some struggles with one of our neighbors. He often presented outside of his home while intoxicated, being verbally aggressive and threatening to send his dogs after us as he could not comprehend that we were new to the area. There were also times that we saw his dogs loose in the neighborhood and never did observe him out with them. This past December, I had to contact Animal Protection as 2 of his dogs were roaming again. This time they were circling my car and lunging at it while I tried to park without running them over. The dogs chased another car down the street, and I used this opportunity to retreat to my house. It was then that I realized not only was I trapped in my car, but that my husband and son were in their own as well. Upon the arrival of animal protection workers, I was advised this was the second time that day that they had been called to the home, and it was apparent that they were well aware of this address due to ongoing issues with the animals. Fortunately, the dogs made it safe into their home at that time, but no further action could be taken as the dogs were not free roaming. This neighbor came out of his home, assumingly intoxicated again, as it was reminiscent of previous interactions I had with him, and he was being verbally aggressive while physically progressing towards us on the sidewalk. He denied that his dogs were outside, even when I made it clear that they were and that I was the one who had called Animal Protection. He asked why I walked by his house if I knew he let his dogs out and told me that I should move from the neighborhood. At some point, he allowed all 5 of his dogs out of his house while he could see myself and the animal protection workers were still on the sidewalk in front of his house. Dogs roaming free is a common occurrence in our neighborhood, and I want to be clear that we're not talking about dogs who are escape artists from their yards and homes. Most times, the roaming dogs belong to this same neighbor who has admitted to me that he allows his unsterilized dogs to roam free in the neighborhood, though he knows he shouldn't, and encouraged me to do the same. Children are no longer able to enjoy the community park as they never know when the dogs might be free and risk being bitten. Every time I turn the corner onto my street, I have some anxiety while scanning the block to make sure the dogs aren't out. People are unable to use their outside space as the dogs may aggressively come there, and then they have to deal with an intoxicated owner. Our neighborhood is frequently posted on various social media outlets with pictures of the dogs at large, including puppies under the age of 6 months, which portrays our neighborhood as unsafe. Why do we continue to allow an irresponsible pet owner chance after chance while endangering these poor animals, even after dead puppies were found in his home? The reason is because of the loopholes in the current animal bylaws that have not been reviewed since 2011. These bylaws are not protective. It saddens me that we have to sit and wait for something to happen, like a serious injury to an innocent bystander who will also endure significant trauma, instead of closing these loops to protect the citizens of Regina. We've already done enough trauma to those poor dogs who for years have been allowed to remain in this environment, and to my fellow taxpayers who have had to put up with it. It's time we do better for the animals and for our neighbors and revisit these animal bylaws now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking today. I've got Councillor Zakidniak. Question?
Thank you, Sherry. Can you speak to, so this is in my ward, can you speak to like some of what we've been trying to do to address these issues by working together with your neighbors and the city? Just, I know you weren't there for all of it, but your understanding of what we've tried to do with our existing bylaws.
Like you said, I've only been in the neighborhood since September 2023, but there's some people who have been in the neighborhood for 35 years and have reported that this has gone on the entire time they have lived there. I'm noticing now, especially, that neighbors are starting to come together more and work together more as a collective to try to make some changes and to better our neighborhood, because it's definitely more productive when we're all working together and for the common cause. We're all very concerned about the safety issues it's posing for the neighborhood, especially for the children and the young families who are starting to move in. I myself have a 9-year-old, whereas maybe the people who've been there for 35 years have grown children. But they also have visitors who don't want to come to their house. So what we're trying to do as a community and as a neighborhood is come together and make this a better, safer neighborhood for everyone to live in.
Thank you. And there have been multiple dog bites that come from this one property with multiple dogs involved.
5 dogs. Currently there was 2, and then 1 got out unsterilized and produced 3 more, and then that happened at least 1 more time because that's where the dead puppies came from. And I don't know what happened there for the puppies to no longer be with us, but I understand that it was due to the aggression of the dogs in the house.
And I can't, one of the bites recently was with a child, I think perhaps 8 years old.
About my son's age that lived next door.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
You can return to the gallery. We'll move on to Delegate 25-7, Tiffany Kleppe.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for coming. Same spiel, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, and we'll be able to respond to your questions.
Okay, my name's Tiffany Kleppe. I live in Regina, Saskatchewan. Thank you for having me. I sent this letter in, and I'm going to read some of it. So I'm here to shed light on the issue, an issue that has profoundly affected my family's quality of life and our neighborhood, really, and ask for help in updating the city's animal bylaws. For years, it's been 13, I think, since I've been in where I am, and my children and I have lived beside a property. It's at 908 Princess. I'm at 914. That has far too many animals confined under one roof. Dogs and cats, and there was a skunk at one point and a raccoon. I'm not sure if those 2 are still alive now, but I did see the skunk at one point. So the owner has kept countless dogs and cats inside and didn't allow any outside fresh air, exercise, or relief. As of, I think it was, well, October of 2024, the city finally came in and did take the animals, the dogs out. But on top of that, there's another property that he has overwhelming number of pigeons. The situation has created a living environment that is unbearable and unhealthy to everyone involved. The pigeons were confiscated in 2018, but they are back. The stench from the properties is inescapable. I'm not able to sit outside. I can't open up my windows. I had to turn off my HVAC system. There's mice. The kids can't play in the backyard on some days. The odor, the noise, and the unhygienic conditions stole our ability to enjoy our house. It wasn't just an inconvenience for me, it was for the entire neighborhood. It's a public health issue. The situation has been is that we need stronger animal control. I can't give you the total amount of dogs that were taken out of the house, but I'm going to say maybe 20, 30. There were dead dogs in the freezer. They were never outside. Every single day I walked up to my house, I could hear the animals barking, and it took me to go on to Regina Rant and Rave in order for the city to do anything. And if you look at the records, I sent in many requests about the dogs and the pigeons as well. I sent one in yesterday. The pigeons are still there. They're outside, and he does house and feed them. So, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous right now. So some of the changes I think that need to happen is that we have how many animals can be in a property, and also the pigeons with the bylaw. We need to increase the enforcement inspections for the properties with large number of animals. That's probably the biggest one in my mind, is because I sent numerous requests, like over and over, to Humane Society, to the city, to the police, everywhere, and there's some sort of loophole that he was able to keep so many animals, and for anybody to finally go in and do anything about it. The animals were sick, a lot of them, I believe. They were not in good condition, and they'd never been outside. So that doesn't just affect the animals, it also affects properties in the city and health conditions. So holding property owners accountable for cleanliness, odor control, and the animals' well-being, and noise levels resulting from animal ownership. By implementing changes, we can strike a balance between respecting the rights of pet owners and safeguarding the well-being of the community and of the animals. No family should have to endure what mine has. And no animal should live in an overcrowded, unhealthy condition. So, thank you for your time and listening. I hope that some action gets taken.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakiniak has a question for you.
Thank you, Tiffany. I understand, is it accurate that you live in North Central?
I do.
Okay, so I'm your counselor now. Please, while we are doing this, please don't hesitate to reach out, and I'll do whatever I can to help with these ongoing issues. I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull?
Hi, thank you for being here. I know it's a lot to wait here for long periods of time and share your story, so thank you for that. It was hard to listen to, so I know it was harder to live. I was wondering, do you think that it would affect your property value at all if you were to rent or try to sell your home, having a neighbor?
That is another concern, yes. And if I could move right now, I would. I'm a single mom and live in the hood, and I mean, dealing with the pigeons, the animals, and not only the homeowner. I mean, I can't speak for other animal people in the city, but I'm speaking personally on this one, and yes, I don't know how I would be able to sell the house with that many pigeons.
So do you feel like you are trapped in your home then?
I am very much trapped, yeah.
Okay. And then these pigeons, are they wild pigeons they happen to be feeding, or are they actually...
He is feeding and housing the pigeons.
So they're like pet pigeons?
They are being fed, and yes, they were court ordered to be removed by the city in 2018, and they are back. I have a video from yesterday. I sent in, yes.
It's very difficult to hear, so Thank you for coming today and sharing.
Am I able to ask a question?
No, it's, once the time is up, then that's the time. But like Councillor Zakiniak said, I think that'd be a good conduit to reach out to going forward and to bring more information forward. Okay? I don't see any further questions, so thank you for coming today and sharing.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll move on to Delegate DE 25-8, Brian England.
Mayor and councillors.
Yep, thank you for coming today. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization, where you're from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, and then after you can respond to any questions that Council has.
Sure thing. Brian England from Regina. I'm in the Al Ritchie area. And representing myself, but the street I live on right now, I will get to that, the incident that kind of sparked this up for my son and I with a neighbor who brought in 3 very aggressive Mastiff large dogs and doesn't have the proper fence height. I did get petitions signed from neighbors and submitted that to the Humane Society. And they don't have the tools to enforce or prevent dog attacks or dangerous animals. And I just wanted to rattle off, in case some of the councillors weren't aware, I have been in touch with Councillor Flores and Zakidniak. But we have a really bad trend going on in this city with dog attacks. So these are recent, within just the last year. This was on Lear Post. 2 large dogs attacked and killed a family pet Papillon dog in its own front yard in front of the owner. This was August 2023. The animals were euthanized. The victim said the owners of the attacking dog showed no remorse nor apologized. This was reported by the victim's mother, Judy Bell. August 19th, last year, 24, a woman attacked by large dogs on 3rd Avenue and Cameron Street. The owners retrieved the animals. This was recorded on a house cam. They abandoned the victim. The attack was on video, and in this instance, the Regina Police did charge the owner. The victim required paramedics. On September 5th, residents of the Cathedral neighborhood repeatedly reported 2 large, free, roaming, violent dogs which had killed pet cats in the yards of 2 residents. The dogs would return home, and thus animal control couldn't do anything at that point. And that was reported on CTV. On August 14th, 2 loose pit bulls attacked a senior man on the 2600 block of Regina Avenue. The attack was reported as severe, requiring hospitalization. And this is a trend that's going on throughout Canada for whatever reason. Other jurisdictions are reporting for 2023, Edmonton rose in, these are all vicious attacks requiring hospitalization. Edmonton's up 18%, Toronto 19%. Saskatoon didn't have any stats, but they said that they are going up. In the town of Allen, Saskatchewan last summer, there was a pack of at least 6 dogs that terrorized the entire town all summer, and the RCMP couldn't do anything about it, and essentially what happened was the entire community forced the owner out of the town. I personally work in our public parks, and I am seeing a trend of people walking their large dogs without a leash everywhere. And the main instance of all these attacks seem to be happening from improper enclosures, and the dogs escaping, or dogs being walked without a leash. And animal control, I've been told, does not have the proper enforcement capability to prevent these types of situations, as what's happening in Cathedral, where the dogs go kill 2 cats, just go home, sorry, we can't do anything. And the police are pretty much helpless too, until somebody gets attacked. So these need to be upgraded as far as the bylaws and enforcement. So in the instance where my son and I got in danger, I bought a house. I'm a single dad. It's been just me and my son for 10 years. It took me a long time to save up a down payment. Bought a house, and I'm starting to understand why I got a good deal on that house. So my neighbor, he had 1 large Mastiff, and it was a very friendly dog. We weren't worried, but his fence is only 3 feet high. A woman came to live with him last year, and she brought 2 other Mastiff puppies with her. They're both male, and they're of course grown. The dogs are never walked, they're never socialized, they're trapped in that yard, and they've all become very aggressive. And anytime anyone goes by that yard, they want to attack them. And the fence being 3 feet high, you're a 60 to 80 pound mastiff, it's up to here, and they want to get over that fence. So I couldn't do anything about it. There was no enforcement. I had to spend what, I have no money as it is, $1,500 to erect a fence against his yard. So I don't understand why this, was impacting my son and I financially, when he's the one, the onus should be on him. He's got these animals. He should be protecting the neighborhood from them, and they are extremely aggressive, but we had to spend the money.
You have about 30 seconds left, just to...
Sure.
just so you know.
And my biggest concern was my son, who he's now in his first year of high school, but him going to and from school. I mean, like I'd go to work at 7 in the morning and be so scared that my son got attacked every morning. Like, I don't know, and then luckily I got home before he'd come home from school, and I'd wait for him at the corner.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Mr. England. I'll go over to Councillor Zakidniak for a question. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you going over some of the attacks that have happened throughout the city. If there is a review that happens and we are consulting with interested stakeholders, would you consider yourself an interested stakeholder to bring your recommendations forward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for contacting me earlier. We live in a similar neighborhood, and I've actually been in situations where I'm walking my dog and have encountered loose dogs, and that has caused me a lot of anxiety. And from what you're sharing, my question to you is, what is the mental health repercussions of having to live in this constant state of heightened guard for yourself and your son and your neighbors as well?
Well, it's brutal. Like, I've sent you photos of those dogs in that yard, and I mean, they are, if you've ever seen Ghostbusters, they look like the two that Zool has beside her, and they are very aggressive. And it's not fair to those dogs either. I mean, they're living in feces. They're not socialized. They're never taken for walks. I can hear the owners screaming at each other every day in that house. But the biggest concern for me is my son. Like, I've just, how is, a 70-pound boy alone going to handle being attacked by 3 dogs that weigh 60 to 80 pounds? It's awful. So again, I had to throw that fence up, and I put it up, got the guy to throw it up 6 feet. And then the other neighbors, I sent, I believe I sent you the Humane Society records. There was another neighbor down the street, an older gentleman. They almost went after him with his 2 little toy dogs. So basically the whole neighborhood, they can't go by that guy's house anymore.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. England, for
Thank you.
coming and sharing today. You can head back to the gallery. We will re-welcome Ms. Nelson. I'll get you to briefly reintroduce yourself for the record, and you know the drill.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Trina Nelson. I'm here representing myself. I live in Regina. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you today. And thank you, Councillor Zakidniak, for bringing this forward still. I'm here to advocate for necessary updates to our city's animal bylaw, with a focus on improving the welfare of our animals and ensuring the safety and well-being of our community. The need to update animal bylaws. Our current animal bylaws are outdated and no longer reflect best practices for animals, care, safety, and responsible ownership. With involving understanding of animal behavior and the community safety concerns, it's crucial that we modernize these regulations to better serve both our animals and our citizens. Updated bylaws will create a balanced framework for responsible pet ownership while addressing public safety and nuisances concerns. The harmful effects of tethering animals. Tethering animals for extended periods, especially in unsafe conditions, possesses serious risks not only to animals but also to the citizens and children. Behavior concerns. Prolonged tethering can lead to frustration, aggression, and anxiety in dogs, increasing the likelihood to attack or other dangerous behaviors. Children and citizens are particularly vulnerable to these interactions. Health risks. Animals left tethered often suffer physical harm, such as injuries from improper restraints or exposures to extreme weather conditions. Public safety. Loose or improperly tethered animals may break free and pose risks in neighborhoods or public areas. By restricting tethering practices, I would suggest supervised tethering. We can reduce these risks while promoting humane treatment of animals. Limiting the numbers of animals per household. While many pet owners are responsible, excessive numbers of animals in one household can create safety, health, quality of life issues for both animals and the community. Overcrowding and neglect. Households with too many pets often struggle to provide proper care, leading to malnourishment, neglect, and unsanitary conditions. Noise and nuisance complaints. Excessive barking or disturbances can disrupt neighborhoods and strain community relations, as you heard from our previous delegate. Public health concerns. Too many animals in one space can lead to issues with waste management, odors, and the spread of diseases. Establishing a reasonable limit on the number of animals per household ensures better care for pets and a healthier, a more harmonious community. I would suggest only certified dog trainers would be allowed, anything other than 5 dogs per household. This is not a magic number I just pulled out of the air. I have 3 dogs and a partner who is very involved in taking care of our dogs, and we find it challenging to give them the proper time that they need. I also want to point out to Council the costs incurred from owning a dog. Restricting the use of prong collars to professional trainers. Prong collars, when used improperly, can cause significant physical and psychological harm to dogs. Lack of knowledge. Many citizens lack the training and experience needed to use these tools responsibly. Improper use can result in pain, injury, and long-term behavior problems in dogs. Safety risks. Untrained individuals using prong collars may unintentionally escalate aggressive behavior, creating dangerous situations for the dog, the handler, and the public. By restricting the use of prong collars to certified dog trainers, we can ensure that they are being used properly as a tool for behavior modification under professional supervision. I'd like to give you an example. My daughter rescued a dog that was tied up with a prong collar, no water, 40 below, and no shelter.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, okay. And she rescued it, and she was going to be charged with theft. There was nothing with the welfare of the dog. In closing, updating an animal bylaw to address these concerns will provide a safer, healthier, and more compassionate community. It is the collective responsibility to ensure the animals are treated humanely while protecting the well-being of all of our citizens. I urge this council to take action and make these changes a priority. Regina can raise the level of care of our animals within the city of Regina. We can put forward our own bylaws. Thank you for your time and consideration. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to help.
We have a couple questions here. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, Regina. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
Tables have switched. You mentioned a lot about tethering and bylaws, and I'm kind of unclear of what falls under the province and what the city of Regina can do in terms of bylaws and tethering. Can you explain that a little bit further?
I can, and thank you for that question. I've been working on this for 4 years, and during those 4 years, I had a meeting with Lyle Stewart, who has since passed away, and who was our Minister of Agriculture for many years. And the problem is there's the province's regulations, and the province's regulations and standards, as he mentioned, it's that the animals won't be harmed. There's not a level of care that I grew up on a farm. I can't keep I can't keep the cows under a shelter all the time. It's not possible. There's things that we can't do as a farmer that we as a citizen of Regina can do. So what he said, or what he suggested, and I was talking to Lisa, to preclude the city standards. We at the City of Regina can say, you know what? We want a clear distinction of the province. We want our own bylaws. We, the City of Regina, has stated that our animals, we want a better standard of living for them. So that is how you can get around all of that stuff.
Do you know of any comparables for other cities or anything for these sort of bylaws?
Absolutely. Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg is a really prime example. So I'm not asking you guys to reinvent the wheel. Go to those cities. And Lisa's going to talk a bit more about them. But Winnipeg did a really great job. And what they did, and they admitted stuff, and I don't know how, I talked to a few counselors and they didn't understand, but they just set that level of care differently than the standards in the province. So, and I mean, it's not rocket science. You have to, this gentleman that we were talking about, I was there the evening that they took the dogs away. They took 20 crates away, 22 crates away, and I heard the guys saying, we're going to be here all night taking the dogs out of the house. It is not safe. And the thing is, the Regina Humane Society's hands are tied because there's no bylaw. You can have 100 dogs in your house. You can have 100 dogs in your house and nobody can say anything. You can have your dog tethered, tied up with a 2-foot rope in your backyard forever. Forever, because there is no time limit on a dog tied up in your backyard. How is that humane? Their hands are tied. You as a council have the opportunity to say, we are setting our standards higher for our animals. And I wish I was on council when we did that, but that's okay. You were busy.
Thank you so much. I'll let.
Okay, you good? Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Zakiniak?
Thank you for being here, Tarina. Can you go over you said you've been working on this for 4 years. I would say potentially longer, but this is something that you and I talked about last term. This is something that I would say you took the lead on. So if you can go over some of the work that you've done with residents, with research, the meeting we had at the Humane Society, like any of that led to this motion coming forward.
Thank you for that. Like I said, I met with Lyle Stewart. I met with the Humane Society. I actually met with mayors in other cities, Winnipeg, when I was in Ottawa. I talked to numerous people. I was the call girl, the call person, counselor, that people would call when there was animals because they knew that I was the big advocate. So I seen the animal that Michelle was talking about. You guys, it was in a cage, never let out. It's unfortunate that this is what we do to our animals, and it's unfortunate that that's the level of care that we've set their standard for. Like I said, talking with the province, as I talked to Lyle Stewart, we as a council can lobby the provincial government committee and council to pass a resolution to write a letter to the province recognizing the province to change their Animal Welfare Act. So that's something that you as councillors can do. So then they may increase their level of care for the animals. But like I said, I know it's a difficult situation. I grew up on a farm. The standard is as long as the cow's not dead and starving, it's okay. So, and that's what we put our dogs and our cats as, and our city animals as. So, just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for being here. I know how passionate you are about this work, and I hope we can see this to fruition today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all of that as someone who owns a pet. As you describe those things, it just breaks my heart just knowing that that happens. Given that you've spent so much time talking to people, learning about this and what the current situation standards are, Could you talk a little bit more about what challenges do enforcement officers face when dealing with neglected or abused animals or aggressive animals under current bylaws or regulations?
Thank you for that. So I was briefly telling you the story about my daughter, and this is actually what drove me to this, and this was 10 years ago. She visited her father in a small town, and there's a gentleman that lives there that's not a very nice man, and he had a big, well, not a big, a lab-type dog, tethered up outside. There was no food, there was no water. Stephanie was there for 2 days, never seen anything. So she was taking the dog stuff, and he was very nice, thank goodness, because most dogs get very aggressive. But he had a prong collar on. So what happens with the prong collar, I was going to bring one, but I was like, that might be a little much for you girls, or for everybody. As soon as you pull on the leash, it tightens, and it goes into the dog's neck. Used properly, it's one thing. Used as a chained up animal to be outside by himself when it's 40 below, no food, no water, how do you not get aggressive? How do you not want to go to something? She takes the dog because she's my little girl, and that's what we do. So she stole the dog, brought it to Regina. We took it to the Humane Society, and the Humane Society, as we were bawling, informed Stephanie that she could be charged. So the owner had contacted the Regina Human Society. Anyway, so it all went down. We had to give up the dog. It was horrible. But the Humane Society's hands are tied. They, like Lisa told, the gentleman that had these dogs in his house, she's like, how can we prove that they're in the house? Thank goodness Tiffany worked from home, so she was home all day and said, he never lets them out. There was neighbors that contacted me in that area after this had all happened through Facebook. One mother in particular had had a baby. She was at home with her child, could not open her windows, could not go outside because of the stench from the freaking pigeons and the bazillion dogs in his house that he never let outside. Now, when I was going there and visiting this place and trying to get the Humane Society there and trying to get the police and everything, the stench, it was unreal. And it's across from a park. Like, you could smell it when you were across the street. And these dogs, like, I have videos of dogs yelping and crying in this house. And it's like little chihuahuas with great big shepherds. And what makes me sad is this guy won $1 million a couple of years ago because he stopped at a gas station to pick up his dog a treat, bought a lottery ticket, won a frickin' $1 million. So now he can buy 2 houses. And then I know people that work at dog handling places. He was asking the people there, saying, I'll give you money if you can get rid of these dogs. I'll give you, so he was bribing people because he has the money. He's not very well mentally, but the things that he was doing to these animals, and he's got a record. Like, I mean, my goodness, you know, Lisa sent me the record of all the times he's been charged and all the things that went on, and you can't take dogs away from him. He just keeps getting animals, and now I don't know if that's restricted with the Humane Society. That's stuff that you can ask Lisa when she approached after me about.
So would you say that under current bylaws, both animals who are owned by owners who are neglectful are very much at risk and are suffering, but also neighborhoods are at risk of dealing with the aftermath of dogs who become aggressive due to that treatment?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you an example I had. There was a gentleman that I used to help. He's passed away now. He had 2 dogs. He was a great guy. He had no money. I get it. I used to take him food, take him money. I took him out for lunch. He's a great guy. But he phoned me one morning and he said, Trina, something's wrong with Mocha. So Shannon, or sorry, Councillor Zakiniak, I went to the gentleman's house. The dog was there. It had 8 puppies lying around, and she was crying and screaming in pain. I loaded her up and I phoned a vet, got a vet. She went in for emergency surgery. Her uterus had prolapsed. She has 2 animals inside of her. We saved them. I kept them at my house until we found homes for them. But at his house, there was 2 dogs behind his house. So I seen this day in and day out when I would go visit him. The city actually was there one time, and they were feeling so sorry for the dog too. They were in the back doing some work. I was trying to go up to the dogs to give them water. They had no water, they had no food. So I was trying to go up there and I was like, but they were so aggressive and I was scared, and I don't get scared. I'm pretty strong that way when it comes to animals, but I was scared because they were just lashing. So I mean, I threw them some water, I threw them some food, but the aggression in an animal of what a person's doing to them, it's not the animal's fault, it's the bloody people that own them. Why are you tying them up? Why? This is causing serious concern, and there's nothing to say that you can't. And it's like, if you want to be a pet owner, then have a fence, walk your damn dog. But we have no way to make people do this, so, yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rasevich?
Hey, Regina.
Hey.
So at the end of the day, the city, we don't need the province.
No.
Right? Yeah, so you know what? When we send the letter, get it done, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, that's simple.
That's what Lyle said, yes.
Yeah, let's just get it done. So you know what, like strengthen the law, the rules and the laws and get it done. Yeah.
And that's the thing, all we have to do is just say that we're setting a standard of care for our animals that are within Regina, not chickens yet, but that are in Regina, that their standard of care is higher, and then it surpasses everything with the province. You guys can go and talk to the province, that's one thing, and I did a few of it, but yeah.
But in the meantime, the province probably can set their own rules, but we can set up our own. Because
Exactly.
they probably won't be the same no matter what.
That's how you get around it.
Right.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see no other questions. Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you.
You can turn to the gallery. We'll call on Delegate D 25-10, Lisa Koch. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, organization if representing, city and town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have be able to respond to any questions from council. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of City Council for the opportunity to contribute to the motion to review the Regina Animal Bylaw 2009. On behalf of the Regina Humane Society, I express our strong support for this comprehensive review. Given that a full review of the bylaw in collaboration with stakeholders has not occurred since 2011, this initiative is both timely and necessary. For 6 decades, the Regina Humane Society has enhanced animal well-being and delivered diverse programs to foster a humane community which values and supports animals and their human companions. The Society has worked with the City of Regina on a contract basis since 1988 to provide municipal animal impoundment, with bylaw enforcement added in 1998. Both services are supported by ongoing Regina Humane Society programming that promotes responsible pet ownership in the community. This 37-year relationship is a success story of cooperation to provide effective, centralized, and cost-efficient municipal services which ensure the health, safety, and well-being of Regina's people and animals. The Society's extensive experience in enforcing the Regina Animal Bylaw has provided us with valuable insights into both the strengths and the very meaningful gaps in the current framework. Over the years, we have encountered a wide range of complex and exceptional situations that the bylaw does not adequately address, and we have developed a deep understanding of challenges within the community that require attention. Given this firsthand knowledge and the evolving landscape of animal care and control, it is clear that now is the time to update the bylaw to ensure it reflects best practices, community values, and a commitment to the humane treatment standards. The purpose of the Regina Animal Bylaw: promoting the safety, health, and welfare of people while ensuring the humane treatment of animals, forms a strong foundation for this review. To fully realize this purpose, the bylaw must be modernized to address current challenges and reflect the community's evolving expectations. Recent revisions to animal bylaws in Calgary, Winnipeg, and Edmonton provide valuable insights for Regina. Calgary and Winnipeg have updated their bylaws to address issues like unsupervised tethering and dangerous dog regulations. Edmonton is currently reviewing its bylaw to improve animal welfare and public safety. By examining these and other best practice bylaws, Regina can enhance its own approach to public health, safety, and animal care. The Regina Humane Society recommends a comprehensive review of the Regina Animal Bylaw as its provisions are ineffective in addressing the current needs of our community. Key areas for consideration include introducing proactive standards of care to mitigate irresponsible pet ownership before issues escalate, reducing mandatory hold periods to enhance the wellness of shelter animals, and expanding enforcement capabilities to allow for more timely and effective action. Furthermore, updating dangerous dog regulations is critical for ensuring public safety through streamlined and efficient processes. While these priorities are essential, they represent only a portion of the areas requiring review and revision within the bylaw. By undertaking this review, Regina has the opportunity to strengthen its approach to public health and safety, as well as animal stewardship, making it more effective, responsive, and in line with best practices. The Regina Humane Society is committed to supporting and contributing to this review through consultation and sharing its expertise, ensuring that bylaw serves the best interests of both Regina's residents and animals. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We look forward to collaborating with you and other stakeholders to create a safer and healthier Regina. And I would very much appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions regarding enforcement of the bylaw and some of the challenges that we face.
Thank you, Ms. Koch. I'll go to Councillor Zakidniak with your question.
I guess I'll start with that one. Can you give us more information about enforcement of the bylaw and challenges that you face? And I have a few more.
Well, I think an important distinction, and Trina referenced it, is having a clear understanding the distinction between enforcement authority. There are two pieces of animal legislation. One is the Regina Animal Bylaw, which traditionally municipal bylaws have been developed to support public health and safety. And the Animal Protection Act of Saskatchewan is the provincial animal protection legislation that is designed to address neglect and abuse of animals. In the last decade, there has been a real shift. I've been in the animal welfare industry for 34 years, and what we understand now is creating a framework which is proactive and promotes responsible pet ownership, which includes welfare. A tethered dog, which is ignored, will become aggressive. And when it escapes from its yard, that is a product of irresponsibility. And so certainly there is best practice in bylaws across Canada that reflect a focus on animal welfare to prevent issues in the community which do harm public health and safety. We talk about rodent issues. We talk about, regards to defecation, to aggressive animals. It's important to understand the distinction, as well as that this is enforcement of legislation. The one thing that I do know when it comes to animals, working in the industry as long as I have, emotion runs through all of it. These are animals. They are our family members. These are things that people are very passionate about. But when you're providing enforcement, it's based on facts and evidence. The Regina Humane Society has no authority to seize animals under the Regina Animal Bylaw. Zero authority to seize animals under the Regina Animal Bylaw. Under the Animal Welfare Act of Saskatchewan, the only way that the Regina Humane Society can seize animals or acquire a search warrant is with a warrant issued by a justice of the peace. And so in order to be substantial evidence and information to be provided to that justice to issue the warrant. So there can be a lot of hearsay. I'll use aggressive dogs, for example. What is an aggressive dog? I ask many people. My dog will bark at people on the other side of the fence. Is my dog an aggressive dog? Dogs are territorial by nature, and that is what they do, but there needs to be stronger definitions about what is an aggressive animal, and primarily surrounding interventions with regard to dangerous animals. Currently, if an animal, and I know that the gentleman previously talked about numerous bites and attacks here in the city of Regina, and certainly they are up 52% from last year. And these are things that we're seeing across Canada. It's post-COVID environment. There's lots of challenges that we're experiencing in our communities. Part of the challenge is in these cases, which we don't see in other communities, if an animal bites someone or attacks, grievously injures someone, that animal remains with the individual who owns them. There are no interim interventions, whereas in other communities, provisions can be put in place to keep the animal safe until the case can move forward and a judgment can be determined. Currently, if an animal has attacked someone, a bite file needs to be compiled, and then it would go to the city prosecutor, and sometimes that can take months and months and months when a dangerous animal is still in the community. So certainly, dangerous animals, the best way to prevent them is to provide proactive animal welfare and ensure owners are held responsible for their animals. Sorry, that was a really long answer.
Okay. But thank you for clarifying some of the potential improvements. The second thing is we have a communication here from the Saskatchewan Health Authority. So they're not appearing. They gave us the communication. I understand, though, you've spoken to them. It notes here that they are strongly in support of us updating our bylaw as well. Do you have anything further to add based on your conversations with them or other partners?
Yes, so any bite in the community typically goes through the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and that information is reported to the Regina Humane Society, and in some cases animals are quarantined at the Regina Humane Society for the 10-day rabies bite hold quarantine period, and so they too are seeing a reported increase in dog bites, and certainly some provisions to be able to create safer scenarios for these animals until there can be the case can be heard and a decision can be made on outcomes. And one of the previous gentlemen, and it's really frustrating because I hear the frustration in the voices and the situations that people have encountered, and certainly that frustration is also shared by our officers who are in the field. We love animals and we love people and the community that we work in, and so it's very frustrating not to have, and I apologize for the bad pun, the teeth to be able to make meaningful change.
Okay. And then as a key stakeholder in this process, like this was originally proposed for Q3 of 2025, I suspect it's highlighted because we won't be able to achieve that. Do you have any feedback to provide about how long you might need? What would be feasible for you is one question. And then I'm also wondering if this is a lengthy review process, a comprehensive review, perhaps we could consider doing it in phases.
The Regina Humane Society does have a file of best practices in working with other communities. It's something that we could advance fairly quickly.
Okay.
And understanding that, sometimes a phased approach may be required if, public safety is something that is threatened, there is a priority issue versus something perhaps that is more administrative in nature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull.
Hi, thanks for being here. I have a couple of questions we haven't actually talked about yet. So I was wondering about how we align in terms of cost and registrations and enforcement of that and renewal notices compared to other places, and if we will be looking at that at the same time for pets.
Yes, absolutely. Well, certainly if there are proactive welfare measures added into the bylaw, then it becomes a ticketable offense. So that does increase revenue, and it does create early intervention where we don't end up in an animal protection act of Saskatchewan case where there are hoarding situations where there's large numbers of animals. So certainly by introducing some of that into the bylaw, it does advance the opportunity to support welfare by those ticketable offenses that are related to welfare, like food, water.
And for the cost
Tethering.
of registrations and things like that, will that be included in this report, or is that separate?
Do you mean licensing?
Yeah, licensing. Like
Yeah.
through
Licensing is a part of the bylaw currently, and that is one of the strengths of the bylaw, is it is a tiered system, whereas it is a discounted license fee for animals that are spayed or neutered, which is something that is beneficial for sure under this bylaw.
Do you know if our costs are high or low compared to other places, or?
I do not have that information in front of me, no.
And then I haven't really heard much about any on the off-the-leash dog parks, or if there's any concerns with that or policies in relation to that, and if that would be part of the study as well.
Yep. Back to my original point, it can be very frustrating because if an animal attacks someone on the street and then it runs off, if the animal can't be found, or the residents and the owner where the animal resides cannot be determined, there is no evidence to take the case forward. And so these are some of the frustrations, you know, as well as animals that may be perceived as aggressive. You know, if they've not bitten anyone, if they've not jumped the fence, if they've not attacked anyone, you know, what are the provisions that can be put in place to be able to address that?
Thank you. I can ask the administration those questions afterwards.
Okay. Councillor Rasevich?
Because you're with the Humane Society, right? So you're kind of the police. I'm just saying, we go through you. Is that how it works? The city, we contract you, and so you'll go out and enforce the bylaws and all that? Okay.
Yes, the Regina Humane Society provides enforcement of the municipal animal bylaw as well as the Animal Protection Act of Saskatchewan.
Okay. No, I just wanted to clarify that. I wasn't 100% sure, and I guess the other part is, hey, obviously if we strengthen the bylaws, you know, obviously you only have so many people too, you know, and if you know, when we do get things changed, who knows how much enforcement could be at the beginning, right? Obviously, and, you know, I guess that's going to be good revenue for you guys.
Well, what we do know is with proactive measures like spay and neuter, subsidized spay and neuter programs, it reduces animal populations. And when you reduce animal populations, you reduce costs.
It just everything gets better.
Everything gets better with proactive measures, and that's what welfare does.
Okay. I just want to.
Yeah.
Because other cities, I don't know if other cities have their own sometimes, or they always go through Humane Society?
There's different models.
Yeah.
Some humane societies do impoundment, some do bylaw, some do both. So there are different models in different cities.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and we'll go to Councillor Radens.
Hey, thanks for being here, and thanks for all the speakers also. I'd like to thank Councillor Zakidniak as well as Ms. Nelson for putting forward this this motion, and it's about time, frankly. And I'm just going to say this: voices. It's about being the voices for animals who cannot speak for themselves. Number one, while at the same time we're looking after public safety. And so just a question in regards to what have you heard from police services, and if there are caps in the bylaws, and their support for this review as well?
I don't feel like that I'm in a position to speak on behalf of RPS, but our officers do work very closely with Regina Police, EMS, particularly after hours, and those calls are also up this year by 33% of our officers supporting those services after hours. And this is a part of emerging issues in our community post-COVID. Animal welfare, especially with dogs, prior to COVID was much improved. And then COVID occurred and everyone got a dog and people started breeding, and it became an epidemic straight across North America, and that combined with a worldwide veterinary shortage is really seeing a lot of these issues start to emerge and become a real challenge for communities.
Okay, thank you. Your wealth of information and is the resource you are. Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I don't see any other questions, so thank you for coming today, Ms. Cope.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to take a mandatory 15-minute break, so we'll recess here for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 7:45 sharp. going right away here. Okay, I'll get everybody to take their seats. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We have communication on motion MN 24-19. So can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP 25-1 from Dr. Maurice Hennick, MHO, Regina Area Environmental Public Health Department, Saskatchewan Health Authority from Regina. Councillor Burton, thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Flores. I'll call the question. Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, we will now consider motion MN 24-19, review of the Regina Animal Bylaw 2009, bylaw number 2009-44. And Councillor Zakidniak, can you please introduce your motion?
Thank you. Okay, so I mean, we've heard lots of information today about why now is a good time for us to strengthen, review and strengthen our animal bylaw, which hasn't been comprehensively reviewed since 2011. Before I can speak to this motion a bit further, I have been asked to break this down a bit further in terms of the comprehensive review. So I just got that information. I gave Amber a heads up that I'm going to need to try and do this verbally with her support. I think I have some solid proposals for this. So, okay, I need a seconder.
Yeah, so can I get a seconder for this motion? Councillor Radens?
So, so the question is comprehensive review, what does that mean? And so to make this more manageable for administration, I just want to clarify what I am proposing here. So yes, I want a comprehensive review, but phase 1 I'm proposing would be, and I can just read from the motion if that helps, if that helps, Amber, I can read from the motion. Do you want, so phase 1 would be consultation with key stakeholders, which would be the Regina Humane Society. I don't know if it helps to copy and paste, but, so the Regina Humane Society, I don't know, your motion's different than mine. The Regina Humane Society, Saskatchewan Health Authority, which is public health. And so when I'm reading the motion in the agenda, I don't know why yours is different, but maybe we can't copy and paste. The Regina Humane Society, Saskatchewan Health Authority. Do I need to put public health there? Because I think it's just the Saskatchewan Health Authority, period. Okay. Regina Police Service. And City of Regina bylaw, or administration, I guess. So that's phase 1. And so I guess for the sake of clarity, I'm good with, after phase 1 has happened, a report back on phase 1 before phase 2. And then phase 2 is the second part of the motion, which notes, the rest of it says a full scan of recently updated animal bylaws and current best practices in Canadian cities regarding animal care, that whole part. And then if you can end at devices, yeah. So that is phase 2. And then the other thing is just consultation with interested stakeholders in general, so which could be through Be Heard. So I'm just talking about Regina residents. And I don't know where to put that yet, Amber, so I'm just asking administration, do you want a new phase for that? Do you want it as part of phase 2? In terms of just broader community engagement like we do when we comprehensively review bylaws? So where would you like that? Do you need a new phase, or do we put that in phase 2? I don't know who wants to take that. Faisal?
Through you, Mr. Chair, honestly, I don't know how to answer that question right now. Like, I feel like I would need some support with administration. So certainly doing a comprehensive community review would require some resources and, some time, but.
Okay, how about this? Let's do a phase 3.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm proposing, and administration, like I said, I just received word that some changes would be helpful. So phase 3 is broader community consultation, including but not limited to Be Heard. And so I guess what I'm now proposing is 3 phases, a report back to council after each phase has been completed to ensure that we can make changes in a timely manner. You can tell me how much time you need for each phase. That is my solution, proposed solution, to break it down to more manageable chunks. Does that accomplish that goal, first of all?
Yes, breaking those out in that manner would be beneficial for us. A comprehensive review also in and of itself might require resourcing. So certainly within those phases, we can come back to council and make sure that appropriate resources are being allocated.
And so I don't know if should we just say a timeline for phase 1, and then when you come back to council, you would advise us as to okay, for phase 2, this is how much time we need. How do you want to handle the timeline?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would defer to the clerk, but I think like what you just characterized would work well for us. If we brought a report back in phase 1, we could also report on just some timing in terms of what it would take to do phase 2 and 3. In terms of community consultation, I could see doing it as a part of phase 1 as well, even if it wasn't broad. So I wouldn't want to necessarily, I could see coming back in that first report with information that, hey, we've already done this type of stuff. So I wouldn't want to restrict us necessarily, within each of those. And I could also see, say this was the end of quarter 4, some quick wins for us. So if there's amendments to the animal bylaw that we could make that we already know about, we could bring those before council and not have to wait for phase 2 or phase 3. So I think phase 1, that consultation deadline, and then phase 2, phase 3, more amorphous that we'll report back on in some timeline that we, talk about here. And then subsequently, just some flexibility within there so that we're not going to not bring bylaw amendments if they're,
Right.
low-hanging fruit or easy to do.
Well, that was my thought in terms of breaking it into phases. So how much time do you need for, and noted that you may be able to do some sort of Be Heard or something like that consultation in phase 1. Do you need that indicated, or is it as okay as is, knowing that it requests consultation with stakeholders?
Consultation with stakeholders, I think we could do certainly by Q4. I could be pressed if council is certainly we are energized and want a quick turnaround with this. If I would bring it as soon as I could, given the push from the community. But Q4, and also being conscious of council agendas. We talked about that in previous. I know they're very full, so Q4 gives us that flexibility, but my commitment here certainly is to bring it as soon as we can.
Okay, and then by Q4, I think the idea is at Q4, you give us an update about where you're at in these phases and an additional, we could talk about the additional timeline needed for additional review components.
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct. Additional timeline as well as any sort of resource allocation that we might need as well.
Okay. So are you good with the current wording then? And sorry, I guess the city solicitor has something to say. Literally, folks, I just heard of this request, so I'm doing the best I can with information I just got. So you're okay, perhaps, and we can see what Ms. Williams has to say?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I would, defer to some of my colleagues if there's anything else to add. So don't take my word for it. From operational department, from my department, we can work with this language.
So we'll see what Ms. Williams' take is.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Just with respect to the three phases. So with respect to phase one, I noted that we have consultation and then we've listed the individual or the groups that consultation should happen with. One that I'm noticing I think is missing there is our provincial individuals who work in the area of animal protection. I know we've named Saskatchewan Health Authority, but it doesn't include other provincial partners that work within this area, and I think there has to be consultation with them to ensure that we're not sort of going over into different jurisdictions where we can't go, because that will have an impact on the work that's being done. So that consultation should be included. And then I think and my friends in bylaw might have a different opinion, but I think that those consultation pieces, consultation with our stakeholders as well as with the broader community, can probably happen simultaneously. And I understand that the city manager is in agreement with that, because I think those pieces all need to kind of happen at the same can be made so that we know what the different parties are saying.
So I think what you're saying is combine phase 1 and 3 so that phase 1 now involves broader community consultation as well, including interested party via various methods, for example, be heard. That is now part of phase 1.
Yes, I would suggest that through the chair would be the most appropriate, so that we're getting all of the feedback and consultation done at one point and then being able to respond to that feedback that we receive.
Okay. So that's, hopefully we're good now. Okay. How much time do I have left now after all that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. Okay. So some of the comments that I wanted to make on this, I had sent council some additional letters of support that I had received in relation to this bylaw review. And some of them were from the neighbors in Cecil Crescent who, as noted, have been going through some of these issues for decades. So we heard the letters that I sent you are from a mom whose son was bit, from one of her friends who doesn't want to visit anymore. There's multiple ones there. But I do want to highlight one of those, aside from perspectives we've already heard. Another one was from the police who had asked me to forward this. They also support this. And you can look at your email to review the email I sent you. They've also seen an increase in attacks from 1 incident in 2020 to 22 to 11 incidents over 2023 to 2024. They do not have a mechanism to deal with some of these they have a mechanism to deal with some of the extreme issues through criminal proceedings, but they have found that it's difficult to criminally prosecute, and they feel that there is work that can be done, similar to what was already noted by not just the Humane Society, residents, the Health Authority, and so they welcome the review and will liaise with the city to help the review and potential changes to the bylaw. Additionally, in terms of what our city also sent, perhaps you saw this in our councillor liaison report. Now my mouse isn't working. About like the calls for service that we have had in the city, service requests related to enforcement of the animal bylaw. We have numbers for 2022. These are just internal service requests. 247, 2023, 192, 2024, 166. That's just through the city. Humane Society also gave us bite numbers, animal bite numbers. So from 2024, 186, 2023, 122, 2022, 149. They're similar numbers for the past 5 years. So, I mean, I hope we can all see that this is a serious problem that definitely needs to be addressed. We're just asking to update our bylaw, bring it up to current standards, best practices elsewhere. It's definitely time to review this bylaw. That's all finished for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, I'll open it up for questions here. So, Councillor Bezo?
Yeah, thank you for the chair. There's a lot of wording, a lot of scanning, a lot of consultation. Do you have the resources to do that, from the city manager perspective?
Thank you, through the chair. You caught me actually having that conversation right now. And so, I mean, like any motion, if we're asked to do something, we have to find the resources. So we'll be putting on our executive leadership team agenda for Monday, how we're resourcing it and who's doing the work.
Like, one of the question is, like, Q3 of 2025, we just had the discussion around buses, which, dole out a couple bus passes, which is pretty quick. This seems like it's a lot of work. Is there an issue if it gets stretched out to be more accommodating to items coming up? Yeah.
He's asking me, so, okay. So Q4 is because that's what they said. That's why I broke it into phases. They said we can do, phase 1 by Q4. That's from what that department has said that they can accomplish. Like, that's not me, that's what their date is. And they felt that they could accomplish that and potentially bring it sooner, but Q4 gives them enough room, enough flexibility to be certain that they can meet that. And that's not exactly your words, but that's what I heard.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, like what I would say is doing phase 1 as it's articulated in the motion here, and then reporting on what it would take to do a full scan, phase 2. Like I said, I think it's not only timeline, it's also resources, and to the councillor's point, we would report on that in the report that's coming back. And I think we did say quarter 4, 2025.
Okay, and we'll, Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, I think what I would say is this work involves multiple areas, and so like a city manager, I think that's my hesitation, is that it's more than just that area that has the work to do. And so I would respectfully say it's more than bylaw that should be setting the timelines for administration. I would say it's 8 o'clock, we are where we are. Keep the dates where they are. If after we meet as an executive leadership team and map out who needs to be involved, current work, and how to fit it in, it seems completely untenable, I will be coming back to council begging for an extension. But let's start with this, and my commitment to council is it is the executive leadership team that needs to work through the work plan, because it absolutely involves multiple areas. We'll be working to this timeline, considering all of the other work on our plate, and if it seems not tenable, we will be back begging for an extension.
Councilor Bezo, does that suffice?
As long as people are agreeing and saying yes, they can do it, sure. Let's do it.
Very good. Okay, Councillor Rasevich.
It's quick. I just think, I'm just thinking, like, man, sometimes this stuff like takes forever. It's like, get a copy of Winnipeg's, pass it off on to the Regina Police Service, get them to kind of look at it, and what do you like, what do you don't like, bring it back. Anyways, I'm just, I'll leave it at that. It's just like, man.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, I'll go back to Councillor Zakidniak. Anything further to close out?
Just that we've actually heard, I guess sort of to Councillor Rasovich's point, we've heard what some of the recommendations are already from the Humane Society. The letter from the Health Authority actually outlines what some of their recommendations are. So I know it sounds like a lot, but I think these folks, once we talk to them, already have lists of gaps available. And we've also heard from residents today who are aware of what some of the gaps are and their recommendations for change. So it sounds like a lot, but once we ask folks who've been waiting a long time to give their feedback on what's missing, I think it'll all come together fairly quickly, and then we will have the report about what are some of the quicker changes that can be made and the consideration of what additional work we should do. So I just encourage you to support this. We've heard lots of reasons why today, and I think, and you know, not just from the residents here, but about how this is becoming an increasing problem in our city. So if we don't do it now, like we're going to have to do it eventually. We might as well get this work underway now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to, we have one item that was removed from the consent agenda. So we'll now consider item CR 25-6, 2025 Housing Incentives Policy Pilots and Revisions. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Zakidniak to please introduce the report.
Sure. Why not? Okay, I was warned about this, but I forgot. So to clarify, I am introducing the Housing Incentives Policy Pilots. Is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
Cool. Okay, well, I'm going to wing this because I don't have it open and my computer's not working. So what I will say is that we discussed this at length at Executive Committee, and oh, there it is. Okay. So what we are, there's a few pilot programs that are being considered here. One is a rental acquisition and repair pilot incentive, and another one is a rental repair tax exemption. So there's 9 recommendations here, but essentially our administration has done some good work, in my opinion, to come up with some tangible incentive programs that can assist in our housing incentives, the housing work that we're doing to improve options in the city and incentivize densification in certain areas. So that's my off-the-cuff introduction to the report.
Okay, thank you very much. So can I have someone move the report? Councillor Radens, and seconder, Councillor Flores. Councillor Radens, do you have anything to say on that report? All good?
Good,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Okay, we have the amendment for point number 7. Administration did an excellent job putting together this amendment to address the concerns I had last week. So it says the amendment would be to amend the housing incentives policy to replace the definition of quantity surveyor with the following, and replace instances where quantity surveyor is mentioned with qualified person. Qualified person means a registered architect or licensed architect as defined in the Architects Act 1996, and the bylaws of Saskatchewan Association of Architects, who is in good standing with the Saskatchewan, is it just up there?
Yeah, you can just take it as read.
I'm taking it as read, if anyone wants me to read it out loud. Okay, so that is the amendment. I
Okay,
think,
so yeah, I can get a seconder.
oh,
Yep, so I'll ask for a seconder for the amendment from Councillor. Okay, you're gonna speak to it?
yeah,
Do you want a second?
Do you want to second it?
yeah,
Okay, okay. Councillor Zakiniak second, and you have a question.
I would like, I guess there's more, so if we could keep scrolling down whenever Amber's ready. Okay, and so just to make sure, okay, this, as you noted, this is an amendment that you had worked with administration on. So administration is supportive of this wording for this amendment, just to clarify. So you're saying yes, I don't know who else.
yes, the administration wrote this.
Okay, perfect. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Vote, please. In favor? Okay. Mayor, the amendment passes 10-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'll open it to questions for the main motion as amended. For anybody who has questions on that. Councillor Turnbull.
Yes, I just wanted to say, well done. It was a good thought out report and policy, and it was layered with multiple city priorities. And we have spoken a lot about the density portions of it, but this report really is beyond that. It focuses on our people, and it identifies incentives to face barriers to housing for students, seniors, new Canadians, Indigenous people, and people living with disabilities. And affordability in housing is critical. It was really nice to see this report address the critical issue that the current Saskatchewan Assured Income Funding for Disability SAD is so little that citizens can't afford rent. It recognized without options, people are given limited choices. Everything is interconnected, and this starts to address the biggest concern, affordability. This is one of the only incentives I've seen that addresses accessibility and infrastructure for residents, and I have to mention how wonderful it is to see that. The cost of a ramp or a lift might seem small, but it's actually huge, and the fact that we have a policy that actually allows for this is huge. It really gets me excited to see what this could grow to be and how it could start to address equity deficits. So realizing that this is a pilot program with community benefits past the core, do you see this growing to the whole city? I am really anxious to bring these initiatives past the current core boundaries so that all wards can have access. How do you anticipate you are exploring the strategy for citywide access to create these opportunities for students, seniors, new Canadians, Indigenous people, and people living with disabilities?
Who would like to take that one? Okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So currently the parameters around the core areas of the city center, North Central Heritage, we're working off existing priorities that we've received direction from the previous council. There's many initiatives going on at the city that are tied into those areas. In the case of these two pilots, these are an incremental step on a larger journey. So as we operate these pilots, we begin to learn how they operate, some of the nuances to them. It's where we can start having conversations around potentially expanding them to more areas of the city. We can consider things through the housing strategy work over the next year around, you know, how do I identify priority areas in the city? What kind of investment goes there? In terms of how we plan to respond to the needs of, you know, various groups within the city, people who face structural housing challenges within the city. That work started with the housing needs assessment, which was dealt with in another report today. We went out and spoke to a variety of different people in the city, learned of the challenges they're facing, and the housing strategy work over the next year will essentially be the phase where we find out how we're going to respond to those.
Thank you. And then how are group homes and other specialized care facilities considered in the housing investments?
Through the chair, group homes are a case of legacy policy, I suppose you could say. We have to keep in mind that the housing incentives policy, as it currently stands, is largely a reflection of the 2013 housing strategy and the problems it was trying to address. There's nothing to say that we can't change our approach going forward. Currently, group homes are not eligible under the policy, but that's something we can also consider through the housing strategy.
Okay. I know we're late and running out of time, but so thank you so much for your work on this, and I'm excited to watch this grow.
Our pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle.
Yes, through the chair, as we discussed last week in executive committee with this grant is actually federal money through our federal government, and we said that we're kind of looking after the pool of money that the government's giving us and dispersing it from that point. How do we ensure that the city taxpayer is not on the hook if that funding disappears? Because in 2025 there will be a change of government, and they did say that they will pull this program. So I want to make sure that we're not, as a taxpayer, on the hook for commitments from this program.
Through the chair, I can assure you that we have put clauses in the policy that would allow us to withdraw funding commitments that are made under these two pilot programs if a situation arises where the funding is withdrawn. At this point, it becomes a communication exercise with potential applicants to make sure that they understand that this is a risk, and it's up to them how they want to manage that risk.
Okay. Could you provide that wording to council in the policy?
The specific policy? Certainly, I'll need a moment to bring it up.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like email it out or distribute it somewhere.
Okay, so we'll get that emailed out. You can do it after. You're okay
You
with
can
that?
email out. That's fine.
I can bring it up in 5 seconds here. I just need to find the
All
part
right.
of the document. So we have 2 different sections because the 2 programs are dealt with different sections of the policy. But for example, under the rental acquisition and repair pilot incentive section, the phrasing is the rental acquisition and repair pilot incentive may commit up to $2 million per year for capital grants in addition to the annual capital grant commitments indicated in the regular part of the policy. So that sets out the budget. Funding for this incentive is subject to appropriation of funding from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. If any of this funding remains unallocated at the end of the calendar year, sorry, apologies. The relevant portion of that language is funding is subject to appropriation. And then there is a later part of the policy that speaks rather extensively to what happens if that funding is withdrawn. That one may be more appropriate for an email, but I can read it out if you would like.
Okay, perfect. Another bit of a follow-up question. Is the funding subjected to the capital investment and then a reimbursement?
Could I ask for more clarification on the question, Councillor? I'm not sure I understand.
If the housing organization, whoever is going to get some money, do they pay for the project or whatever they're going to do and then get reimbursed?
Yes, so that's the default under the program. We do have clauses that allow a partial payment of the capital grants somewhat earlier in the project. So the typical test is, for a new build, it's when the project is at lockup phase. So fully enclosed walls, roof, essentially at a phase where it's insurable. And so at that point, we can evaluate the portion of the project complete, and we pay out a portion of the capital grant based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move to Councillor Rasevich.
Just so Housing Acceleration Fund, so it's 35 million total, right? So with this, we've used up 6 million?
Through the chair, yes, for these two specific pilots will be a combined 6 million over the next 2 years.
Right, so we have 29 million left over?
I believe that's correct.
Roughly?
Mr. Nair might be a better source for questions about the budget use.
Yes, through the chair. We have a number of other commitments. So to date, we have a commitment of $11 million through the various programs. So the balance would be the $24 million.
Okay, so, okay. I'm just thinking, you know, obviously we must be thinking we want to try to use it up as fast as we can. And I think I asked a question earlier about sometimes I wonder if we brought in the private sector, we could, you know, hang a carrot to them and potentially get something going quicker, maybe with something like that. It's just a thought. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
a question?
Yeah, is that a thought, like ever approaching somebody at the private sector? Because I guess like we had I guess Professor Stevens here, and he just talked about, you know what, if you got something started somewhere downtown, something, it could be a bit of a catalyst to start the fire or something, and it's just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Yes, through the chair. We're looking at a number of different opportunities. As stated, that we have an obligation to spend or commit the funds prior to the end of the program. And so we are currently looking at a number of opportunities to best utilize the funds. We're always looking at opportunities to see if we can extend the funds in the sense that we want to find best bang for the buck. So we're looking at a number of projects that potentially may fall really well within some of the thoughts in terms of revitalization in that.
Okay. Have we approached anybody, like, you know, like a private sector that would be considered building something on a parking lot? You know, with these extra $11 million potentially, I don't know.
Yes, through the chair. We have actually had members from the private sector approach us. When we're dealing with these kinds of opportunities, we have to make sure that they're equitable. So anything that we would do would probably be in the form of an RFP. And so we're looking at potentially what that would look like. But we have had communications and dialogue with the private sector in terms of some of their thoughts, and they will probably wind up in some form of an RFP going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
Just a clarification question. The 35 million, I believe, that we've received already for Housing Accelerator Fund, right? That's the right number total? We've received that money. Is that accurate? Like, I think there's some like question around, oh, is it going to be taken away? Like, that money has been promised to us. Am I wrong in understanding that? Like, even if there's changes to government policy, it will not affect the money that's already been allocated to us.
I think Mr. Nair said he could answer that.
Yes, through the chair. We have actually, we received the first installment of it, which was a little over $8 million. We have just completed.
Sorry, can you repeat that last number? The 8 million? Is
8 million.
Yeah.
I believe it's about 8.6 in the tranche. So what we've got, we've just completed our reporting for this year.
Yeah.
We're anticipating that we will see the next $8 million sometime within the next month.
Okay.
And then we would receive the additional funds after each reporting period, which happens. We are required to have our reports into CMHC before the end of the year. So it would be around the end of the fourth quarter in, pardon me, 25 and 26.
Great. And because, thank you for the clarification. Because the money, I mean, whatever the wording is, we were successful in an application for 35 million. I think the concern is if the government changes, can future government walk back on a commitment that was already made to us for an allocation of $35 million?
Yes, through the chair. That is always a possibility. That has been a discussion among all the other cities that have been involved with the Housing Accelerator Fund. Of course, it's strictly sort of trying to prognosticate what potentially might happen. And that would certainly be, if there's a change in government, that is certainly something they could bring forward. And so we are very aware of that, and as we go forward, we're constantly making sure that the commitments that we have either have clauses, as Mr. Hurt has talked about, but also make sure that we are looking at committing funds that we know we currently have in case something were to change with it.
Yeah, so we're spending money that we know we have and spending it like effectively and efficiently to be able to utilize the money that was allocated to us and ensure that we are not spending money that we're not certain of. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I will go back to Councillor Radens, see if you have any further final comments.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call on the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended.
Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-10, 2025 citizen appointments to boards and committees. I will ask Deputy Mayor Zakiniak to please introduce the report. Your mic is on now. Thank you.
Okay, so the committee appointments, we have multiple appointments to committees that are proposed for residents of Regina. Each of these subcommittees has some sort of nominating process where nominations are brought forward. These nominations are initially considered in private so that folks have the ability to discuss folks without having to do that in public, to generally say like whatever needs to be said. Luckily, so what we have though is a slate of folks who have gone through that process now, who are being recommended for final approval at council. And so these are all the resident appointments that needed to be made for the 2025 calendar year.
Perfect. Thank you. So I would like to ask someone move the report with an amendment to replace Naomi Meller with Barry Lacey as a representative of the public school board to the school board city council liaison. If I could get someone to move the report with that amendment.
Sure.
Councillor Zakiniak, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Fro, thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, anything you'd like to say in addition?
I'm excited to hear that Barry Lacey will be on one of our committees. Look forward to seeing him again. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Any questions from council members at all? Seeing none.
Just remind them that number 14 is to be advertised for a vacancy on the board.
Number 14 is going to re-advertise for a, sorry, which one?
A vacant position on the board of revision.
Oh, a vacant position on the board of revision, so just a note on that, so. Councillor Zakiniak, anything final? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on this.
Mayor, the motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 25-11, 2024 review of outstanding items. I'll again ask Deputy Mayor Zakiniak to please introduce the report, if possible.
So this is also a standard process that we go through to review what are the outstanding motions before council and to clarify which ones need to be removed and which ones are still relevant. This council went through that process, and what you see with the recommendations is what was the result of that process, which motions are still relevant, and which ones can be removed.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Burton, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Burton, anything to speak on? Okay. Any questions from council on this report? Okay. Seeing none, the clerk can. Okay, so I'm going to go. Myself, I'd like to move an amendment to the wording contained in the outstanding items list for item CR 24-105. So I'll read that out. So I moved in an amendment that resolution number 10 of item CR 24-105 and as outlined in Appendix B of this report, CR 25-11, be amended to read as follows. And this is to update, this is work I did with administration to update this. Direct administration to commit to ongoing dialogue and communications with residents, businesses, and property owners directly affected by the relocation of the permanent emergency, it's getting late, shelter to 1600 Halifax Street. Invest in infrastructure that supports best practices in safety and environmental design principles, including crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED, to create a safe environment for the residents, businesses, and property owners. Delegate authority to the city manager and or their designate to develop a good neighbor plan outlining communications, problem solving, and dispute resolution. So I would ask for a seconder for, oh sorry, I can't do that yet, give me 1 second. Okay, so just to be clear, so the clerk informed that as a procedural technicality, I first need to move a reconsideration motion for item CR 24-105 in order to have council vote on my amendment. In accordance with the procedure bylaw, I will need the unanimous consent of council to reconsider this item at this meeting in order to make my amendment to the wording of the motion for this item on the OI list. Once we have voted to reconsider and receive unanimous vote in favor, then I can move my amendment onto the floor for discussion and ask the deputy clerk to put it up on the screen. Okay, so I'm going to move that we reconsider the motion adopted on item CR 24-105 from September 25th, 2024. And we'll vote now to reconsider the motion pertaining to the item. So if carried unanimously, it'll then allow me to move my amendment forward with the intent to provide clear direction to administration from council on this particular matter. Yeah. We'll put it up. Not yet, but I think they'll probably. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's in Appendix B. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to let City Clerk clarify.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the benefit of members, Appendix B outlines CR 2511, which was a motion made respecting the emergency shelter on Halifax Street earlier. And this is clarifying language to provide better direction to administration. So the reason we're going through a reconsideration was because it was made at a previous meeting. So it's just a procedural technicality.
Can you seconder?
Yes.
I can second.
Councillor Turnbull, second? Okay. Okay, and yeah, any questions? This is kind of the procedural part to allow the reconsideration part. I don't see. Okay, okay.
Councillor Turnbull seconded.
Seconded that, sorry.
Councillor, the mayor's motion.
The reconsideration.
The reconsideration. Yes. So,
We just want to make sure that they're going to do it.
yeah. So this, okay, okay. Okay. I think it's good. Yeah.
Are they good with it?
Yeah.
Okay, then say, I need unanimous consent.
So just one more time, I need unanimous consent to move forward on this. This is like, again, this is from last week when we talked about this, working with administration to try and provide better clarity around this particular item.
So just ask if anyone's opposed.
Yeah, so I'll just ask the question if anybody's,
We'll record it, but we're just gonna do a voice.
yeah, I'll ask the question if anybody's opposed, just to keep it simple. Good? I'll call that carried, thank you.
Now you can go back to the.
Okay, I need 1 second to make sure I go back to the right spot. Okay, so now that's the procedural component. I'm going to, so now for the actual amendment, I'm going to move my amendment, specifically this one. So if I could get a seconder for that, Councillor Fro, thank you. And again, this is, I think I talked about it before, but this is work with administration, just to clarify this particular item around the shelter piece, to make sure that we're providing good, clear direction on what they need to do. Does anybody have any questions on that? On the wording up there? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close that. I'm going to ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment whenever you're ready, so do what you need to do. Thank you. Yeah. So this is on the amendment specifically. Okay. We're just waiting on Councillors Rasevich for vote. Did it pop up or you don't have your?
Okay, so we're just taking things for the vote.
Mayor, the amendment passes in a vote of 10-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. So we'll move back to the main motion here. So
As amended.
As amended, thank you. So is there any questions with the main motion as amended? Okay, excellent. So who's our mover on the main motion? Councillor Burton, is there any final thoughts? Nope. Okay, so I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended.
Mayor, the motion as amended has passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you. Okay, we're on the home stretch, folks. Okay, we'll move on to notices of motion. Councillor, oh, sorry. Do we- What's that? Okay. So we'll move on to notice of motion. Councillor Zakidniak, it's my understanding that you wish to withdraw your written request for unanimous consent of council to consider your notice of motion MN 25-1 at today's meeting, and instead would like it to be considered at the February 12th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Correct.
Thank you. So the following notice of motion will be considered by City Council at its February 12th, 2025 meeting. All questions and discussions respecting these items will be held until that meeting. That will be MN 25-1, reconsideration of previous council decision on CR 24-108, zoning bylaw amendment, official community plan amendment, and discretionary use, 4125 and 4129 Queen Street. MN 25-2, real governance and management changes and financial oversight, and MN 25-3, complementary city facility passes for volunteers. Good. Thank you. Okay, last item, bylaws. We will now consider the bylaws, and for the last time, I believe, I will ask Deputy Mayor Zakidniak to do first reading of the following bylaws. 2025-1, 2025-2, 2025-3, and 2025-4.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Bezo, that bylaws numbers 2025-1, 2025-2, 2025-3, and 2025-4 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor, the bylaws have received first reading and a vote of 10-0.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do a second reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Rasovich, that bylaws number, can I just say 2025-1, 2, 3, and 4? Thank you. Be read a second time.
Okay, does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor, second reading is passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do a consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Siklees. Council hereby consent to bylaws number 2025-1, 2, 3, and 4 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at today's meeting has been achieved, with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaws number 2025-1, 2, 3, and 4 be read a third time.
And I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Third reading is passed in a vote of 10-0.
Excellent. And do not jump all at once. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Turnbull, and a seconder. Councillor Flores. I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, guys.